Consciousness condensed in a chaos, like waking up from a dream, but not returning to the familiar world. Jiang Yuan tried to move his hands and feet, but felt nothing. Memories emerged, and he remembered the last scene of his life, the majestic mud truck in the dark night. Damn, they said overtime is harmful to health. He cursed, but he didn't feel much sadness. Jiang Yuan could feel that there was nothingness all around. So this is the world after death, just drifting forever until consciousness completely dissipates? As time passed, some faint light spots appeared around him, attracting his attention. Out of curiosity or boredom, Jiang Yuan floated forward and stretched out his hand. He touched the light spot closest to him, which was a little dim. Buzz, like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, tiny ripples spread, and some blurred and fragmented images poured into his consciousness. The farmer was sweating on the ridge of the field, and the old woman was sitting on the threshold of her house, looking into the distance with cloudy eyes. Is this memory? Jiang Yuan made a judgment for no reason. He could feel the faint emotions contained in it: sadness, joy, expectation, and regret. It seems that he is really dead. This is probably the place where the soul belongs. Jiang Yuan gradually adapted to this state, and curiosity followed. He began to wander in the void to read those various light spots. In this light spot, there's a young apprentice who is frustrated because he messed up the master's instructions. In that light spot, there's a mother watching her child toddling, her heart overflowing with tenderness. Why are these people wearing weird clothes? Which dynasty is this? Jiang Yuan muttered, consciously looking for those brighter light spots. The harsh sound of metal collision echoed in his consciousness, and the whistle of a sharp blade cutting through the air seemed to be right beside his ears. Several figures quickly crossed and fought in the woods. Their movements were swift and fierce. Oh, this is exciting. Jiang Yuan finished watching and found the next more solid light spot. Just as he was about to touch it, a strangely shaped metal forehead guard flashed by in the aftertaste. Jiang Yuan's consciousness trembled and was struck by a thunderbolt. Wait, what was that just now? Those symbols. No mistake. It's ninja. It's the symbols of the ninja villages in Naruto. Damn, something's wrong. He was so excited that his consciousness began to twist irregularly. Did I travel through time? The world of Naruto. Huge ecstasy swept over. Naruto, his lost youth. It was the ninja world that he stayed up late to follow and fantasized about countless times. These light spots, could it be? And his current state is a bit strange. Jiang Yuan had a vague guess in his heart. Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, I'm coming. Jiang Yuan was like a robber who fell into a treasure house, and he was so excited that he was howling. Oh, he couldn't make a sound, but his consciousness tentacles stretched out like an octopus and pounced on those large light balls. At this time, on the other side of the void, there was an area where even the concept of time was blurred. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, wearing a white robe, closed his eyes and floated, sensing the rest and reincarnation of the dead souls, maintaining the balance of this space. For thousands of years, he had long been accustomed to this almost eternal silence. The Pure Land should be a peaceful place. However, just now, an extremely abrupt breath, without any signs, violently smashed through the boundary barrier outside the Pure Land and broke into this realm of the dead. It was not following the guidance of death, nor was it a soul that returned naturally. It was more like an impact from a higher level. The quality of the soul it carried was pure to an incredible degree. Hagoromo suddenly opened his eyes, and the eyes of the reincarnation of the myriad things were full of surprise. His perception instantly crossed the void and locked onto the source of the abnormal fluctuations. He saw a scene that made him laugh and cry. The unknown soul was like a naughty boy at this moment, running around, grabbing and touching those souls that had been sleeping for who knows how many years, having a lot of fun. And the souls he touched were like being injected with stimulants, flashing with light and shaking violently. The corners of Yui's mouth twitched very slightly. He could feel that this foreign soul was not a bad one. But the energy fluctuations caused by this exploration had begun to interfere with the stability of the Pure Land. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared behind the foreign visitor who was having fun. This feeling is so strong. Is it the big guy? Hashirama? Madara? Jiang Yuan was facing a bright ball of light, concentrating his mind, trying to get in to see if he could dig out some big scenes. When he was drilling hard, an old and majestic voice sounded in the depths of his consciousness. Young man, this is the resting place of the dead souls. It's a bit rude to disturb them like this. Jiang Yuan's conscious action paused for a moment, and he turned around slowly. Unconsciously, he had restored his physical form, but he didn't realize it. In front of him, an old man was quietly suspended in the void. His eyes were the iconic purple ripples. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. This image got this aura, for words were madly flashing in his mind. 6. Pats. Sage. The legendary ancestor of ninjas. The spreader of chakra. The one who pacified the troubled times, created the ninja clan, and pushed his mother into the moon. He just appeared in front of him alive. Jiang Yuan and the 6-Path Sage. A confused soul from modern society. A mythical figure who has lived for thousands of years in the Naruto world and only exists in legends. Just staring at each other in the void. How are you, old man? Jiang Yuan was cautious, trying to make himself look more innocent. I just came here, and I couldn't help but touch these little things out of curiosity. I definitely didn't mean to destroy them. The 6-Path Sage just looked at Jiang Yuan calmly. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the essence of the soul. I am Otsutsuki Hagoromo. This is the Pure Land, the resting place of the dead souls, and also the place of reincarnation. He glanced at the restless souls again, and he didn't seem to be angry. Pure Land. The 6-Path Sage. Jiang Yuan was excited. Sure enough, it was really here. Your soul has a strange source and a heavy quality. It is far from comparable to the creatures in this world, and it is not reached by normal life and death. Seeing that the other party had no intention of using violence, Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to explain. I come from a completely different world from here. There is no chakra, no ninja, and everyone is just an ordinary person. Then, just like that, very suddenly, I was sent away by a truck that didn't follow the moral code of martial arts. Then, maybe it was the legendary world collision, dimensional crossover, or simply the truck driver's reincarnation KPI in another world was not completed. In short, I came here in a daze. The 6-Paths Sage heard this, and the light in his eyes flickered. After a moment, he nodded slightly, not knowing whether he understood or not. So that's how it is. Your soul is very special. No wonder you can maintain consciousness here. His eyes fell on the void. His tone was still calm, but with a hint of solemnity. Since you are here, make the best of it. The Pure Land has its own rules. The sleeping souls cannot be disturbed, and the order of reincarnation cannot be easily disturbed. If you want to stay in this world for a while, you must restrain your own power and not interfere with the dead souls at will. Okay. Jiang Yuan quickly retracted a soul tentacle. He had previously discovered that the energy of these light balls was quite similar to his own, so he wanted to try to help them replenish their energy and see more things. But it seemed too late. Behind him, a light ball began to flash. The 6-Paths Sage widened his eyes. Chapter 2. Infinite Soul Power. In an instant, the luminous orb behind Jiang Yuan, infused with his energy, erupted spectacularly. After an intense blaze, the light swiftly coalesced and elongated, sketching out a vague humanoid shape. The outline gradually sharpened, revealing cascading black hair, exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy that seemed to gaze disdainfully upon the world. Although the facial details had yet to fully materialize, the sheer presence was enough to send a shiver down Jiang Yuan and Appo's spine. Could it be? This is. Turning around, Jiang Yuan felt his heart constrict sharply. Before he could ponder further, the newly formed silhouette slightly tilted its head, revealing a pair of deep, icy eyes. Was that the Rinnegan? That gaze immediately locked onto Jiang Yuan. In a flash, Jiang Yuan severed the soul connection without hesitation, simultaneously retracting the power he had just imparted. It was as though he had pressed the rewind button. The imposing figure, which had barely taken shape, disintegrated like a bubble before it could utter a single word, reverting back into the radiant orb, now quietly floating. Phew. It must be Uchiha Madara, without a doubt. Cough. The voice of the Sage of 6 Paths resonated once more. He glanced at the now muted orb of light, then turned his gaze to the still shaken Jiang Yuan, and slowly spoke. Your soul possesses the remarkable ability to reverse the balance of yin and yang, replenishing the strength of dormant souls, allowing them to briefly break free from the shackles of the Pure Land and reappear in the world. He paused, infusing his words with a note of caution. However, life and death adhere to their own laws. Awakening a soul will consume a significant portion of your essence. So do not. Yet Jiang Yuan grasped the crux of the matter. So that which he wielded with such ease was indeed the power of the soul? Furthermore, the replenishment of power would greatly deplete his essence. But, just moments ago, he had felt that minimal output was merely a drizzle. Not only did he feel no sense of exhaustion, but it seemed to be steadily increasing. He sensed the strength of the surrounding souls, even including the sage of 6 paths before him. Wait, Jiang Yuan and Amp, Appo's mind raced, and a bold hypothesis took shape within him. My soul power seems infinite? An infinite reservoir. If that were indeed the case, then not only could he awaken Madara, but he could potentially rouse the entire Pure Land for a grand celebration, couldn't he? The mere thought of conversing face-to-face with those legendary figures ignited a fervor in Jiang Yuan and Amp, Appo's gaze. He looked at the sage of 6 paths, and though he did not speak, the intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Old sage, may I try once more? Just a brief moment. I assure you I shall not cause chaos. The sage of 6 paths remained silent, feeling the immense presence before him, and even with his millennia of experience, he found himself uncertain. After all, he had discreetly tested his authority upon arrival, only to discover that it held no sway over Jiang Yuan, who was entirely beyond his jurisdiction. For a moment, he subtly averted his gaze from Jiang Yuan's hopeful eyes. No affirmation, nor denial. He silently regarded the vast emptiness ahead, as if contemplating some ultimate cosmic enigma. No opposition? That must mean consent. Jiang Yuan immediately understood, and with the tacit approval secured. What was there to wait for? He promptly summoned his power. In an instant, his consciousness reached out in all directions, meticulously scanning the soul light points surrounding him. These light points were distinctly varied. Some were dim and minuscule, like a candle flickering in the wind, seemingly on the verge of vanishing entirely. Others radiated a stable brilliance, evidently far more powerful, emanating unique auras. For instance, the earlier Uchiha Madara approached with an air of haughty pride. Not far away, another orb exuded a somewhat rigid coldness. Jiang Yuan extended his consciousness slightly. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He continued his search, when one particularly extraordinary orb captivated all his attention. It was among the brightest of all, bursting with incredible vitality and a lively, bustling energy. Before his tendrils even reached it, he seemed to hear it calling. Look at me. Look at me. I and Amp, Appo's, am right here. Is anyone there? Jiang Yuan and Amp, Appo's eyes twitched. He had a good inkling now. As he delved deeper, he was soon met with vivid scenes from the Valley of the End. Yes, it was decided. He would summon you. The first Hokage. Jiang Yuan resolved firmly, his soul tendril enveloping the orb and drawing it closer. This time, he approached with caution, gently infusing the soul power into the orb. The dormant consciousness, like a parched land welcoming the rain, greedily absorbed the energy, rapidly expanding in magnitude. The radiance swelled, but instead of erupting, it blossomed like a flower unfurling its petals. A tall figure rapidly took shape amidst the light. With long black hair cascading freely and a robe that could not conceal his vibrant life force, his visage radiated warmth, as if he were ready to burst into hearty laughter at any moment. It was none other than the legendary god of shinobi, who quelled chaos and founded Konohagakure, Hashirama Senju. The moment his form solidified, Hashirama exclaimed with vigor. He first gazed at his hands in bewilderment, then abruptly lifted his head, curiously surveying this strange, vast emptiness. Oh, so this is the afterlife. It feels quite different from what I imagined. He scratched his thick black hair, revealing his trademark jovial smile, and found it rather spacious. His gaze quickly landed on the sage of 6 paths nearby. Hashirama and Amp, Appo's smile froze instantly. His eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape in an O shape, utterly astonished. You are the sage of 6 paths. In a flash, he materialized before the sage, excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Is it truly you? The legendary being who created the ninja clan and quelled the chaos. His admiration overflowed, nearly prompting him to bow right there. However, before he could take another step, his attention was drawn to Jiang Yuan beside him. Hashirama looked curiously at Jiang Yuan, sensing a peculiar and comforting aura emanating from the young man. Young brother. Hashirama enthusiastically floated over to Jiang Yuan, casually extending his hand, intending to pat Jiang Yuan on the shoulder, only to pass right through. Unfazed, he laughed heartily. So you've passed on as well. Your attire is rather peculiar. I am Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konohagakure. And you? Hashirama's barrage of questions came like a rapid-fire cannonade, leaving one somewhat overwhelmed. So this is the Pure Land? I see one can retain consciousness after death. Jiang Yuan gazed at this legendary god of shinobi, his powerful voice causing his head to buzz. The first Hokage truly lives up to his name. Hello, I am Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan attempted to respond. Jiang Yuan? A splendid name. Hashirama boisterously interrupted, then suddenly seemed to recall something, swiftly scanning the surroundings. Madara. He must be here too. Right? Alas, I must speak with him. I need to convince him to abandon those perilous thoughts. As Hashirama grew increasingly animated, he oscillated between lamenting and rallying, already envisioning an elaborate discussion with Uchiha Madara. Jiang Yuan felt a throbbing in his temples. He silently assessed the consumption of his soul power. It seemed nearly negligible, just as before. However, it was all too loud. Just a few minutes after awakening, and he had already been bombarded with so much chatter. Apologies, first Hokage, but your voice is quite taxing on the ears. Jiang Yuan silently raised his hand. Perhaps it would be prudent to take a brief respite. With a mere thought, the tendrils were severed by Jiang Yuan in an instant, and the power was withdrawn. What is happening? It feels as though strength is dissipating. In the midst of passionately articulating how he intended to persuade Madara, Senju Hashirama suddenly faltered. As his form began to rapidly become ethereal and transparent, he cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Yuan, his words left unspoken, and like a deflating balloon, he vanished with a soft pop, transforming into a brilliant yet silent orb of light, now quietly suspended in place. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Yuan felt a profound tranquility wash over the world once more. Pondering thoughtfully, he stroked his chin and began to diligently summarize the results of this experiment. The infinite spiritual energy was confirmed, exhibiting exceptional efficacy, capable of precisely awakening designated souls. With virtually no consumption, turning his gaze, he looked once again at the ever-silent sage of six paths, displaying a beaming smile that radiated excitement and proclaimed his prowess. The sage of six paths remained wordless, observing the now dormant orb of light, then glancing at the otherworldly visitor whose eyes were filled with mischief. The tranquility of the Pure Land would likely be irrevocably altered. Chapter 3. The Pure Land Live Room? The broadcast begins. Thus, Jiang Yuan cast a glance at the silently contemplative sage of six paths, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. Excuse me, esteemed elder. May I inquire about the current era outside? He sought to discern the present time, as this knowledge pertained to the renowned scenes from the original work he might witness, or the events he could anticipate and partake in. Remaining in this realm, where the distinctions between up, down, and sideways were indiscernible, was rather monotonous. The sage of six paths shifted his gaze from the light orb of Hashirama, stating that the Pure Land was severed from the mortal realm, rendering the passage of time here meaningless. Though I can vaguely perceive the threads of the current world through my tenuous connection with it, specific details, such as the years and months spoken of by common folk, have become as elusive as a mirage. Elusive? Jiang Yuan and Appo's countenance reflected disbelief. You are the sage of six paths, a being of divine stature in the shinobi world. Surely you know who the Hokage of Konoha is at present? The sage's tone revealed no hint of emotion, merely articulating the facts. It is not a matter of inability, but rather the cost involved. The Pure Land operates under its own order. Each glimpse into the world requires a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. Yet, Jiang Yuan remained skeptical. The sage of six paths continued. Moreover, the soul must possess a strong bond with the present realm, serving as an anchor point. Only through the threads of causality can a stable perception be projected. Anchor point. Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. You mean to find a soul and use it as a signal station to connect and observe? The sage fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this overly modern metaphor, before finally nodding slightly. That is one way to comprehend it. Then it's quite simple, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, elated by the revelation. His recent experience in awakening Hashirama and Appo's soul had greatly bolstered his confidence. He could cover the cost of the spiritual energy. His consciousness extended like radar, meticulously scanning the boundless ocean of souls surrounding him. The deeper the bond, the more stable. As he traversed an area, he once again perceived the light orb of Madara, the arrogant aura discernible from a distance. Jiang Yuan hastily veered away. That was too perilous, and the bond was likely tethered to the moon, making a connection to the present world's Wi-Fi impossible. Ultimately, his consciousness fixed upon the light orb he had previously noted, emanating a rigid and rational aura. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Jiang Yuan used. This individual was the true architect of Konoha, having established the Umbu, the Ninja Academy, the Nin exams, and a series of systems that profoundly influenced the entire Konoha framework. Few could rival him in the depth and breadth of his bond with Konoha. With him as the antenna, the signal would surely be strong, though his intuition warned him that communicating with the second Hokage would likely be more challenging than with Hashirama. He resolved, for the sake of understanding the current timeline, it must be you. Jiang Yuan once again employed his infusion technique. His spiritual tendrils acted like a precise fishing net, disregarding the spatial distance, swiftly wrapping around Tobirama's light orb, and then gently pulling. Spiritual energy was steadily and continuously injected, the process more adept than before. The glow condensed, and a figure clad in chest armor, with snow-white hair and 3 red markings upon his chin, gradually took form in the void. His tightly shut dark red eyes suddenly snapped open, sharp and cold. Unlike Hashirama, who had awakened in a dazed and boisterous manner, Tobirama entered a state of high alert almost instantaneously. His hawk-like gaze swept across the desolate expanse, locking onto the sage of six paths nearby and the strangely attired young man beside him. Not Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Ah, I seem to have passed on. He paused, realizing, wait, the sage of six paths. He did not rush forward excitedly like his brother, though the answer was forming in his mind. Instead, he cautiously inquired, where is this place? Why have I awakened? Second Hokage, there is no need to be so tense. I am not Uchiha. Jiang Yuan interjected before the sage could respond, waving his hand dismissively. In simple terms, this is the Pure Land, the afterlife. I am Jiang Yuan. A well-meaning passerby who roused you from your slumber. Currently, I wish to borrow your antenna to ascertain the situation outside. Tobarama's brow furrowed into a deep frown as his icy gaze scrutinized Jiang Yuan, clearly untrusting of such flippant remarks. However, the Sage of Six Paths waved his hand, and a ripple spread outward. With that wave, Tobarama immediately confirmed the Sage's authenticity, his mind calming in an instant. Despite still being filled with doubt, he instinctively placed a degree of trust in the legendary progenitor of ninjas. He glanced at Jiang Yuan, then fell silent, adopting a slightly wary posture without fully relaxing. The connection has been established, the soul, the Sage of Six Paths reminded. Excellent, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement, unabashedly amplifying the output of his spiritual energy. A torrent of power coalesced around Tobarama's soul, surging toward the invisible bonds connecting Konoha and the present world. In an instant, ripples appeared in the void ahead. Subsequently, numerous specks of light began to converge, gradually sketching out a blurry, undulating light screen. Jiang Yuan intensified the output. The image flickered a few times, colors and lines stabilizing, becoming clearer. What came into view was an all-too-familiar scene. The Hokage's office. An elderly man, clad in a Hokage hat and with graying hair, was buried beneath a mountain of documents, his face etched with profound fatigue. He frequently rubbed his temples, seemingly beleaguered by the complexities of his duties. It was none other than Konoha and Appo's third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Oh, it's the third Hokage. Jiang Yuan sighed in relief upon recognizing the figure, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Judging by his demeanor, he still had vigor. It seemed he had not yet reached the point of being slain by Orochimaru. There was still time, and the major plot had yet to unfold. However, Tobarama gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the image, his expression complex. That was his disciple, the heir he had deeply invested in and personally selected. The once slightly reserved young man now appeared aged, his face marked by the passage of time. It seems that after my departure, Konoha's days have not been entirely peaceful. Tobarama murmured, letting out a sigh. Jiang Yuan calculated the timeline. The third Hokage was still alive, if that were the case. He followed the line of thought, seemingly intent on sharing his musings with the Sage of Six Paths Naruto and Sasuke. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura as chakra should still be at the Ninja Academy, one contemplating how to grow stronger for revenge, the other devising pranks. TSK. The Sage of Six Paths, who had been silent and observant, stirred at the mention of Indra and Ashura, particularly upon hearing Jiang Yuan's assertive claim about their reincarnated forms. His eyes, imbued with the power of the Rinnegan, exhibited evident ripples of emotion. He slowly turned his head, asking in a solemn tone, "You are aware of my sons and their reincarnation?" Simultaneously, Tobarama and Appo's heart raced. As a member of the Senju clan and the second Hokage of Konoha, he had naturally encountered some knowledge regarding his family's origins. While he might not grasp every detail about the Sage of Six Paths or the intricate fates of the Uchiha and Senju, he certainly recognized the significance of the names Indra and Ashura. This peculiar young man, with such nonchalance, had just divulged a revelation of monumental proportions. Oh, I beg your pardon for not mentioning this earlier. Jiang Yuan observed the reactions of the two, as if he had only just realized the gravity of the situation, inadvertently letting slip a revelation. He scratched his head, donning a somewhat innocent smile, and remarked, "Indeed, I am aware of a few details, including the impending destruction of Konoha and the Ninja World War. Essentially, I have a fairly comprehensive understanding of the Ninja World's trajectory for the coming decades." And he turned to the Sage of Six Paths, his tone laden with significance, "Even the ultimate goal you have been patiently awaiting. I believe I am quite familiar with it." This proclamation was more astonishing than any utterance that had preceded it. Tobarama's perpetually stoic expression faltered, unable to maintain its icy facade. He fixed an intense gaze upon Jiang Yuan, his dark crimson eyes brimming with disbelief. Knowing the future? How could this be possible? This notion transcended his comprehension of intelligence entirely. Meanwhile, the Sage of Six Paths, a figure who had overseen the tumultuous events of the ninja world for millennia, found himself utterly speechless in this moment. Within the ethereal void of the Pure Land, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, while Jiang Yuan's countenance bore an almost carefree smile. Chapter 4. All Present, Annihilation Conference on Site. Foreseeing the future, even discerning my desires? The Sage of Six Paths has lived countless ages, never imagining he would hear such statements from a visitor from another realm. The assertions made were less prophetic and more akin to the unwavering conviction of an eyewitness. The future, well, we can discuss it at length later. For now, the pressing matter is to ascertain the precise moment we are in. Jiang Yuan pointed to the luminous screen, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen engrossed in reviewing documents in his office. Merely observing the third Hokage working late alone provided scant information. We must ascertain if others are present or if any events are unfolding. The Sage of Six Paths calmed his mind. It was futile to dwell on how the other party discerned the future. The essential task was to validate the authenticity of his words. Time passed, and the door to the Hokage's office was knocked upon. Saratobi responded, and the door swung open to reveal 3 figures. One was an elderly man, leaning on a cane with a sinister gaze, Shimura Danzo. Following him were 2 serious advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mido Kamen. The Konoha F4 had gathered. Upon witnessing these individuals converge in the Hokage's office, the palpable tension in the atmosphere caught Jiang Yuan's attention. It seems that significant matters are afoot. He focused intently on the dialogue unfolding on the screen, straining to hear the words clearly, and amplified his perceptive power. Uchiha, Nangetsuan. Movements becoming increasingly evident. Tomorrow. Hiss. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan inhaled sharply. He seemed to grasp the current timeline. Contemplating. He murmured, "It is better to share joy than to revel alone. This grand spectacle should be witnessed by all." "What do you mean?" Tobarama furrowed his brow and inquired. Jiang Yuan disregarded him, his consciousness once again delving into the sea of souls. "First, let us summon Hashirama. After all, you can silence the second Hokage." Jiang Yuan's spiritual energy deftly enveloped a sphere of light and gently tugged. The brilliance flickered, and the soul of Senju Hashirama brightened, swiftly coalescing into that familiar figure. Hashirama appeared somewhat dazed, instinctively rubbing his eyes. "Huh? What happened? Am I awake again? Tobarama, you two have perished?" His questions tumbled out in rapid succession as his gaze darted between Tobarama, the sage of 6 paths, and Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan continued unabated, locking onto another fervent, yet deeply regretful soul. Next was the genius who ultimately chose to sacrifice himself for peace and trust the spiritual energy surged again. Infusing the target sphere, and a youthful figure gradually materialized. With black hair and dark eyes, it was none other than Uchiha Shursui, who had thrown himself into the river. Shursui blinked in bewilderment, his vision sharpening from blurry to clear, and upon recognizing the figures before him, he froze. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and could it be the sage? His voice trembled. I was supposed to be at the bottom of Nangetsu when he instinctively reached for his eyes. The peculiar sensation jolted him awake. He had indeed met his demise. This so fortunate indeed, it is Kushina. Jiang Yuan's consciousness made an unexpected discovery during the scan and did not hesitate to allocate a portion of his spiritual energy. A flash of red light coalesced into a female figure with the distinctive red hair of the Uzumaki clan. Initially bewildered, she scanned her surroundings, and upon seeing Hashirama and Tobarama, she was taken aback. Hashirama, noticing Kushina's red hair, exclaimed, "Oh, you are a descendant of Mido?" Jiang Yuan had already pinpointed the final target, a heavyweight guest whom he deemed essential for this live broadcast. How could we possibly proceed without this individual? Now that everyone is present, calling out should pose no issue. Jiang Yuan spared no effort in channeling his spiritual energy. Long black hair danced as if alive. Clad in the long-lost armor of the Warring States era, the youthful Uchiha Madara materialized in the void. His eyes slowly opened, surveying the assembly. Hashirama. When his gaze fell upon Hashirama, his brow shot up. Madara. Hashirama responded fervently. And Tobarama. Upon spotting Tobarama, an unmistakable killing intent ignited in Madara's eyes. Tobarama met his glare unflinchingly. Madara's gaze then drifted to Shursui, the Uchiha boy, yet the innocence in his eyes hung. His attention flickered past Kushina, ultimately settling on the sage of 6 paths and Jiang Yuan, revealing a glimmer of suspicion in his eyes. Unable to mobilize chakra, his body felt weightless and insubstantial. This void-like space bore no resemblance to any known realm. He was not resurrected by the cycle of reincarnation, nor was he summoned through Edo Tensei, compounded by the presence of the sage of 6 paths before him. Thus, this must be the fabled Pure Land. The Konoha trio found themselves gathered in a peculiar tableau, exchanging wide-eyed glances, the atmosphere exceedingly surreal. All right, everyone, let us take a moment to compose ourselves. Jiang Yuan, having concluded his summoning, hastily sought to regain control. I understand you all have numerous questions, but now is not the time. Jiang Yuan raised his voice. Pointing towards the luminous screen, let us first observe what transpires there. With Jiang Yuan amplifying his spiritual energy, the image on the screen became exceptionally clear. The perspective now deeply embedded within the office, as though one were present. The scene depicted an oppressive atmosphere. Saratobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage and Amp, Appo's seat, holding a pipe that remained unlit. Hiruzen, Danzo broke the silence first. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Their assembly at Nangetsuan is now unmasked. According to intelligence relayed by Root, the coup d'etat plan is poised to commence at any moment. Tobarama's expression darkened instantaneously, his fist clenched. This is outrageous. They actually dare to go this far. I warned that we must never. Madara shot him a cold glance, arms crossed, remaining silent. The others began to grasp the situation. It appeared to be a technique akin to a crystal ball, with the images depicting the current Hokage office of Konoha. Tobarama. Hashirama interjected immediately, his face etched with sorrow and confusion. The founding purpose of our village was to ensure that all clans, including the Uchiha, could coexist peacefully. How has it come to this? Navi. Madara directed a mocking gaze at Hashirama. Do you think peace is easily attained? Distrust. Hatred, as long as human emotions persist, they shall never vanish. Konoha was destined from the beginning to be intolerant of the Uchiha. As for Shisui, his complexion turned ashen at the mention of the coup, lips trembling. He wished to voice something yet found himself voiceless. He had given everything to prevent this, why had it still come to this? Hiruzen, decisive action must be taken before it's too late. Nara Shikaku interjected. The Uchiha control the police force. Once they initiate the coup, with internal and external collusion, the village will undoubtedly descend into chaos. Countless lives will be lost, and Konoha's foundation could be obliterated. Can you bear that responsibility? Mito came and added solemnly. Hiruzen, this is not the time for compassion. Sacrifices are necessary to protect the majority of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. He raised his gaze to Danzo, weariness etched into his features. Perhaps there are alternative methods. Danzo let out a disdainful snicker, striking his cane against the ground with force. Hiruzen, suppress your futile compassion. Once they take action, it will all be too late. Do you wish to witness the Hokage rock stained with blood? Do you wish to see the village established by you and the first Hokage brought to ruin? Danzo advanced step by step, his words striking deep into the heart of the third Hokage, resonating within the hearts of the Pure Land audience. In a state of consternation, Tobirama questioned whether the village he and his elder brother had established was truly reduced to this. In simpler terms, Jian Yuan provided simultaneous translation for Kushina and Shisui, who had yet to fully acclimate to the situation. The Uchiha clan, feeling ostracized and oppressed by the village, could no longer endure their plight and were preparing to unite their strength for an armed coup to overthrow the existing leadership. Meanwhile, Danzo believed that inaction was not an option. Extreme measures must be taken to eliminate future threats before they could strike. Jian Yuan made a gesture across his throat, indicating the complete eradication of the Uchiha clan. Genocide. Kushina clasped her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with horror. How could this be? She recalled the already obliterated Uzumaki clan. Shisui trembled violently, anguish threatening to tear his soul apart. No, it shouldn't be like this. I entrusted my eyes to Itachi, to protect the village and the Uchiha. Why has it come to this? Foolish child, Madara remarked coldly. To place your hopes in others is a sign of weakness. On the screen, faced with Danzo and Appo's accusations and pressure from the two elder advisors, Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered utterly speechless. He slowly closed his eyes, exhaling a heavy sigh, placing his pipe on the table, and hoarsely uttered, "Let us wait a little longer." Upon witnessing this, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Danzo and Appo's eyes. He straightened his posture and continued. To minimize unrest and avoid greater chaos and panic, I have already discussed matters with Itachi. Itachi. Shisui's pupils constricted as if he had heard the most astonishing news. Uchiha Itachi. Kushina recalled the past. Mikoto's son was indeed he. Danzo continued. Itachi is the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, a rare genius of the Uchiha in a century, and the captain of the Umbu. Furthermore, he harbors goodwill toward the village and understands our concerns. Entrusting him with this task is the best way to minimize resistance and ensure a cover-up afterward. He has already agreed. The meeting in the office seemed to reach its conclusion. Danzo said no more, casting a lingering glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before turning, leaning on his cane, and departing the office with an air of cold detachment, as if the outcome were already decided. Katsuhana and Mito also exchanged glances before silently exiting. In the spacious Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself alone. He wearily leaned back in his chair, gradually lifting his gaze toward the window. The void outside was enveloped in a deathly silence. Hashirama's visage was etched with sorrow and disappointment. Tobirama's face was ashen. While he acknowledged the necessity of addressing the Uchiha threat, the brutality of the proposed method, especially led by his own disciple, left him with an inexplicable sense of suffocation. No, it shouldn't be like this. Shisui had completely broken down, collapsing to the ground, his hands covering his face as he emitted silent sobs. His very soul began to flicker violently, becoming somewhat translucent. Jian Yuan furrowed his brow, promptly channeling a portion of his spiritual energy to stabilize Shisui and Appo's disintegrating form. Do not succumb to despair yet. The tale is not yet concluded. As for Uchiha Madara, he stood motionless, his expression inscrutable. He merely regarded the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the screen with cold detachment, then surveyed the others present, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 5, A Shocking Deception. Madara is bewildered. Tobirama is overjoyed in the Hokage's office. A meeting unfolded that would determine the fate of a powerful clan. Its chilling atmosphere piercing through the veil of life and death, reaching the very souls of every observer. Senju Tobirama wore a grim expression. Despite his long-standing vigilance towards the Uchiha, regarding them as a looming threat, he found the choice of such an extreme method unsettling. Especially troubling was the fact that they had resorted to utilizing members of the Uchiha clan for execution, confirming his darkest suspicions. He cast a glance at the despondent Uchiha Shisui and the unresponsive Uchiha Madara, letting out a cold snort. This cannot stand. We must act. Senju Hashirama exclaimed forcefully. His anxious gaze shifted between the Sage of Six Paths and Jiang Yuan. Sage, Lord Jiang Yuan, surely there must be a way. We cannot simply stand by and witness this tragedy unfold. Konoha cannot endure another bloodbath. The Uchiha. They were our comrades in the founding of this village. His voice was earnest as he turned his gaze to the silent figure, the lifelong friend he cherished. Madara, speak up. Those are your kin. Do you not care at all? Did we not establish this village to ensure our children would no longer slaughter one another, to foster peace among all clans? Madara slowly turned, his eyes, once filled with boundless ambition, now exuded a terrifying calm. It matters not. The 3 words were spoken with an emotionless detachment, a profound indifference that suggested he had become entirely disenchanted with these mundane affairs, just as no one had chosen to depart with him in the past. All was a result of the Uchiha's own choices. Hashirama, it has been so long, yet you remain so naive, he remarked, his gaze drifting into the distance. As for the fate of the Uchiha compared to my pursuit of true eternal peace, it is but a fleeting ripple in the annals of history. Eternal peace? This declaration left Hashirama in a state of confusion as he beheld the familiar yet alien figure of his friend, now traversing a path he could not comprehend. Just as the atmosphere threatened to descend into another stalemate, Jiang Yuan's voice pierced through. I say, Lord Madara, your nonchalance towards the annihilation of your clan stems from your belief that your grander scheme can resolve all issues. Am I correct? That plan which promises happiness for the entire world, the Eye of the Moon project. Those 5 words detonated in Madara's ears. He whirled around, his gaze fixated on Jiang Yuan, no longer harboring the earlier indifference or mockery. The energy of his soul surged violently, emanating an overwhelming aura of malice. How do you know of the Eye of the Moon project? This was the secret he had meticulously crafted throughout his life, the underpinning of his vision for a reborn world. Aside from Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu, and those he had guided, such as Obito, no one else could possibly be aware. His eyes involuntarily darted towards the Sage of Six Paths, the fabled master of the stone tablet. The reaction from Madara startled both Hashirama and Tobirama. They had never encountered the name Eye of the Moon project, but Madara's unusual demeanor indicated its utmost significance. Do not be so tense. Jiang Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of peace. How I came to know is irrelevant. What matters is that you may have misunderstood certain aspects. He left the matter hanging, then turned towards the previously silent Sage of Six Paths, who had clearly been stirred by the mention of the Eye of the Moon. Sage of Six Paths, regarding the matters you left behind, it would be more persuasive if you elucidated them yourself. Upon hearing this, the sage's eyes reflected an indescribable sorrow. He gazed at the now perplexed Uchiha Madara, seemingly reminiscing about a distant past that had nearly faded from memory, and then spoke slowly. Uchiha Madara, the Eye of the Moon project you refer to, along with your pursuit of ensnaring the world in eternal Tsukuyami. It does not lead down the path to peace, nor is it a form of salvation. Impossible, Madara vehemently countered, his emotions surging, distorting even his soul's essence. The stone tablet deep within the Nanha shrine. I witnessed it with my own eyes, deciphered it with my Sharingan, and even the Rinnegan. It clearly states that by acquiring the sage's body and eyes, and approaching the moon, one can activate the infinite Tsukuyami, reflecting one's heart upon the moon, guiding humanity into a realm devoid of war and suffering. This shall be the ultimate fate of the Uchiha and the entire ninja world. His tone was resolute, brimming with absolute confidence in the truth he had witnessed. This was the path he had devoted his life to pursuing and validating. No one could cast doubt upon it. The tablet. Indeed, I left it behind. The Sage of Six Paths nodded, affirming the existence of the tablet, which offered Madara a momentary sense of relief. However, the words that followed plunged him back into despair. I left that stone tablet as a warning to future generations, particularly to those who inherited my ocular powers. The descendants of Indra. The sage and Appo's voice grew heavy. The tablet contained records regarding the origin of chakra, the divine tree, and the calamities that could arise from the misuse of ocular techniques. As for the infinite Tsukuyami, the sage's expression turned grave. It is not the ultimate technique that brings peace. On the contrary, it is a means for the divine tree to harvest chakra, siphoning life energy. Once activated, all living beings will be bound to the divine tree, their spirits and chakra incessantly extracted, ultimately transforming into nutrients to nurture new fruits for the planter. The Sage of Six Paths gazed deeply into Madara's eyes. The true intent of the tablet is to caution you against that power, to restrain your desires, and to seek genuine understanding and the path to peace, not to replicate the calamity that nearly brought about the world and Appo's destruction. A calamity that could destroy the world? What do you mean? Madara staggered back a step, incredulity and absurdity evident in his eyes as thoughts of siphoning life, transforming into nutrients. The divine tree? Having acquired the Rinnegan, he certainly understood what the divine tree represented. Yet, this contradicted the interpretations he had drawn. One path leading to eternal peace, the other to the end of life. No, this cannot be. You lie. Madara screamed hysterically. The words on that tablet were deciphered by me with the Rinnegan. Each character was perfectly clear. How could it be as you say? He steadfastly believed in all he had seen. This was the pinnacle of secrets he had painstakingly deciphered. How could it possibly be false? The Rinnegan indeed allows for the interpretation of most of the tablet's content. The sage sighed, saying, however, words can be misinterpreted or manipulated. He had lived for an eternity. Although much of that time was spent in slumber within the Pure Land, he remained acutely aware of the power of human hearts and the passage of time. I can assure you, the initial message I inscribed on that tablet was certainly not the kind of incitement that would guide the world into illusion. What you perceived may have been a distorted meaning, or perhaps the tablet had already been altered before you beheld it. He could not explain the discrepancies, only delineate the facts based on his memories and understanding of Kagaya's power. The essence of the infinite Tsukuyami is undoubtedly to collect energy for the divine tree. Distorted. No longer its original form. Madara muttered, his mind swirling in chaos. He recalled the moment he discovered the tablet, the exhilaration of deciphering its inscriptions, the reverence with which he regarded it, and how he had structured his life as pursuits around it. Could it be that all of this was built upon a foundation of corrupted, twisted information? He, Uchiha Madara, who prided himself on seeing through the facade of the ninja world's false peace, who considered himself the master of all, had he, from the very start, fallen into a deeper trap? Had he become merely a pawn in another and Appo's grand design? This thought struck him like the most malevolent curse, instantly shattering all his pride and confidence. An overwhelming sense of absurdity, the fury of being deceived, and the emptiness of a lifetime and Appo's beliefs collapsing surged over him like a tsunami, battering his very soul. He felt as if his consciousness were spinning. Darkness encroaching upon his vision, his spirit flickering uncertainly, as though it might disintegrate at any moment. If someone had spoken such words to him in the mortal realm, he might have dismissed them, forcibly suppressing the speaker. But here, in this sanctified land, he was merely a harmless soul. Everything I have done. He clutched his head, howling in anguish. Could it all be wrong? That once unassailable conviction now exhibited its first cracks, swiftly spreading, rendering him nearly incapable of standing. At that moment, a shrill, mocking laughter erupted, filled with schadenfreude and derision. The crowd turned toward the sound, witnessing Tobirama, arms crossed, his body shaking violently with laughter. The countenance that was typically serious, even somewhat grim, now bore an unhidden expression of contempt. What a colossal joke. Uchiha Madara. Tobirama pointed an accusatory finger at the disoriented Madara, his words cutting like daggers, each syllable piercing deeper. After all your scheming, you fancied yourself an entity beyond the mundane. And what is the result? You were deceived for countless years by a mere stone. You naively embraced the nonsensical proclamations inscribed upon it as some kind of salvific truth. For what absurd moon eye plan, for that so-called illusion? You turned against your elder brother. Now, the sage himself has delivered the verdict. Your entire life's toil, the sacrifices you made in pursuit of your desires, have been nothing but a ruse. Tobirama. Enough. Hashirama finally interjected, unable to remain silent, his expression one of deep compassion. Regardless of the numerous disagreements he had with Madara, witnessing his once dear friend reduced to such a state, relentlessly mocked by his own brother, pained him greatly. Yet, Tobirama was not inclined to relent at this moment. He had awaited this day for far too long. All his pent-up grievances against the Uchiha, particularly against the source of all malevolence, Uchiha Madara, found a perfect outlet at this instant. Ignoring Hashirama's attempts to intervene, he continued his ferocious tirade directed at the crumbling Madara. Each word struck heavily upon Madara's heart, shattering the remnants of his pride. Uchiha Madara, once a legendary figure who commanded reverence, now stood exposed like a jester stripped of his garments, laid bare before all, enduring the most merciless judgment. His lips trembled, yearning to retort, to roar in defiance. Yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. His mind was a void, echoing only with the relentless refrain of a single word, deception. Was everything he had done, his entire existence, truly just a joke? Chapter 6, Izuna's Resurrection. Distant waters cannot quench near flames. Tobirama. Enough. Hashirama sharply interrupted his brother's mockery. This was not the time for idle banter. The most pressing issue at hand was the tragedy unfolding in the present world. Hashirama took a deep breath and cast his final hope upon the master of the Pure Land. Sage of Six Paths. He bowed respectfully. For you are the progenitor of the shinobi sect, possessing unparalleled power. I implore you, intervene to halt this calamity. Konoha can no longer endure such internal strife. The Uchiha are part of the village and must not be. His pleas resonated with all those present who cared for Konoha. Shirzue clenched his fists, his very soul trembling, yet he was acutely aware of his own helplessness. The Sage of Six Paths slowly shook his head and spoke. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I cannot. The Pure Land and the mortal realm abide by their own laws. The boundaries of life and death are insurmountable. His gaze drifted far away, seemingly directed at two particular souls in the present world. Unless a new Azura and Indra reincarnate, their powers may converge, and perhaps through their bond, something can be done. Yet, this requires time, opportunity, and their own growth. Until then, there is nothing I can do. A bucket of cold water extinguished the flickering flame of hope in everyone's hearts. The earnestness on Hashirama's face transformed into profound disappointment as he murmured, "Even the sage cannot." Madara remained ensnared in the shock of his crumbling beliefs, exhibiting a somewhat dulled reaction to the world around him. Tobirama scoffed, turning his head away. Though he ceased to mock, the disdain in his eyes lingered. Observing the morose scene before him, Kagami stroked his chin and turned to Madara. "Speaking of which, if your brother were to see you in this state, I wonder what he would think?" "Brother?" Madara abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of tumult flashing through his chaotic gaze. Kagami smiled subtly, raising his hand to gently grasp the void. From the endless sea of slumbering souls, he deftly fished out a specific glimmer of light. The radiance swiftly coalesced, taking shape. A somewhat youthful figure appeared before them, gazing around at the hazy, ethereal surroundings with a countenance full of bewilderment. "Where is this place?" Upon seeing that face, Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, softly uttering, "Izuna." Izuna's eyes quickly scanned the assembly, and when they finally rested upon that familiar yet weathered figure, all confusion was instantly eclipsed by overwhelming joy and disbelief. "Brother, it truly is you. Brother, Uchiha Izuna." "Izuna?" Madara was utterly stunned, staring at the familiar yet distant figure, his soul vibrating intensely. Joy? The exhilaration of a long-awaited reunion? More so, a surging tide of guilt and anguish welled up within him, momentarily rendering him speechless. This once great warlord who had traversed the warring states and gazed down upon the shinobi world. Izuna's gaze swiftly swept across the others present, and upon spotting the silver-haired man, all his joy instantly transformed into a tempest of hatred. "Tobirama Senju, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you appear before me?" Enemies meeting evokes fierce animosity. The painful memories of being grievously wounded by Tobirama and ultimately succumbing to death, along with the deep-seated enmity between the Uchiha and Senju, ignited Izuna's spirit into a blaze. "Humph." Tobirama merely scoffed at Izuna and Appo's furious rebuke, disdainfully remarking that a defeated foe, even in death, remained so loud. "You." Izuna trembled with rage, yearning to charge at him, but was held back by Madara. "Brother, why are you stopping me? It was him. He slaughtered so many of our kin. It was also he," Izuna fervently accused. He surveyed the bizarre surroundings and glanced at the distraught Madara, unable to restrain his inquiry. "Brother, what on earth has transpired? Why are we here?" Izuna's pressing questions acted as a key, unlocking the chains of Madara's memories. He recalled Izuna's dying wish to safeguard the Uchiha. He remembered implanting his brother's eyes, acquiring the eternal Manjiki and augmenting his power, yet this had only deepened the chasm between him and Hashirama. He recalled his decision to leave, leading the Uchiha to lose their most formidable protection. He had a hand in the establishment of Konoha, yet his departure hastened the Uchiha's isolation. He thought of the massacre meeting he had witnessed moments ago and reflected on everything he had done for the Moon Eye Plan. If only he had not been so extreme back then. If only he had not been ensnared by that cursed stone tablet. If only he had not turned Abido into an instrument of vengeance. The atmosphere in the Pure Land grew unbearably oppressive. Yet the core issue still loomed before them. They could only watch helplessly as events unfolded, utterly powerless to intervene. Hashirama was frantic, Shirzue's expression was ashen. And even the newly awakened Izuna, after a brief moment of anger, sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere. "Truly, is there not a single way to resolve this?" Hashirama nearly pleaded, his gaze flickering between the Sage of Six Paths and Kagami. Amidst the suffocating silence, Kagami spoke again. "It seems there might be a method to revive from the Pure Land." "No?" He turned to Tobirama. "Revive from the Pure Land?" This statement jolted the previously despondent gathering into sudden awareness. Tobirama Senju and Appo's eyes sparkled with realization. His mind raced, instantly grasping the implication. "Are you suggesting?" He suddenly recalled a certain forbidden technique he had developed in life. Edo Tensei. The mere utterance of this term startled Hashirama, Shirzue, and the others. "Tobirama, that is a forbidden art." Hashirama instinctively retorted, "and furthermore, its conditions are stringent, requiring sacrifices in the deceased and Appo's bodily tissues. We are currently in the Pure Land. How could it possibly?" "Indeed." Shirzue bitterly shook his head. "Even if someone could use it, there would be no time left." It was indeed too late. Kagami affirmed Shirzue and Appo's words, yet he added that in the future, not only would someone be able to use it, but they would do so quite adeptly. He gestured toward Hashirama and Tobirama. "That individual known as Orochimaru successfully summoned both of you." "What?" Both Hashirama and Tobirama were momentarily taken aback. They were summoned by Edo Tensei? When did this happen? Who did it? Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Kagami observed their astonished expressions, dousing them with cold water, but the bad news is that would only occur several years from now. Several years from now. They were too weary to question how Kagami knew the future. The flickering hope that had just emerged was swiftly extinguished. Indeed, even if someone could use Edo Tensei to summon them in the future, it would be too late, and the calamity befalling the Uchiha was imminent. Chapter 7, A Night of Carnage. The Wails of the Dying Land. In the Pure Land, time has lost its meaning, yet it remains excruciatingly tormenting. After enough mockery, Tobirama resumed his stoic demeanor. Izuna Uchiha, gleaning fragments of the current predicament, stood bewildered beside Madara. The luminous screen continued to hover, depicting the scene within the Hokage's office. Though no one paid heed to whether Hiruzen Sarutobi was still reviewing documents, the light within dimmed and brightened, serving as a reference for their perception of time's passage in the mortal realm. Each subtle shift resonated like a countdown tolling a death knell in the hearts of the onlookers. The Sage of Six Paths maintained his usual impassive expression. Yet Kagami could sense a weightier aura surrounding the Pure Land's guardian. Kagami allowed his tendrils to wander freely, suddenly drawn to a peculiar area at the edge. The soul energy there differed starkly from elsewhere, rife with turmoil, resentment, and terror. Fleeting glimmers of light struggled to emerge, only to dissipate swiftly or gradually merge into the depths of the Pure Land. "Hey, old man," Kagami whispered, gesturing toward the direction. "What's going on over there? It looks like a junkyard." The Sage of Six Paths followed his gaze and began to explain slowly. When beings pass away, their souls do not instantaneously arrive at the Pure Land for eternal rest. Those burdened by heavy attachments linger there momentarily, much like a drowning person. That is the border between life and death, often referred to as the Dying Land. The Dying Land? Kagami and Appo's eyes flickered, a thought emerging instantaneously, alleviating the need for a search. He turned to the listless Shursui beside him and inquired, "Care to act as an antenna for a while? Let us check on the Uchiha side." Upon hearing this, Shursui paused for several seconds before lifting his head to ask, "Is that possible?" Madara's eyelids twitched slightly. Kagami replied, "No one is more suited for this than you, Uchiha Shursui. For the village and your clan. You sacrificed both your eyes and your life. That bond runs deep." Shursui's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, only a pained whisper escaped. The Sage of Six Paths glanced at Shursui, raised his hand to form a seal, and a gentle power extended outward, resonating with Shursui's soul. "Where do you wish to look?" the sage inquired. Shursui struggled to articulate, his voice hoarse. "The clan's territory, just anywhere there is fine." As the Sage of Six Paths exerted his power, Kagami provided energy, causing the luminous screen to ripple, shifting away from the Hokage and Appo's office. In its place, the familiar streets of the Uchiha clan emerged beneath the night sky. The moonlight, like water, bathed the empty streets and tightly shut doors and windows, outlining a semblance of peace. Only a few households emitted faint lights, and occasional muffled barks from restrained dogs were swiftly engulfed by the deeper silence. From afar, the lookout tower and Appo's guards appeared somewhat lax, yawning as the night deepened into utter stillness. Suddenly, those present in the Pure Land halted. Even Tobarama ceased his pacing, fixated intently on the screen. The perspective of the screen seemed drawn by a faint, unusual sound, subtly shifting. At the edge of the frame, a shadow almost indistinguishable from the night glided along the wall like a specter, moving with astonishing speed. The scene then froze upon a common residential window. A blurred figure was visible through the paper, seemingly poised to rise for some action. In the next instant, the window paper was torn apart. A flash of cold light. The interior's illumination flickered, revealing an expression of disbelief, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object falling. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, without a single scream escaping. The first, in the Pure Land, Izuna's body jolted violently, instinctively clutching Madara's arm. The screen's perspective began to shift, like a detached specter drifting through the streets and eaves of the clan's territory. It swept past a dark alley where two Uchiha clan members in law enforcement uniforms lay, their throats cleanly slit, blood staining the fan emblem behind them, their eyes wide open in shock and confusion. The second, the third. The imagery transitioned through a household and Appo's courtyard, arriving outside a bedroom window. Inside, a young mother hummed a lullaby. She seemed to hear something amiss, her vigilance causing her to lift her head. Just then, the door was silently pushed open, and a masked figure stepped inside. The mother's pupils dilated in an instant, instinctively clutching her child tightly while her mouth opened to scream. Yet the cold shuriken was swifter. With a sickening sound, the blade penetrated her chest, blood gushing forth. The child's wail was abruptly cut short. The mother exerted her final ounce of strength to discern the killer's face, but only met the chill of a mask. The figure did not linger, disappearing into the shadows. The fourth, the fifth. No. Please. In the Pure Land, Shursui's voice trembled as he covered his face in anguish. The scene shifted once more. An elderly man, white-haired and using a cane, shakily opened the courtyard gate, as if awaiting a late return. His murky eyes expressed confusion upon seeing the shadow standing outside. "Who are you?" Before he could finish, a flash of a blade appeared. The old man had no time to react before his body fell backward, the cane clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. The fifth. The slaughter continued to spread, silent, efficient, and merciless. The screen resembled the eye of death, recording it all. A young boy, just finished with his training, filled with dreams, was on his way home. A bickering couple was brutally dispatched by an intruding enemy, their anger transforming into terror in their final moments. Someone cowered beneath a bed, trembling, only to be mercilessly dragged out and lose their life in utter fear. Death was no longer a mere word in stories, nor a statistic on the battlefield. It was the warm blood splattered against the walls, the toys scattered beside corpses. The faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. It was the frozen terror reflected in the eyes of every deceased, a profound bewilderment. As life continued to ebb away on the screen, Kagami could distinctly sense the tumultuous churn of the dying land at the edge of the Pure Land. Fragments of shattered, distorted emotional souls surged forth like a frightened school of fish. They bore the ultimate pain and imprints of their final moments, struggling, colliding, and wailing amidst the chaos. Newly departed souls, consumed by intense fear and confusion, gazed around in bewilderment, only to be swallowed by the surrounding, more potent despair. Some souls erupted in overwhelming hatred, futilely battering against the invisible boundaries, hastening their own collapse. More souls, lost in boundless confusion and anguish, flickered like candles in the wind, their lights swiftly dimming, wavering, until they completely vanished or sank deeper into the chaos. They performed their last, most desperate act at the edge of the Pure Land. The color had long drained from Tobarama's face, his lips trembling. This once great god of ninjas, who had quelled the chaos of the world, now gazed with helplessness and pain, murmuring, how could this happen? Izuna stared blankly at the screen, then at his brother's unmoving back. The last vestige of hope extinguished in his eyes, leaving only boundless sorrow and fear. He felt as if he were transported back to those years. No, far worse than the horrors of the Warring States period. Shursui had long since been reduced to tears, yet he forced himself to watch, each image slicing through his soul like a knife. These were the clansmen he wished to protect, for whom he had sacrificed everything. Madara remained silent. The glory he had forged with one hand, and the clan he had cast aside with the other, were now meeting their demise in such a wretched and tragic manner. Yet he could only stand there, watching this unfold with wide eyes. Even the typically unyielding Tobarama Senju, known for his ruthlessness, furrowed his brow tightly. Almost as if he could crush a fly, his gaze laden with complexity as he observed the countless figures falling before him. His throat bobbed with suppressed emotion. He could harbor disdain for the Uchiha's arrogance and the potential threat it posed, and he could formulate stringent policies to curtail their power. Yet, he had never envisioned employing such a method that would ensnare the old, the weak, and the innocent in a nearly unilateral, cold-blooded purge. This was no longer about the stability of the village. It was a massacre, a most brutal trampling of life. Saratobi, Danzo, you wretches, he growled through clenched teeth. Furthermore, a portion of this burden would inevitably fall upon him. An overwhelming sense of oppression and profound sorrow enveloped the entire sanctum. Jiang Yuan silently witnessed the unfolding tragedy, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He understood that the night of extermination was horrific, but experiencing it firsthand, the impact far surpassed any written or visual depiction. Regrettably, at this moment, neither he nor the Sage of Six Paths could effect any change in the current realm. Chapter 8. The Patriarch and Amp, Appo's worthlessness, the arrival of White Fang. Tobarama is once again the scapegoat. A piercing wail shattered the tranquility of the Pure Land, as Uchiha Shursui and Appo's soul trembled violently, unable to endure the hellish spectacle any longer. He abruptly covered his eyes, severing his connection to the mortal realm under the weight of psychic turmoil. The luminous barrier dimmed, ultimately dispersing into countless motes of light that vanished into the ether. The relentless imagery of slaughter came to an abrupt halt, yet the silent despair remained etched into the very souls of every observer. Kagami sighed with regret. What a pity, we missed that fellow on the other side. Obito, when he turns on his kin, is likely even more deranged than Itachi. At the mention of Obito, Madara and Appo's perpetually tense form shivered slightly, and he slowly closed his eyes. Silence enveloped them all. Hashirama ceased his pacing, gazing vacantly at the spot where the light had faded, as if all strength had been drained from him. Izuna leaned against Madara, his expression hollow. The earlier excitement and anger had morphed into an abyss of sorrow. He fixed his gaze on Hashirama and then on his brother, yearning to interrogate the very purpose of the village they had established. Tobarama and Appo's countenance was ashen, his inner turmoil evident, yet the hardness in his eyes remained unyielding. Time passed. Whether it was a minute or an hour, none could tell. Even though the scenes had vanished from view, all understood that the bloodshed continued unabated. Kagami felt helpless, capable of nothing but stirring the remnants of souls at the edge of the Pure Land with his ethereal tendrils. Suddenly, his movements halted. Kagami and Appo's senses reached out to the surging area, a hint of self-mockery in his tone, freshly minted, still warm. Before he could finish his thought, several solid tendrils of spirit shot into the depths of the liminal space, precisely ensnaring two spectral forms, yanking them forth with force. With a swoosh, two figures were forcibly extracted from the whirlpool of souls and cast onto the vacant ground of the Pure Land. As the light of replenished soul energy dissipated, the silhouettes of a man and a woman became visible. The man bore an authoritative visage, now filled with astonishment, while the woman beside him was suffused with profound grief. How did this individual end up here? Kagami's tendrils stirred once more, retrieving another soul from the corner of the liminal space. This soul appeared even more frail and fatigued, as if it had lingered there for an eternity. As the light coalesced, a middle-aged man with a mane of silver hair and a visage steeped in melancholy materialized. Upon witnessing the scene before him, disbelief etched itself onto his face. But more dominantly, a sense of bewilderment after prolonged solitude. The first and second Hokage regarded these three unfamiliar souls with furrowed brows, baffled by Kagami and Appo's decision to summon them. However, amidst the crowd, Kushina, upon recognizing the faces of the man and woman, gasped in shock. Fugaku, the clan leader. Mikoto, you too. Being the wife of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, she had been close to the Uchiha couple and immediately recognized them. Fugaku, the clan leader? Hashirama and Tobirama and Appo's eyes sharpened at the mention of this title, their gazes honing in on the man, the Uchiha fan symbol clearly visible on his back. The Uchiha clan leader? How could he have perished? Given the gruesome scenes they had just witnessed, the answer was painfully evident. As for this individual, Kagami gestured toward the silver-haired man, introducing him to the assembly, Kakashi Hitaki, known as the White Fang of Konoha, a legendary ninja in his own right. Fugaku and Mikoto were momentarily brought back to consciousness by Kushina and Appo's voice. And upon hearing the exchanges around them and seeing the legendary figures that had previously existed only in paintings and tales, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, and that venerable elder radiating an aura of sanctity, their souls quaked, plunging them into a state of utter confusion. Is this the Pure Land? Upon hearing his name mentioned and witnessing Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara, prominent figures of legend, Kakashi was equally astonished, standing silently to the side as he processed this unfathomable reality. Fugaku and Mikoto had yet to gather their thoughts when Madara and Appo's chilling, cutting voice pierced the air, seemingly having regained some composure after the earlier shock. He transformed all negative emotions into fury directed at the unworthy descendant before him. Worthless. His roar reverberated like thunder, causing Fugaku and Mikoto's souls to shudder. Madara pointed fiercely at Fugaku, his disdain unmistakable. The leader of the Uchiha clan? To stand idly by while your family is slaughtered, without even a semblance of resistance. Fugaku turned pale at the condemnation, his lips quivering as he faced this legendary ancestor and the grim reality of his family and Appo's annihilation. He opened his mouth. Yet no sound emerged. Mikoto instinctively shielded her husband, tears streaming down her face. Lord Madara. Brother. Izuna, though unfamiliar with Fugaku, grasped that he was the clan leader during the massacre. He pointed at Fugaku. Is this the path of final choice? Is this the outcome promised by the village we built? Ultimately, it consumed our kin. His words, rather than accusing Fugaku, served as an indictment of Madara and Appo's initial choice of Konoha. Hashirama observed the scene with a tumultuous heart, glancing at Fugaku with profound regret. Fugaku, is there truly no alternative? Why not attempt to communicate? Konoha is not. Humph. A cold scoff interrupted Hashirama's words. Tobirama stepped forward, his frigid gaze sweeping over Fugaku before landing squarely on Madara's face, a smirk of derision curling his lips. Communicate? Brother, do you still not comprehend? Look at the deeds of the Uchiha, a family embroiled in coups and slaughter. Such extremism, which seeks to annihilate everything, is a trait unique to the Uchiha clan. He directly pointed to the core of the Uchiha and Appo's essence. When I established the police force and confined them, it was precisely because I saw through the inherent instability of this clan, always on the brink of upheaval. Look at you, Uchiha Madara. Tobirama unflinchingly accused Madara. How did you behave back then? In the end, did you not find yourself abandoned by all? Now your descendants are treading the same path, even more disgracefully. Is this not the consequence of your own clan and Appo's folly? Senju Tobirama, Madara and Appo's roar echoed, the murderous intent in his Rinnegan nearly boiling over. You despicable wretch. Had you not consistently suppressed us and ostracized the Uchiha, would our kin have descended to this state? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. They merely inherited your dark intentions, completing what you once dared not accomplish. Fallacious reasoning. Tobirama stood his ground, confronting Madara head-on. Was it I who compelled them to conspire for a coup? Or to slaughter one another? It is the insatiable ambition of the Uchiha and the curse wrought by the Sharingan that has driven you to ruin. The two engaged in yet another fierce confrontation, their powerful auras colliding, causing an oppressive sensation among the surrounding souls. Izuna glared at Tobirama, itching to charge forward. But having tried previously, he knew that as a spirit, he could inflict no harm upon anyone. Fugaku and Mikoto stood at the eye of the storm, witnessing the legendary ancestors and the second Hokage fiercely arguing over the fate of the Uchiha, a whirlwind of sorrow, shame, confusion, and anger swirling within them, nearly suffocating them. Though the Pure Land required no breath, Kakashi silently observed, his expression growing increasingly melancholic. Meanwhile, Kagami had retreated to a distance with the Sage of Six Paths, whispering in hushed tones, uncertain of what to say. Chapter 9. Private Conversations and Consensus. The launch of the Pure Land Parenting Initiative. The atmosphere was charged with commotion. Jiang Yuan, arms crossed, observed the chaotic scene before him. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head, casting a glance at Hashirama and Tobirama. A rare hint of helplessness in his eyes. The conflict between Indra and Ashura had never truly subsided, even after their passing. Old man, do not dwell solely on nostalgia, Jiang Yuan urged seriously. You must have noticed that the current situation is far worse than you can imagine. The tragedy of the Uchiha is merely the tip of the iceberg. The sage nodded. The human heart is fickle. Divergent paths inevitably arise. Therefore, mere observation is insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan continued, regarding the reincarnation of your two beloved sons. The sage turned to him, signaling him to elaborate. He was well aware that the chakra of Indra and Ashura would continue to reincarnate, a long-term strategy he had hoped would ultimately resolve everything. Yet, being in the Pure Land, he was not always privy to the specific circumstances of each generation's reincarnation. Jiang Yuan stated directly, Ashura's chakra has reincarnated as Naruto Uzumaki, who is now a prominent figure in the Hidden Leaf village. However, he is ostracized by the entire village as a monster due to the 9 tails sealed within him, leaving him utterly alone. As for Indra and Appo's reincarnation, he glanced at the distant, despondent Fugaku and Mikoto, Sasuke Uchiha, just moments ago, witnessed his brother annihilate their entire clan, including their parents. This child harbors nothing but hatred and stands on the precipice of darkness. The sage and Appo's expression grew somber. Jiang Yuan sighed. Moreover, this world is not solely a stage for your two sons. This is merely the beginning. The Akatsuki organization is collecting tailed beasts. And your other premature brother, Kagaya, poses a significant threat. If their plans succeed, the ninja world will confront your mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and her kin, heralding the arrival of more Otsutsuki. The sage and Appo's attention was finally piqued by Jiang Yuan and Appo's words. The once vague shadow of the future now took on a far more concrete form. More Otsutsuki? He echoed, his gaze deepening. The future you speak of is indeed graver than my own projections. Thus, we cannot afford to wait for their gradual development. Jiang Yuan gestured expansively. We must find a way to expedite the growth of Naruto and Sasuke, pulling them out of their respective quagmires, thereby accelerating the strength of the Hidden Leaf. As for why I prioritize the Hidden Leaf over the entire ninja world, well, I am merely following the narrative titled and Appo's Hokage and Appo's. Without further explanation, Jiang Yuan shifted his focus. For me, it is imperative that when these two forces converge, you, old man, can project your power into the present world and find a way to grant me a corporeal form. Jiang Yuan laid bare his intentions. Despite possessing immense spiritual energy, this was a world dominated by chakra, and remaining in the afterlife served little purpose. As for how to resurrect himself, he was uncertain. First, the Edo Tensei was impossible. He had no physical form in the ninja world. He could only hope for the uncertain fate of Madara and Appo's Rinnegan, but its feasibility was unknown. The Sage of Six Paths pondered for a moment before finally nodding slowly. I see. Guiding their growth is not only crucial for the survival of the ninja world, but also pertains to your own return. In that case, we cannot remain passive any longer. Exactly. A win-win situation, Jiang Yuan smiled. What other means do you possess, Sage? The two engaged in a detailed discussion, reaching a consensus and a clearer direction. The uproar nearby gradually subsided, perhaps out of exhaustion or the lingering feelings of sorrow and anger, leaving only a sense of powerlessness. Madara and Tobirama each huffed dismissively. Turning away, Hashirama hung his head in despair. Fugaku and Mikoto knelt in tears, alongside the bewildered Kakashi and Kushina. Jiang Yuan and the sage exchanged a knowing glance and returned to the group. Gentlemen, the sage and Appo's calm voice resonated, instantly capturing everyone and Appo's attention. A tragedy has occurred. Wallowing in anger and blame is futile. Given the circumstances, we have more pressing matters to address. All souls lifted their heads to gaze upon the legendary sage. Jiang Yuan interjected, indeed. To put it simply, the Hidden Leaf currently has two young souls, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. They are the latest reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, following in the footsteps of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Or rather, they inherit their chakra imbued with their obsessions. What? Hashirama and Madara exclaimed in unison. Others were equally astonished. The first Hokage and Madara were, in fact, the reincarnations of the sage and Appo's sons. Even more shocking was that Naruto and Sasuke were as well. Fugaku and Mikoto had already informed the assembly of Sasuke and Appo's plight, the terms of Itachi and Appo's agreement with the village, and the gathered crowd had begun to comprehend. They are the hope of the future, the key to resisting greater calamities. The sage added, based on the information he had received from Jiang Yuan. Yet their current situation is dire, and their minds require guidance. The urgent task is to expedite their growth and help them walk the right path. To nurture Naruto and Sasuke? Kushina murmured, a maternal glow igniting in her eyes. However, Mikoto voiced the collective concern, but we are all deceased. What can we possibly do for them in this pure land? Indeed, they were all dead, incapable of intervening in the world of the living. Even if they foresaw the future, what could they do? Hashirama was in a state of agitation, while Tobirama furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating possibilities, yet soon shook his head. At that moment, the sage glanced at Jiang Yuan, stating, "It is not entirely impossible." All eyes turned back to him. "Although we cannot directly descend into the world of the living," the sage explained, "we can attempt to utilize the souls of the Pure Land to establish a stronger spiritual connection with those who are deeply bound to the present world, allowing us to briefly enter their dreams." Dream visitation? The crowd and Amp, Appo's eyes lit up. "That is one way to interpret it." The sage nodded but quickly added, "However, this requires a tremendous expenditure of spiritual energy, which is a substantial burden for me, making it difficult to do frequently." If it was a significant burden for the sage, what could ordinary souls like them accomplish? "Have you all forgotten how you awakened?" A light-hearted, untimely laugh broke through the tension. The assembly turned in surprise towards Jiang Yuan. He pointed to himself, his spiritual form surrounded by faintly writhing tendrils. "Expend spiritual power?" Dawn and Amp, Appo's, to even mention just dream visitation. "I could even assemble all of you together and send you in." For those uninvolved with the Uchiha, the gloom was finally dispelled, replaced with uncontainable excitement and joy. Kushina immediately thought of Naruto, her eyes alight with fervent hope. Tobirama quickly regained his composure, starting to strategize how to make the most efficient use of this dream visitation for educational purposes. Thus commenced a grand initiative, a nurturing endeavor led by legendary ninjas. Chapter 10. The tenderness of the crimson chili pepper. The Ninetales is not adorable at all once the excitement subsided. The reality of the situation confronted them. How should they proceed? Who would take the first step? The Sage of Six Paths cast his gaze over the assembly, ultimately settling on Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto. The bond of the heart serves as the most steadfast bridge connecting the Pure Land to the present world, and blood ties, especially between mother and child, are even more profound. A flicker of hope crossed Mikoto's face, only to be swiftly replaced by deeper concern. She thought of her son, who had just lost everything. Her voice trembling, "Sasuke, I fear that my sudden appearance might startle him. Perhaps we should wait." She shook her head in anguish, opting to retreat for the time being. Fugaka stood silently by his wife's side, wrapping his arm around her trembling shoulders. Meanwhile, not far away, Uzumaki Kushina, this fiery crimson chili pepper, felt a rare sense of unease. The thought of meeting Naruto surged strongly within her, an overwhelming longing almost compelling her to rush forward. Yet, how should she face him? A stranger suddenly intruding into his dreams. Would it frighten him? What should she say? An apology or a comforting word? She opened her mouth, glancing at the Sage of Six Paths, then at Jiang Yuan, momentarily at a loss. Seemingly perceiving her apprehension, the Sage of Six Paths added, "Those two children are still young. Even if they can enter their dreams, after waking, they may struggle to recall the specifics, leaving only vague impressions. Oh, they might not remember clearly." Kushina and Amp, Appo's eyes brightened. The weight on her heart lightened considerably. If it were merely a vague impression, did that mean her sudden appearance wouldn't overly distress Naruto? As long as she could convey a hint of warmth, even if just for a fleeting dream, that would suffice. All right. The unease evaporated. Kushina clenched her fists, her eyes reigniting with determination. "Then let me go first. I implore you, Sage of Six Paths, Mr. Jiang Yuan." "Very well. The user is ready." Jiang Yuan tossed his head back, looking at the Sage of Six Paths. The sage nodded slightly, raising his hand to draw a vague screen of light in the air, revealing the scene of the present world, the village of Konoha under the night sky. "Okay, it seems another day has passed in the present world." Jiang Yuan snapped his fingers, and viscous souls began to swirl, preparing for Kushina. "Focus your thoughts on Naruto. Leave the rest to me and the old man." Kushina took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. She then closed her eyes, channeling all her longing and love towards the child she felt she had wronged too much. Time gently rewound to Konoha, where the setting sun painted the Hokage rock in golden hues, and the school bell rang. Children left in small groups, their laughter echoing far and wide. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the school gate, wearing an exaggerated smile, waving at a few classmates. "See you tomorrow." Yet, the responses he received were mostly indifferent glances or deliberate avoidance. Some children, even tugged along by their parents, quickened their pace, as if fleeing from a plague. The smile froze on Naruto and Appo's face, only to be swiftly masked by an even louder laugh. Passing by the park, the swings swayed gently in the evening breeze. Empty and desolate. He had practiced here in secret, attempting to draw attention, only to be met with scorn and reprimands. Scratching his head, he shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled slowly towards his modest apartment. Pushing the door open, he was met with an empty room. The furniture was somewhat worn, and a half-finished cup of instant noodles sat on the table. There were no warm greetings, no steaming meals, only an endless silence. This was his home. Naruto skillfully boiled water, tore open a new packet of noodles, and while waiting for the water to boil, he gazed out at the darkening sky, lost in thought. After finishing his noodles and washing up, he climbed onto his small bed and curled up. In the darkness, the only light came from the bright moon outside. Loneliness surged over him like a tide. He closed his eyes, striving to imagine a warm embrace, and fell into a deep sleep amidst his profound yearning. He seemed to still be in his little apartment, yet everything around him shimmered with a hazy glow. He was seated at a table, In front of him was a steaming bowl of luxurious tonkatsu ramen, topped with slices of char siu. "Well," Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he picked up his chopsticks. "Ready to indulge?" A gentle voice floated from behind him. "Naruto?" Naruto stiffened, a strange thrill coursing through him at the sound of that voice. His hand holding the chopsticks froze as he slowly turned his head. A woman with radiant red hair stood there, wearing a simple apron, a tender smile gracing her face. Yet her eyes glistened with tears. She was beautiful, as bright as the sun, but her gaze brimmed with love and affection, stirring something painful within Naruto's heart. He stared at her, bewildered. He had never seen this woman before, yet under her gaze, an unprecedented sense of long-desired safety washed over him. Who are you?" Naruto asked, setting down his chopsticks, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. Kushina did not answer immediately. She took a few steps forward, crouching down to meet him at eye level. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she reached out, hesitating for a moment. "Naruto," she softly called again. Her voice choked with endless tenderness. "My Naruto, you and Appos, V, grown so much." Warm tears finally fell, dripping onto the floor. Watching her tears and hearing her call his name with such gentleness, Naruto felt a lump in his throat, his eyes growing warm. He did not know why, but he simply felt an overwhelming sadness. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaped from his chair and dove into the woman and Appos' embrace. He did not know who she was, but he could feel the warmth of her embrace, which filled him with unparalleled comfort and affection. Wah! Naruto held her tightly, bursting into tears, releasing all the grievances, loneliness, and unexpressed longings in a flood of tears within this unfamiliar yet profoundly warm embrace. "I and Appos, am sorry. I and Appos, am sorry, Naruto." Kushina held him tightly, feeling the tremors of his small body, her scorching tears cascading down, soaking Naruto and Appos' shoulder. "I came too late, leaving you alone, enduring so much suffering." She did not reveal who she was, but in this moment, it no longer mattered. Naruto and Appos' arms wrapped securely around her. And that was enough. In the Pure Land, Jiang Yuan watched Kushina, who was seated in meditation, sensing the faint connection that existed in the void. With a thought, his consciousness followed her into the dream. However, as soon as he arrived, an unexpected shift occurred. A violent, malevolent presence surged from the depths of Naruto's dream, forcibly dragging Jiang Yuan's consciousness fragment away. "What the?" Jiang Yuan barely had time to exclaim. The next moment, he found himself in a dark, damp space. A massive red barrier loomed before him, and from behind it, a pair of crimson slit eyes abruptly opened, locking onto him. The terrifying aura of brutality spread like a tangible force. "Huh." The presence suddenly paused, the voice filled with extreme vigilance and a hint of confusion. "This aura. It resembles that of the old man, but something is off." The owner of the voice was the awakened tailed beast, Kurama, the Nine Tails. "Who are you?" Jiang Yuan blurted, momentarily stunned as he faced the legendary demon fox, feeling the wild power radiating from it. He rebuked, "Why are you yelling so loudly? This nine-tailed creature is not adorable in the slightest." Chapter 11. Naruto's Awakening and the Uchiha family meeting in the Pure Land. Time holds no significance. Yet in the mortal realm, it quietly slips away day by day. On the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, a cacophony of sounds resonates. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a bright shout, in the center of the training field, Naruto Uzumaki forms hand seals, and with a series of soft pops, two remarkably lifelike clones materialize beside him. Although one appears somewhat unsteady, on the verge of vanishing, this represents a remarkable transformation for someone who once struggled even with the most basic chakra manipulation. Not far away, Iruka watches in astonishment, nearly dropping the attendance sheet in his hand. How is it possible that in just a few days, Naruto has suddenly grasped the concept? Whispers ripple through the surrounding students, their gazes filled with disbelief. "Hey, have you seen how much stronger Naruto seems lately? It must be a fluke. He must have gotten lucky. Yet, he has indeed mastered ninjutsu." Even Sakura, who usually pays little attention to Naruto, can Appos, help but glance at him twice. Sasuke, standing nearby, clenches his fists. How could that fool have achieved this? Has he been concealing his true strength all along? No, that can end Appos, TB. However, when it comes to the shadow clone technique, Sasuke realizes he is almost at the same level. Is it possible that he is surpassed by this underachiever? This thought ignites an inexplicable irritation within him. No, he possesses the Sharingan. He bears the weight of the Uchiha clan's vengeance. He merely needs to become stronger. He must eliminate that man. He forcefully expels Naruto's image from his mind and turns to the other side of the training ground. He embarks on a more rigorous training regimen, his clothes soaked with sweat, muscles protesting in agony, yet he remains unfazed. Only in the depths of exhaustion can he temporarily forget his unease. He cannot afford to lose to anyone. In Naruto's mental realm, the Ninetales senses the little brat outside gleefully gathering chakra and lets out a roar. What a troublesome kid. Because of that man and the old man, I have to endure this tedious chakra balancing work. After school, Iruka remains alone in the office, reviewing Naruto's academic records since enrollment. The pages are almost entirely marked in a disheartening red. He pulls out the scores from recent quizzes, The improvement is astonishing. Mastery of the shadow clone technique. Progress in physical training. And the chakra. Irika rubs his temples, baffled. He recalls Naruto and Amp, Appo's excited mention of dreaming about his mother a few days prior. Thinking it was merely a child and Amp, Appo's longing for family. But now, perhaps someone in the village is secretly guiding him? Irika contemplates this possibility but quickly dismisses it. Who would pay special attention to a child everyone avoids? Though the Hokage cares, it is only on a basic level. He sighs and puts the records away. He will observe for a while longer, hoping that this sudden effort is simply the result of the boy's determination. Yet, such a leap in progress seems difficult to attribute solely to hard work. The Pure Land and Amp, Appo's light screen, adjusted to face the Ninja Academy, reveals a surprising scene. Hey, it seems that fellow is quite obedient, Jiang Yuan remarks, stroking his chin, watching Naruto with a satisfied smile. Ever since the last encounter in Naruto's dream, where he fortuitously brought the Sage of Six Paths together for a friendly three-way meeting, the Great Fox has reluctantly agreed to cooperate, albeit minimally. At least it has begun the arduous task of organizing its chakra, preventing it from clashing uncontrollably as before. This undoubtedly aids Naruto in mastering the intricate control of chakra needed for ninjutsu. Given the similarity to his older brother and Amp, Appo's situation, rapid progress is only natural. Tobirama crosses his arms, his tone ambiguous. Kushina watches with teary eyes, wishing she could dive back into the dream and give her son a big embrace. However, this joy transforms into a different form of torment for the Uchiha clan. Observing Naruto and Amp, Appo's vibrant figure on the screen, juxtaposed with the somber child lost in painful memories. Mikoto closes her eyes, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. I just hope he can be safe, perhaps, one day, find a semblance of happiness again. This cannot continue. Finally, struck by the truth, the long-silent Uchiha Madara speaks up, his gaze cold. Look at that Nine-Tails brat. Now look at this Uchiha child. His icy glare sweeps over Fugaku and Mikoto. The Uchiha do not require weak emotions. We must intervene now, guiding him onto the correct path that belongs to the Uchiha. Fugaku takes a deep breath, saying, Elder, only to be met with a piercing gaze. Madara is right, Fugaku concedes. Mikoto, stunned, meets her ancestor and Appo's resolute gaze and can only nod in agreement. Fine, for Sasuke. This scene, of course, does not escape the notice of others in the Pure Land. Oh, Uchiha family education? Tobirama mocks openly. Madara teaching the younger generation? Is he instructing them on how to shroud the world with genjutsu to achieve peace, or how to look down on others while simultaneously instilling the inferiority of the Senju? Tobirama. Hashirama chides his brother with an exasperated glare. Madara. Well, he cares for his clan in his own way. Even the usually reclusive Kakashi, having chosen an easier path of liberation, casts a silent gaze toward the screen, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He wonders what the current state of Naruto is. As night falls, Konoha village sheds the clamor of the day, leaving only the sounds of chirping insects and the whisper of the wind echoing through the streets. Sasuke drags his weary legs as he pushes open the door to the apartment assigned by the village. The room is vast and empty, a stark contrast to the lively clan compound of his memories. He is even too lethargic to search for the light switch. The darkness serves as a constant reminder of everything he has lost. Sasuke collapses onto the bed, lost in a daze. In a fleeting moment, he feels transported back to that fateful night. The crimson moonlight, the corpses strewn across the ground, and the cold gaze of that man with his ruthless words. My foolish brother. No. He struggles to escape this recurring nightmare. Yet this time, the scene in his dream abruptly shifts. The surroundings are no longer a street littered with bodies, but rather, somewhat blurred, yet strikingly familiar furnishings. Warm yellow light pours in, and the air carries the faint aroma of tea and miso soup. He hears voices engaged in soft conversation. A gentle female voice sighs, while a steady male voice responds. Imbued with a warmth he has never experienced. Genjutsu? Is that man attempting to torment him yet again in this manner? Alarm bells ring in Sasuke and Appo's mind as he instinctively tries to gather chakra, attempting to dispel any potential illusion, only to find himself shrouded in an unsettling heaviness. No, this does not feel like genjutsu. Confused, he follows the familiar yet foreign voices, passing through a hallway that his mother frequently dusted. He suddenly finds himself rooted to the spot, his breath caught in his throat. His pupils dilate, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Chapter 12. The rigorous education of the Uchiha. By the low table in the living room, two figures were seated. One was a woman clad in a simple apron. The gentlest presence from his memories, his mother, who gazed at him quietly. Beside her sat a man, perpetually serious, yet at this moment, complex emotions flowed within the depths of his eyes. Mother? This blood-soaked appellation had only been whispered in the silence of midnight since that fateful night. Sasuke questioned his sanity, wondering if he had finally succumbed to delusions. Seeing Sasuke and Appo's guarded demeanor, she reached out a hand, yearning to touch him, but her motion froze in midair. She parted her lips, and despite a torrent of words, all that emerged was a choked whisper. Sasuke, are you well? Fugaka remained seated, though his hands clenched instinctively upon his knees. The child who once sought praise for the slightest accomplishment now resembled a young wolf. Sasuke longed to inquire why they were here, what this was all about. Was this the afterlife? Yet, the chasm of estrangement rendered him momentarily speechless, as he fixated on his parents, searching for even a hint of falseness in their expressions. In the Pure Land, everyone observed Sasuke and Appo's dream. Is this what Uchiha parental communication looks like? Tobirama offered a sharp critique, laced with mockery. Hashirama shot his brother a helpless glare, defending the trio in the dream, acknowledging their struggles after such events, and the sudden reunion must be. Kushina, watching Makoto and Appo's visage within the light, sighed empathetically, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, at that moment, an exceedingly impatient voice thundered through the dreamscape. Hurry up. What a disgrace to the Uchiha name. Boom. An overwhelming presence descended, causing Sasuke to instinctively take a step back. He lifted his gaze to behold a dark figure that had appeared before his parents. With wild, rebellious hair obscuring half his face, a single glance seemed capable of piercing the deepest secrets of the soul. Even the young Sasuke could sense that arrogance. Who are you? Sasuke demanded, his body taut with tension. He scrutinized the unfamiliar man, recognizing him as one of the Uchiha, his distinctive aura unmistakable. However, he knew many of the Leaf and Appo's clansmen, and no such figure existed in his recollection. Moreover, this attire what startled him further was the apparent timidity of his father and mother in the presence of this man. Tobirama observed Sasuke and Appo's reaction, sneering. Seems this lad is not easily intimidated by Madara. Izuna's expression darkened as he cast a reproachful gaze at Tobirama, yet could not help but puff out his chest at his brother's imposing entrance. In the dream, the enigmatic Uchiha man, Madara, completely disregarded Sasuke and Appo's inquiry. He cast a cold glance at Fugaku before directing his attention to Sasuke, as if his gaze could manifest substance. A stray dog, shackled by feeble emotions. You possess the Uchiha bloodline yet cannot wield the Sharingan with ease. His frigid words turned Sasuke's complexion a mix of pale and flushed. Clenching his fists, the flames of hatred surged uncontrollably within him, only to be met by Madara's condescending stance, arms crossed. Sasuke surmised this man might be an ancestor of the Uchiha. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for more severe reprimands, only to hear the man say, "Humph. However, since you bear the Uchiha blood, I cannot allow you to remain so inept." Madara adjusted his posture, clearing his throat, and his previously frozen expression softened. A hint? Then he seemed to open a long-sealed box of wisdom. Listen well, boy. As a worthy Uchiha, first and foremost, your gaze must be fierce. Yet within that fierceness, do not let it be fueled solely by hatred. That is too base. It should carry a hint of nonchalance, a touch of innate pride, and an air of absolute indifference, one that conveys, you are beneath me, yet I could crush you at any moment. The subtlety of this was for you to experience fully. Practice in front of a mirror. Do not walk around with a mournful countenance. Sasuke, what is this elder even saying? And your posture while walking? Slouching, lacking presence. Madara critiqued mercilessly. Stand tall. Lift your head. Open your shoulders. Your steps must be firm, light as a feather upon landing, yet exuding an aura of unparalleled superiority. Understand? It is not about flaunting. It is about instilling fear in the hearts of your enemies at first glance. Indeed, just like this as he spoke, Madara demonstrated several steps within the living room. His demeanor radiated an indescribable authority and dominance. However, Sasuke envisioned himself navigating the ninja academy in such a manner. The image was too splendid. Throwing shurikens. There is no need for flamboyant techniques. Swift, precise, and lethal. Hit the mark. Be quick. Ensure your enemies cannot predict your moves. Let me tell you, when I battled that fool Hashirama, Sasuke felt his head nearing explosion. Hashirama? That name seemed significant. Who was this person with such audacity? And the control of chakra? What uses finesse? That is a pursuit for the weak. The Uchiha demands explosive power. The ability to unleash destruction at the most unexpected moments. Remember, the key lies in also, sleep and dietary habits are crucial. Avoid those sickly sweet things. They will only corrode your resolve. Madara grew increasingly animated, encompassing everything from combat techniques to lifestyle principles, various theories, skills, and insights. Makoto attempted several times to interject, concerned about whether her son faced bullying outside, wishing to inquire about his eating habits and injuries, hoping to tell him not to let hatred cloud his vision. Yet, each time her words nearly escaped her lips, they were stifled by Madara's overwhelming aura, leaving her standing aside, both heartbroken and helpless. Fugaka maintained a serious and respectful demeanor, occasionally nodding in agreement, as if each word spoken by the ancestor contained supreme truth. Sasuke stood frozen, utterly petrified, crumbling into fragments. He felt as if his mind had been forcibly thrust into a blender, bombarded with an overwhelming amount of knowledge that sounded impressive yet felt oddly convoluted, even nonsensical. Who am I? Where am I? Moreover, who exactly was this elder? The immense information left Sasuke and Appo's head buzzing. The landscape before him began to spin violently, distort, and blur. That incessant voice faded into the distance. Sasuke jolted upright from his bed, his chest heaving, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Outside, the dawn light began to break. Inside the room, the familiar silence enveloped him. It seemed he had dreamed of his parents. Clutching his aching forehead, he recalled the vague details of the dream. Compelled, Sasuke descended from his bed and stepped into the center of the room, attempting to emulate a regal gait from his dream. After just 2 steps, he felt utterly awkward, nearly tripping over himself. Sasuke and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling like a fool. In the Pure Land, Izuna cautiously inquired, "Brother, after saying so much, do you think that little brat will remember it all?" "I know." Madara lifted his head slightly, but offered no explanation. Chapter 13. Sasuke and Appo's belief in the bustling training grounds of the Ninja Academy during free activity time. Naruto finally managed to corner someone who appeared to be less impatient, Shikamaru. He eagerly approached him, excitement evident on his face. "Hey, listen to me. I dreamed about." He whispered conspiratorially, "I dreamed about my mother again." Shikamaru lazily lifted his eyelids. "Oh, that dream again. How bothersome." Choji paused his snack, unwrapping, curiosity piqued. "Did you manage to see what she looked like this time?" Nearby classmates, initially engaged in playful antics, perked up their ears. An impish boy leaned in, asking, "Yeah, Naruto, you always say you dream about your mom. What does she look like? You have to tell us." Naruto and Appo's excitement suddenly faltered. He furrowed his brow, straining to recall the hazy figure from his dreams. She seemed to have beautiful hair." His certainty wavered with each word. Memories cloaked in mist, yet the warmth of her presence remained strikingly clear. "In any case, she smiled at me, very gently. Seems like you still can't describe her." The teasing boy scoffed. "I bet you're just making it up." "Yeah. Who dreams the same dream every day and can't remember a thing?" Mockery and laughter erupted, encircling Naruto. "I'm not making it up." His face flushed in frustration as he protested loudly, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. The more he tried to grasp the details of the dream, the more they slipped away. Irika, maintaining order from a distance, observed with a sigh. He noted that Naruto had indeed changed recently. He was more focused during training, showing visible improvement in physical techniques and chakra control, even playing pranks less frequently. Yet, his repeated mention of dreaming about his mother left Irika feeling helpless. He sensed Naruto was not lying. The longing and disappointment were genuine, but perhaps this so-called dream was merely a reflection of the boy and Appo's inner solitude. He refrained from addressing it directly, hoping that with growth, all things would fade. At that moment, Sasuke happened to pass by the edge of the training ground, his usual cold demeanor intact. As he walked past Naruto, he paused slightly, catching the tail end of Naruto's rebuttal. Casting a sidelong glance, he softly stated, "I believe you." It sounded almost like a self-mutter, but reached the ears of those nearby with clarity. The raucous laughter among the children abruptly ceased. They exchanged bewildered glances, expressions filled with shock. Did Sasuke just speak? What did he say? Something like, "I believe." Believe what? Believe Naruto and Appo's dream? Whispers replaced the earlier jeers, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Naruto stood frozen, gazing at Sasuke's departing figure. The boy who always looked down upon him, believing in him? A peculiar sensation surged within him, momentarily washing away his earlier indignation. Shikamaru yawned, observing Sasuke's retreating back and then glancing at the stunned Naruto, muttering, "This is just getting more troublesome." Meanwhile, at the Pure Land viewing square, heated discussions surrounding the efficient training of Naruto and Sasuke had reached a fever pitch. "It's still too slow," Madara insisted, expressing dissatisfaction at the lack of change in Sasuke after being reprimanded in a dream. "This level of stimulation is utterly insufficient. We must intensify our efforts. The Uchiha do not require weak compassion, only absolute power." Tobirama, unusually silent, scrutinized the light screen and remarked gravely, "They are still young, their dream memories are vague, and the influence of their subconscious is far too inefficient." "But Tobirama, how old is Naruto?" Kushina interjected, unable to contain herself, though she respected the second Hokage. She would not yield when it came to her son. Foolish maternal instincts. Madara scoffed derisively. "Emotions will only become a weakness for ninjas, especially for the Uchiha." Mikoto hesitated, glancing at her husband Fugaku, as if seeking his support. "This is the fate of the Uchiha," Izuna interjected coldly. "Overprotection will only hinder their ability to confront the harshness of the future. Though my brother's methods are direct, they aim to make them strong enough to protect themselves and revive the clan." "Revive the clan?" Hashirama sighed at this, a bitter smile crossing his face. "Izuna. At this moment, the future of the entire ninja world is what matters most." He turned to Madara. "While power is indeed important, we cannot resort to any means to achieve it. Remember why we established Konoha in the first place." "Shut up." Madara shot him a glare. "Peace. That is built upon absolute strength. Without power, everything is mere empty talk. Your ideals have long been proven ineffective." At that moment, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, who had been quietly standing in the corner, finally spoke up softly. "Perhaps it is more crucial for the children to understand what they are fighting for than merely teaching them how to fight. I have pursued rules and honor all my life, yet ultimately, He suddenly looked at Izuna. May I visit Kakashi? His question drew the attention of all present to the somewhat forlorn figure. Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hataki. Senpai? Shursui spoke uncertainly, his tone laced with respect. Tsukumo nodded, accepting the title, yet his gaze remained hopeful as he looked at Izuna. Konoha White Fang? Madara raised an eyebrow. Recalling that he lived through the Third Shinobi War. I have a vague memory. How did he die? In battle? No. Shursui recalled. I remember it was during a mission when he abandoned the task to save his comrades, and upon returning. Fugaka interjected, upon returning. He faced criticism from the villagers, even from those he saved. Ultimately, he chose to end his own life. What? At this revelation, even Hashirama and Tobirama displayed expressions of disbelief. To save his comrades, he abandoned the mission, yet he took his own life due to slander? Hashirama's brow furrowed deeply, confusion etched on his face. Did the village not vindicate him? What about the third Hokage? He should have been in office at that time. Foolish. Madara scoffed, his disdain unmasked. Madara, that is not how it should be said. Hashirama retorted immediately. Lord Tsukumo chose to abandon the mission for the sake of protecting his comrades. He was following his heart. The wrongdoers are those who spread rumors. It is the village that failed to protect its hero. Yet, he cast a troubled glance at Fugaku. How has Konoha changed so much? Chapter 14, Kakashi and Appos. Dream clearing his throat, Jiang Yuan steered the conversation back on track. You wish to meet Kakashi, Don and Appos, to you, Shuamao-senpai? He glanced at Shuamao, analyzing. As a jonin, Kakashi's dreams should be more stable and his memories clearer compared to Naruto and Sasuke. If we succeed, the information could be significantly more reliable. He turned toward the depths of the Pure Land and called out, Six-Paths Sage, could you lend us your technical support? His words sparked a glimmer of hope among those present, especially for Naruto and Sasuke, who had been troubled by the vagueness of their dream memories. If it were Kakashi, perhaps he could convey more effective information, even becoming a reliable ally in the material world. Let's observe the situation first, Jiang Yuan decided. Allowing Shuamao to meet Kakashi and then reassess how to proceed. A flicker of hope ignited in Shuamao's eyes as he bowed solemnly to Jiang Yuan. I entrust this to you. Meanwhile, in the material world, in the village of Konoha, the setting sun bathed Hokage rock in golden hues. Yet this warmth seemed to fail to penetrate Kakashi's heart. He had just concluded a 3-day surveillance mission, targeting a merchant suspected of infiltrating Konoha to gather intelligence. For 3 days, he had trailed his target like a shadow, meticulously documenting every individual encountered, every word spoken. Even noting the extra serving of char siu ordered at a noodle shop. The monotonous task had left him yawning. Upon returning to the Umbu base, he expressionlessly submitted a thick stack of reports, each page meticulously written with no trace of personal sentiment. You've worked hard, senpai. A young Umbu member remarked respectfully as he accepted the reports. Kakashi replied coolly before turning to leave. Passing by the training grounds, he observed several young ninjas sweating as they engaged in spirited sparring. Their eyes sparkled with a thirst for power and dreams of the future, reminiscent of his younger self. And Obito. Kakashi paused momentarily but quickly resumed his stride, habitually retrieving the familiar orange-covered book, Aika Paradise, flipping through its pages as he walked. Back at the desolate Hataki residence, he had a simple dinner, washed up, and then indulged in his nightly reading routine. It was not until the late hours, when fatigue overwhelmed him, that he set the book aside and collapsed onto his bed. Instantly, he fell into a deep slumber. However, tonight's dream starkly contrasted with his usual experiences. There were no blurred colors or chaotic logic. The scene before him was remarkably clear. He found himself standing in an expanse of gentle white light, where not far ahead stood a figure that made his heart skip a beat. White hair, a slightly weathered face, and the familiar jonin vest. That was his father. Kakashi nearly blurted it out, but in the next instant, a wave of intense vigilance washed over him. He took a half-step back, instinctively reaching for his ninja tool pouch with his left hand while tightening his right hand into a fist, his muscles tensed, slipping into a combat stance. His left eye yearned to activate the Sharingan but found his chakra inaccessible. Genjutsu. This was his immediate conclusion. Who could cast such a lifelike illusion? Simulating his father's appearance? What was their purpose? Testing him? Or perhaps a sinister scheme? Extracting intelligence? He rapidly mentally reviewed a list of potential enemies. Such a level of genjutsu could not be executed by an ordinary foe. Was it an outside enemy? Or perhaps some unsavory presence within the village? He fixed his gaze intently on Shuamao, searching for any hint of a flaw. Yet, he found nothing, and this sense of authenticity did not resemble any type of genjutsu he was familiar with. Shuamao looked at his son, noting the tension in his demeanor, a hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. He opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. In the eerie silence, father and son exchanged intense gazes. Kakashi. Ultimately, it was Shuamao who broke the silence, his voice carrying a dreamlike quality. It is I. Kakashi did not lower his guard, coldly retorting. Who are you? What is your purpose? Dispense with the genjutsu, or clarify your intentions. His mind raced, analyzing the possible motives of the figure before him, while desperately attempting to sense the presence of the caster, but he found nothing. This is not a genjutsu, Kakashi. Shuamao shook his head, attempting to step closer, but halted by Kakashi's wary gaze. He paused, his face etched with profound remorse. I know this is hard to believe, but I am indeed your father, Hataki Shuamao. I am here to meet you in a special way. Seeing Kakashi and Appo's continued skepticism, Shuamao sighed and endeavored to recall details only they shared. You loved climbing the old tree in the yard as a child. And you have a small scar on the back of your neck. You once deceived me, claiming it was from a fight with a wildcat. Kakashi and Appo's pupils constricted. That was many years ago, during his father's lifetime. Could a genjutsu truly access such deep-seated memories? Or was it? I know my choices back then caused you much suffering. I am sorry, Kakashi. Daytime became a torment for Kakashi. The vividness of the dream lingered in his mind like an indelible mark, refusing to fade. His father's heavy apology echoed incessantly in his thoughts. On the streets of Konoha, the sun shone brightly as villagers exchanged greetings, and children laughed and played, everything appearing so tranquil. He dutifully carried out his tasks, maintaining vigilance around the Hokage building, standing in the shadows atop the structure, attuned to the slightest sound. Only the eyes hidden behind his mask occasionally revealed a flicker of distraction. Was it his yearning for his father? Or was there truly something extraordinary afoot? He even briefly questioned whether the pressures and complexities of his past had begun to take a toll on his mental state. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a few leaves before him. He reached out to catch them, studying their patterns as his thoughts drifted. Many years ago, on the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, that perpetually late straggler, the gentle and kind girl, Senpai? A youthful voice jolted him from his reverie. Kakashi turned slightly, returning to the present. It's time for the shift change, the young Umbu stated respectfully. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, disappearing in a flash. Late that night, he returned to the empty Hataki residence. Harboring an anticipation he was reluctant to acknowledge, lying back down. He was uncertain whether he hoped to re-enter that dream for answers or feared that the reality of it would utterly upend his understanding. Almost the moment he closed his eyes, the expanse radiating gentle white light reappeared. His father, Hataki Shuamao, stood there once again. Chapter 15, Kakashi and Appo's Dream 2. Upon the appearance of Kakashi, Shuamao seemed to exhale in relief, albeit with a hint of anxiety. This time, there was an additional presence beside him, a stranger who appeared quite youthful, donned in peculiar attire, and bore a mischievous smile. Kakashi and Appo's heart raced. Though he did not instantly assume a combat stance as he had the previous night, he had come to realize that he was ensnared within a dream. With this mental preparation, he leaned towards observation and information gathering. He was certain he had never encountered this individual before. Kakashi, the stranger greeted with a smile. Did you sleep well last night? Your expression suggests you are still pondering matters. Kakashi furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He glanced at Shuamao, who merely cast a resigned look in his direction, seemingly acquiescing to the stranger and Appo's presence and banner. Don and Appo's to be so tense. The young man gestured with his hands in a placating manner. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yuan, and you could say I am an enthusiastic bystander. To put it plainly, the reason you can see your father and Appo's spirit here, while maintaining such clarity of mind, is due to my power, which has connected the profound bond between you two and temporarily stabilized this mental space. Therefore, what you see and hear is neither an illusion nor a figment of a deranged mind. Soul. Kakashi found it hard to believe. Yet the familiar presence of his father compelled him to accept a fraction of the truth. Shuamao observed the astonishment in his son and Appo's eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Kakashi, I know this is difficult to accept, but it is the truth. Now, the bond between father and son can wait. We have time, Zhang Yuan interjected. Kakashi, it is imperative that your father sees you, to unravel some mental knots, but more importantly, his expression shifted to a more serious demeanor concerning your teammate, Uchiha Obito. Obito. This name struck him with greater shock than hearing his father's voice the night prior. He fixed Zhang Yuan with an intense gaze. He has already sacrificed himself. What do you mean? Sacrifice? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Who told you he sacrificed himself? Did you retrieve his body? Kakashi's pupils dilated. What do you mean? I witnessed him being crushed by a boulder. He entrusted his Sharingan to me. With such injuries, how could he possibly still be alive? That memory was a perpetual agony in his heart. He would not allow anyone to tarnish Obito and Appo's sacrifice. So I say. You ninjas can sometimes be quite stubborn. Zhang Yuan shook his head, his tone laden with meaning. Indeed, the boulder did crush him, but he did not die immediately. Someone saved him at the brink of death and healed him. Impossible. Kakashi exclaimed. At that time, it was only us and the enemy. Who could possibly save him? At that moment, Shuamao spoke up. What he says is true, Kakashi. Kakashi turned sharply towards his father, disbelief evident in his eyes. Shuamao averted his gaze, unable to bear the expression on his son's face, and continued, that person is Uchiha Madara. You should recognize that name. He is also in the Pure Land now. What? The revelation shattered Kakashi's lingering hope. What on earth is happening? This news struck him with a force far greater than encountering his father's spirit the night before. But why? Why has he returned to the village? Zhang Yuan inquired. He survived. Yet why has he not returned to Konoha for all these years? Why hasn't he sought you out? Kakashi lifted his gaze, pondering, indeed. Why? If Obito were alive, why would he not come back? Consider this, Jiang Yuan and Appo's words were like the whisper of a devil, also in Uchiha. Isn't there another who is alive, yet forever unable to return to the village? Kakashi trembled, suddenly realizing to whom the other was referring, Uchiha Itachi. The man who had slaughtered his entire clan, wandering in darkness as a rogue ninja. Itachi cannot return to the village because he committed unforgivable crimes, Kakashi asserted. Distinguishing the two cases. Precisely, Jiang Yuan nodded. Itachi cannot return because he chose that path, stained with the blood of his kin. But what of Obito? He sacrificed himself as a hero to save you and Rin. If he is alive, what prevents him from returning? What compelled him to vanish for so many years? Could it be mere disorientation? What do you think? Kakashi furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is implausible. The only explanation is, he chose not to return. But why? Why would a man who was meant to be a hero choose to hide? The emphasis on Itachi seemed to suggest something more. Could it be that Obito was alive and, like Itachi, stood against the village? Had he become an enemy? This conjecture sent a chill through Kakashi. He staggered back a step, clutching his forehead. Why should I believe you? What evidence do you have? He witnessed you kill Rin, Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, and also. The Night of the Nine Tails was orchestrated by Obito. What? Kakashi felt his worldview crumbling piece by piece. That bright and cheerful Obito. The one who aspired to become Hokage, how could it be? Kakashi Shoumao watched his son with concern. As he was oblivious to these matters and uncertain of what words could comfort him. Enough for today, you should sort through this on your own. Jiang Yuan observed Kakashi and Appo's nearly shattered spirit, realizing he could not provoke him further, and wisely chose to withdraw. Remember, this is not merely a dream. As his words faded, the white light began to dissipate, and Shoumao, along with Jiang Yuan and Appo's figure, grew indistinct until they vanished completely. Obito. Kakashi jolted upright in bed, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. This time, every detail of the dream, every word from Jiang Yuan, and his father's painful yet unwavering confirmation resonated as if it had just transpired. Obito. Rin, the Night of the Nine Tails. These phrases echoed frantically in his mind, intertwining with the image of Obito entrusting his Sharingan to him, both absurd and terrifying. He pressed a hand to his violently throbbing left eye, which had never felt so heavy, even bearing a hint of searing pain. If Obito were alive, then this eye would never allow him to sleep again. He leaped from the bed and rushed to the mirror, staring at his pale visage and that crimson Sharingan. He sat in silence until dawn, as the morning light outside pierced his eyes. On this day, Kakashi's state was unprecedentedly dire. He felt as though he had been torn into two beings, one clinging to the established truths of the past, while the other was shaken by this unfathomable reality. He forced himself to muster the strength to report to the Hokage's office, striving to maintain an air of normalcy. Yet, the shock and lingering gloom buried deep within his eyes could not escape the perceptive gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, the third Hokage, set down his brush, inquired. You appear unwell. Have you been too fatigued lately? Kakashi hesitated, contemplating whether to confide in the Hokage. This thought flickered through his mind but was quickly dismissed. How could he articulate this? To say that he had experienced 2 consecutive nights of vivid dreams featuring his deceased father and a mysterious figure who claimed that his fallen comrade Obito was alive, saved by Uchiha Madara, and had since become an enemy? Even if the Hokage trusted him enough to listen, the source of this information was indefensible. More importantly, if this were true, the implications at play were likely far beyond his imagination. Moreover, after enduring numerous events, including the enigmatic Uchiha clan massacre, Kakashi harbored a modicum of reservation towards the village and Appo's higher echelons. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet ultimately, he opted for silence. He slightly bowed his head, evading the third Hokage's penetrating gaze, which seemed capable of discerning all truths. It is nothing, Lord Hokage, perhaps. I have merely been troubled by a series of nightmares lately. I shall adjust promptly. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him with a profound gaze. He held trust in Kakashi. Since he was reluctant to elaborate, the Hokage refrained from pressing further. This child always concealed far too much within his heart. Very well, Sarutobi waved his hand. In that case, I shall grant you a day off. Take some time to rest. Understood. Kakashi did not hesitate. He must embark on a quest for answers. If it is indeed Obito, then my years of neglecting my training. Chapter 16. Ripples of Pure Land within the realm of Pure Land. In the corner belonging to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara gazed expressionlessly at Fugaku before him, while Izuna stood behind his elder brother, scrutinizing the last clan leader who had brought shame upon the Uchiha name. What a disgrace. Possessing the Manjiki Sharingan yet choosing to surrender. Entrusting the fate of the entire clan to outsiders, this is the utmost humiliation for the Uchiha. Fugaku knelt down, Madara-sama, the circumstances at that time. Enough. Madara interrupted him sharply. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Fugaku exchanged a glance with Mikoto, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other and Appo's eyes. The elder clan leader and Appo's words held weight, regardless of their content. Meanwhile, Hashirama, Tobirama, Kushina, and Tsukumo gathered together, discussing the previous dream-walking endeavor. The results seem less than ideal. Hashirama remarked. Kakashi is fine, being an elite jonin with formidable mental strength. Yet Naruto and Sasuke, upon waking, still struggle to recall the contents of their dreams. A smile graced Kushina and Appo's face. Seeing Naruto brings me immense satisfaction. Knowing he no longer feels as lonely as before is enough for me. For her, each encounter in dreams. Witnessing Naruto's vibrant spirit served as a great solace. Moreover, there was that old friend with the surname Kentucky. Hello, Kurama. Long time no see. Are you still comfortable residing in my son and Appo's belly? Kushina greeted, hands on her hips. The Ninetales opened one enormous eye, glancing at her with palpable annoyance. You and Appo's, so loud. Oh, if it weren't and Appo's, tea for what happened back then. Kushina began to chastise, but recalling the current situation, she swallowed her words, altering her tone. Naruto is a good boy. You must not bully him. Do you hear? Kurama closed his eyes, uninterested in her words. Hashirama appeared troubled, at present. It seemed that only Kakashi truly understood the situation. Tsukumo's expression grew complex upon hearing the high expectations placed upon his son. Madara and Izuna approached with a few others, and Fugaku appeared to have been reprimanded severely. Uchiha Shisui observed the scene before him, and, almost instinctively, spoke up. If we could contact Itachi. Before he could finish, the air around them seemed to freeze instantaneously. All eyes, intentionally or not, turned towards him. Tobirama and Appo's gaze became dangerous, scrutinizing Shisui. Madara merely cast a fleeting glance at Shisui, who immediately realized he had misspoken and hastily silenced himself, cold sweat forming on his back. Madara said nothing. In his mind, the world was filled with fools, even Obito, whom he had painstakingly cultivated. If they were to truly combat formidable foes in the future, it would ultimately depend on him. However, the vessel for the Rinnegan was still too weak to unleash its true power. There were no means to forcefully awaken him to utilize the Rinnegan and Appo's innate ability for resurrection. I say, a voice laced with inquiry shattered the silence. Everyone turned to the source. It was Jiang Yuan. I just observed White Fang teaching Kakashi in the dream, and previously, he taught Naruto and Sasuke as well. Jiang Yuan waved his hand into the void, and the Sage of Six Paths promptly materialized. He inquired, I have a question. Logically speaking, given our current state, or rather, in this place, we cannot utilize ninjutsu, correct? The Sage of Six Paths looked at the increasingly restless souls before him, particularly at the instigator, and replied, This is not the material world. You are able to maintain your forms and consciousness here, which is already remarkable. As powerful as I am, I cannot find suitable words to describe this. As for using ninjutsu, it requires a combination of physical and spiritual energy, known as chakra, which cannot be harnessed here. No. I am not suggesting using it here. Jiang Yuan quickly waved his hands. I saw you demonstrating and teaching ninjutsu in dreams. For instance, Mr. Tsukumo just demonstrated sword techniques to Kakashi, even showcasing the effects of lightning chakra blade. It seems such feats can be accomplished in dreams. The dreamscape is the domain of the living and Appo's spiritual consciousness, connected to the material world. Though ethereal, it follows the cognitive logic of the living. The Sage of Six Paths elucidated. In dreams, a powerful mental force can simulate the properties of chakra. It is a projection of real-world experiences, not a true manifestation of ninjutsu. Ah, I see. A projection of mental power? Jiang Yuan pondered, nodding thoughtfully. So, the sensation of gathering chakra. The process of performing ninjutsu, these experiences can be simulated and recalled by us as spiritual beings, correct? We could even theorize and practice at a mental level? Theoretically, yes. The Sage of Six Paths regarded Jiang Yuan with a hint of apprehension, sensing that this otherworldly visitor might be formulating an unusual idea. However, for souls that had already departed, such notions held little significance. You have lost your physical forms. You possess only experience and insight, yet cannot. Then this becomes intriguing, Jiang Yuan interjected, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. Let me show you something I have been working on. Then, amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers, he closed his eyes, extending his hands with palms facing upward before him. What is he doing? Everyone wondered, intrigued. Jiang Yuan immersed himself in his endeavor, reflecting on the various images and sensations of chakra gathering he had observed moments earlier in his dream. Clearing his mind, he envisioned his vast spiritual energy as flowing energy, using pure spiritual force to simulate the process of chakra gathering and flow. He recalled the existence of sage mode, recognizing that unlike his own numbers, the key to sage art lay in absorbing and utilizing natural energy. Thus, in this peculiar realm of Pure Land, did something akin to natural energy exist? Or could his spiritual power itself be directly applicable? He concentrated, carefully dispersing his soul outward, as if extending countless invisible tendrils. He endeavored to capture that sensation of harmonious resonance with nature. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. To the others, Jiang Yuan merely stood there, seemingly engaged in some strange meditation. No changes occurred around him. There were no lights, no shadows, no sounds, and no detectable fluctuations of energy. Hashirama was about to inquire what he was doing and whether he required assistance, when suddenly, the Sage of Six Paths widened his eyes. Astonishment evident within his powerful gaze that contained the essence of the Rinnegan, for in his perception at that very moment, an extremely faint yet undeniably real, akin to natural energy, wave emanated from some unknown depth, subtly brushing against the edges of the Pure Land. Although this wave was exceedingly weak and ephemeral, it had indeed transpired. How is this possible? The Pure Land is the resting place of souls. Here exists only pure spiritual energy. How could there be a reaction of natural energy? The Sage of Six Paths was engulfed in a tumult of disbelief, sensing that something beyond his control was quietly unfolding. Chapter 17. Nichija and Mido, not only the Sage of Six Paths but also Zhang Yuan, whose spiritual energy permeated the Pure Land, sensed it. Was this a fluctuation of natural energy? A thought occurred to him. Chakra is the amalgamation of physical and spiritual energy, yet without a physical form, he could hardly speak of it. However, natural energy is far more primordial, closer to the essence of the world. If the power of the soul is sufficiently potent, could it directly commune with this more fundamental force? Sage arts, Zhang Yuan exclaimed, casting his gaze towards Hashirama Senju. When it comes to mastering sage arts, instinctively, one would think of this first Hokage. Yet, before Hashirama could respond, the Sage of Six Paths slowly remarked, I too once sought the teachings of the toads of Mount Myaboku. Zhang Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. That's splendid. I seem to have found a glimmer of insight. Could you assist me, elder? After all, Hashirama, aside from his remarkable prowess, seemed rather lacking in the realm of instruction. The Sage of Six Paths regarded Zhang Yuan, then surveyed the myriad souls in the Pure Land, who should have remained dormant, and felt an indescribable sensation within. His original intention was merely to maintain the tranquility of the Pure Land, awaiting the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura to resolve the ultimate dilemma. Yet, the emergence of this interdimensional visitor had thoroughly disrupted everything. The rules of the Pure Land appeared to be wavering due to his presence. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. For now, it seemed that following this path was the only option. Perhaps, this too was a variable. A flicker of hope? Very well, the Sage of Six Paths finally nodded. Follow me. With that, the two vanished from their location. Days later, the once formidable figures now appeared somewhat aimless. Madara attempted to concentrate, striving to sense the once familiar flow of chakra, yet was met only with emptiness. A silence belonging to the soul. He snorted in disdain, abandoning this futile endeavor. The live broadcast of the Pure Land had shifted to the bustling streets of Konoha. The sun shone brightly, and pedestrians thronged about, brimming with the essence of life. Yet, this vibrant scene only served to heighten the restlessness of the souls in the Pure Land. Ah, how dreadfully dull. Hashirama sat cross-legged, gazing listlessly at the food stalls on the screen, unable to partake or even move. In my day, when I wandered Konoha, brother, Tobirama interjected coldly, crossing his arms to interrupt his nostalgic reverie. You only ever gambled. But now, we can do nothing, Hashirama replied with an open-handed gesture. If only we could be revived. Kushina rested her chin on her hand. They were all legendary shinobi, and yet in their current state, it was far more bearable to slumber than to observe the passage of time through the live broadcasts of Konoha. Just as they were lamenting, Hashirama suddenly noticed Zhang Yuan, who seemed to be engaged in some task. Zhang Yuan extended his hands, and translucent tendrils, composed solely of pure spiritual energy, unfurled from his fingertips, dancing in the air. Lord Zhang Yuan, what are you up to? Hashirama inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yuan paused his movements and turned to respond. Oh, I'm searching for someone, Hinata Nichija. Hinata Nichiju? The name caused a simultaneous shift in expression among Fugaku, Mikoto, and Shursui. I remember him, Shursui stated gravely. After the Nine Tails incident, the Cloud Village sent operatives to Konoha to abduct the Hinata heiress, only to be thwarted and killed instantly by Lord Izashi. The Cloud Village then retaliated, demanding the perpetrators surrender. To quell the situation and protect the secret of the Byakugan, the Hinata clan resolved to allow the equally Byakugan-endowed Nichiju to take Lord Hizashi and Appos as place in death. Hashirama and the others were taken aback. Such a thing happened. Indeed. The Hinata clan differs significantly from the Uchiha, Fugaku remarked, observing the screen. Their clan rules are stringent, and they maintain a considerable degree of autonomy within Konoha. The village and Appos, as higher-ups rarely interfere in their internal affairs. That is true of the Hinata clan. Tobirama nodded in agreement. The Byakugan is a powerful bloodline limit, and thus they place great emphasis on internal stability and the protection of their secrets. Caged birds are a means by which the main family safeguards the Byakugan. Caged birds? Hashirama furrowed his brow. I believe that is a type of curse seal. Indeed, first Hokage, Shursui explained. Once branded with caged birds, the Byakugan abilities of branch family members are restricted by the main family, and upon death, their Byakugan abilities are utterly destroyed. Hearing their discussion, Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. His search for Nichiju stemmed from thoughts of a tragic prodigy, Niji Hyuga. Despite possessing unparalleled talent and diligence, he was shackled by the curse seal due to his branch family status, ultimately meeting an untimely and inexplicable demise. Now that he had the means to intervene, perhaps he could attempt to effect change? After all, with nothing else to do, he could investigate whether there was a possibility of breaking this cursed seal. Jiang Yuan gazed into the void. Old sage, lend me a hand. The figure of the sage of six paths materialized once more. What is it? Please assist in locating the soul of Nichija, Jiang Yuan requested. After all, Nichija was not particularly powerful, and he had not detected him during his previous sweep. Soon, a bewildered soul was drawn forth by the sage from countless fragments. Jiang Yuan then adeptly replenished the soul's energy. Before long, Nichiju appeared before them. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a group of legendary figures he had only heard of in tales. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, Uchiha Madara, alongside some familiar and unfamiliar faces. Leaving him utterly dazed, his mind a blank slate. Where is this? Am I not already dead? Jiang Yuan briefly explained that this was the Pure Land and that he had awakened him. He then gestured towards the live broadcast screen. We can now observe the present world, including Konoha, your clan, and your son, Niji. The Pure Land. Souls. Observing the present. Niji? Nichija murmured, repeating these terms, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, struggling to process it all. He felt the immense pressure emanating from the surrounding souls, and within the chaos of his thoughts, he finally grasped a sense of reality. This was not an illusion. He abruptly turned his gaze to Jiang Yuan. Niji, is he well? He should be fine now. He is a very talented child, Jiang Yuan nodded. Like you. He too bears the caged bird seal. At the mention of the caged bird, Nichiju and Appo's expression dimmed. He fell silent for a moment, digesting all that had transpired, ultimately accepting the situation with a hint of bitterness. So that is it. I never expected that even in death, I would encounter such a circumstance. He looked towards Jiang Yuan and slightly bowed. Then, esteemed one, why have you awakened me? Jiang Yuan directly inquired. Do you know how to lift the cursed seal of the Hinata clan? Nichija offered a wry smile and shook his head. The caged bird is an absolute constraint set by the main family to control the branch family, once branded. There is no way to, and the branch family can never escape its fate. Such a nefarious tactic, Jiang Yuan remarked, glancing at the sage of six paths old sage. You are well versed. Have you encountered this before? Is there a remedy? The sage of six paths gently shook his head. The Hinata clan, descendants of the Wai-Hai, have not piqued my interest. Very well, Jiang Yuan was about to concede defeat when an idea struck him. Ah, speaking of sealing techniques, how could I have forgotten her? He turned once more to the sage of six paths. Old sage, please assist me once more and find Mito Uzumaki. Mito. The first to react was Hashirama, who slapped his forehead in frustration. His face lit up with a mix of excitement and embarrassment. Of course, Mito. I became so engrossed in my quarrel with Ban and the affairs of the village that I completely forgot about Mito. The crowd. Soon, a gentle radiance dissipated, revealing the figure of a woman with a distinct purple diamond mark on her forehead. Clad in resplendent attire, her fiery red hair cascaded like flames. Her complexion was fair, and her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. She appeared to be in the prime of her youth, exuding an unparalleled charm. Embodying the pinnacle of Uzumaki Mito during her most illustrious years, Jiang Yuan observed keenly, understanding that the more soul energy he invested, the closer the summoned spirit would resemble its peak state in life, both in strength and appearance. Meanwhile, Hashirama was utterly mesmerized. He stared in astonishment at the youthful and stunning visage of his wife, as if time had reversed, transporting him back to their first encounter, leaving him momentarily speechless. Upon her emergence, Uzumaki Mito initially surveyed her surroundings in a daze, but soon her gaze fell upon Hashirama's bewildered expression, as well as Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, and Kushina among others. Hashirama? Tobarama? And Madara? Where is this place? Uzumaki Mito found it hard to believe. Mito. Hashirama finally regained his composure, striding forward with excitement, his face aglow with the immense joy of reunion. It is truly you. Mito, looking at her husband, though reunited in such a peculiar setting, felt a profound sense of nostalgia in her eyes. She grasped Hashirama's outstretched hand, then shifted her gaze to Jiang Yuan. Observing the peculiar surroundings and the extraordinary luminescent display, gradually coming to a realization. Chapter 18. The fiery red demon suddenly, Kushina, who had been intently watching the light screen, exclaimed, Ah, look, Naruto is bothering that pink-haired girl again. Jiang Yuan glanced over and couldn't help but chuckle. Kushina, you seem to have misjudged the target. If history unfolds as it should, Naruto's future wife will not be her. Kushina paused, already accustomed to Jiang Yuan's prophetic insights. Upon hearing his words, her eyes widened in astonishment. Eh? Then who is it? Jiang Yuan raised his hand to point towards another part of the screen, where a shy girl with white eyes was quietly observing Naruto and Appo's back, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Behold, it is Hinata, the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. Hinata? Kushina's gaze instantly fixated on her, scrutinizing her from top to bottom, from her hair to her shoes. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands in realization, her face blooming with an exuberant smile. Oh, yes. Just look at the tenderness in her gaze towards Naruto. How gentle. How focused. This girl is wonderful. She had fully embraced the role of a future mother-in-law, growing increasingly satisfied with Hinata's bashful demeanor. However, her expression soon turned serious. But, the Hyuga clan? Don't they have many strict rules, especially regarding the main and branch families? Indeed, Jiang Yuan nodded, tilting his chin towards the distant figure of Hyuga Hisashi, preparing to divulge some of his son's remarkable achievements. Hyuga Niji's school life was far from satisfactory. The presence of the main family's esteemed daughter, Hinata, who had also been enrolled for over a year, served as a constant reminder of his own fate as a branch member, an unbreakable cage that he could not escape. His excellence and effort seemed pale and laughable in comparison to the insurmountable identity he bore. Even with his extraordinary talents, hailed as a genius of the Hyuga clan. And despite the sweat he poured in, the mere sight of the timid and awkward heir of the main family, who could scarcely meet anyone's gaze, filled him with resentment and anger, choking him almost to the point of suffocation. That day unfolded as usual. After a rigorous training session, Niji returned to the branch family and Appo's residence, feeling the oppressive weight of his identity pressing down on him like a parasite. Following a brief wash, he sank into a deep sleep, seeking a moment of peace within his dreams. Then, he found himself in a fragmented, yet strikingly vivid dream. In an ethereal space, surrounded by numerous figures, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his father's silhouette, an outline that felt somewhat unfamiliar after all these years. The core node of the curse seal lies here, intricately connected to the flow of chakra. The structure of the technique can indeed be simulated at a mental level. Utilizing this unique environment. Look, just like this. Simulate the triggering state. In the void, the formless energy surged, delineating complex and haunting incantations. That Hyuga Hisashi, right? Your understanding of this curse seal is profound. Niji saw his father and Appo's ethereal form suddenly tremble violently, a mask of excruciating pain etched upon his features. As if enduring unimaginable torment, Niji felt his own heart bleed in sympathy. Is this the fate of the branch family? Even in death, even in dreams, they cannot escape the shackles of their predetermined destinies. Intriguing, let us commence the formal experiment. All eyes turned sharply towards Niji, their gazes piercing and intense, mingled with a raw, seething energy akin to molten lava. No. In a paroxysm of terror, Niji jolted awake, springing from his bed. He gasped for breath, his heart racing, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. The dawn light barely broke through the window, yet the hellish images from his dream, the apocalyptic visage of the fiery red demon, and the soul-searing warning echoed more clearly and terrifyingly than any reality. Clutching his wildly heaving chest, his eyes filled with an unprecedented dread. In the Pure Land, figures like Vortex Water and Senju Tobarama gathered, eagerly sketching complex patterns, occasionally murmuring in admiration or critique. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hisashi gazed vacantly into the infinite void, lost and helpless. It had been years since the last time the bird in the cage had stirred within him, and he was uncertain whether the simulation was accurate. A glance towards the light screen revealed Kushina, prompting him to murmur, "My poor Niji." In the early hours of reality, at the training grounds of the Hyuga clan, the sun shone brightly. Yet Niji felt as if he had just crawled out of an ice cellar, his entire body chilled, his head pounding, his mind hazy. The nightmare from the previous night had been so real that even the sight of red now felt blinding. And the slightest raised female voice sent shocks of fear through him. He forced himself to concentrate, preparing to engage in today and Appo's training. The title of genius could not falter. He must fight against the fate of the branch family with his sweat. Coincidentally, Hinata was nearby, repeatedly practicing the basic moves of the gentle fist technique. Her motions were somewhat clumsy, yet her gaze was earnest. Niji instinctively spared her a glance, as he always did, viewing her as a backdrop to motivate his own strength. However, the moment his eyes met that delicate figure, boom, a volcanic eruption exploded in his mind. The overwhelming crimson from his dream, reminiscent of a hellish demon, instantaneously fused with the image of this seemingly harmless heiress. The warning that had nearly torn apart his soul, imbued with apocalyptic malevolence, swept over his consciousness once more. Dare bully her. I'll beat you so badly, your father, 1T, recognize you. Niji let out a piercing scream, his face instantly turning as pale as a ghost, devoid of color. His legs buckled, crashing to the ground. It was as if he had encountered something 1,000 times more terrifying than death itself, cradling his head in his hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. On the other side, Hinata was startled by Niji and Appo's sudden, ghastly reaction. She paused, rushing over, her small face etched with confusion. And Niji and what is wrong with you? Niji felt the spectral presence of the red-haired demon hovering behind Hinata, its fiery eyes locked onto him, a cruel smile curling at its lips. Don't come any closer. Niji shouted with all his might, his voice cracking. He scrambled backward, desperately trying to distance himself from this seemingly fragile heiress. Today's gentle fist training was utterly impossible. Chapter 19. The third year, Naruto vs. Sasuke. Time flies. In Naruto and Sasuke's school life is already halfway through. The nightly training sessions orchestrated by the people of the Pure Land have yielded remarkable results. Although subconscious suggestions keep them tight-lipped, the leap in their abilities has not gone unnoticed, making their confrontation a focal point of attention. Before the luminous screen of the Pure Land, the atmosphere is even more electrifying than that of the school training grounds. Look, Naruto and Amp, Appos, as faint. Magnificent. Obito, did you see that? Ha ha ha, are you ready to chant and Amp, Appos, I am not as good as Hashirama and Amp, Appos, 10 times? Hashirama exclaimed animatedly, as if he were the one about to take the stage. Humph. Obito crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. It and Amp, Appos, s merely brute strength, a tad more chakra, that and Amp, Appos, s all. Hashirama, Don and Amp, Appos, T celebrate too soon. In the center of the ninja school training ground, the orange figure shot forth like a cannonball. Sasuke sidestepped just in time, deftly slashing with his kunai in a swift arc. Clang. Sparks flew. Naruto countered with his kunai, leveraging the force to leap back. Hey Sasuke, is dodging all you can do? Naruto shouted provocatively. Perhaps it and Amp, Appos, s simply that you cannot land a hit, Sasuke replied coldly, as he swiftly formed hand seals. Indeed. One of the fundamental techniques, the shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. 3 clones immediately interchanged positions, surrounding Naruto from different angles. These were mere illusions crafted from chakra. Although lifelike, they lacked offensive power and would dissipate with the slightest contact. Yet, the exquisite control and confounding tactics elicited gasps from the onlookers. Sasuke is incredible. Sakura and Amp, Appos, S.I. sparkled with admiration. Iruka nodded in quiet approval. Sasuke and Amp, Appos, S. talent was indeed extraordinary. However, faced with the onslaught of phantom clones from every direction, Naruto remained unfazed. Grinning instead, he raised his hands and formed a cross seal, entirely different from the shadow clone technique. What is this? Iruka's pupils constricted. He recognized this seal. But it was impossible. Boom. A thunderous explosion of smoke. A figure identical to Naruto materialized in the arena. Huh. Only one clone. A classmate voiced, puzzled. Wasn't an Amp, Appos, he at a disadvantage in numbers? But the next second, everyone was left utterly speechless. The Naruto clone surged forward with a fierce wind, charging directly at the real Sasuke. Fake. The illusionary Sasuke shattered into nothingness upon impact with the punch. But Naruto's clone's fist struck solidly into the void. Its force palpable and unmistakable. Wow, what? That clone. It seems so real. It just obliterated Sasuke and Amp, Appos, S clone. The shadow clone technique doesn't work like this, does it? The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. All eyes glued to the clone that could engage in combat and deliver substantial blows. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, even without a Sharingan. He could distinctly sense the chakra fluctuations emanating from Naruto's clone. Iruka felt as though struck by lightning. Fixated on the lively Naruto clone pursuing Sasuke's remaining 2 illusionary clones. The shadow clone technique? The name resonated explosively in his mind. This was an advanced ninjutsu. It required a vast amount of chakra to perform, and what stood before him was undoubtedly a shadow clone. How could Naruto possibly? He was merely a third-year student. Where had he learned it? Iruka suddenly recalled the countless times over the past 2 years that Naruto had rambled on about dreams. Iruka-sensei. I dreamed last night that my mother taught me how to control chakra, and a few uncles taught me ninjutsu. An absurd thought surged through Iruka's consciousness, violently challenging his understanding. In the Pure Land, Hashirama was nearly doubled over with laughter, while Obito simply turned away with a scoff, uninterested in engaging in Hashirama's childish bets. Beneath the shade of a tree by the training ground, Kakashi, clad in his A&B attire, stood with his hands in his pockets. He observed the fierce clash between the two youths, recollecting fragments of a dream. The words of his mentor and Mikoto's mother urging him to keep an eye on them. The battle on the field had reached a boiling point. Naruto's shadow clone was astonishingly resilient, collaborating seamlessly with its original, creating an almost insurmountable assault. Sasuke struggled to counter with every technique at his disposal, only to find that no matter how many times he struck the clone, Naruto could instantly conjure another one. Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth. Is your chakra inexhaustible? The intensity of his fighting spirit solidified. I have no choice but to resort to that. A unique chakra surged from within Sasuke. His eyes instantly tinged with a vivid crimson hue. The Sharingan. With one Tomo activated, the moment he unlocked the Sharingan, the world around him transformed. Naruto and Amp, Appos, S movements. The flow of chakra, everything seemed to slow down in his vision. Now, Sasuke crouched low, evading Naruto and Amp, Appos, S straight punch at an incredible angle, simultaneously thrusting his kunai with precision into the shadow clone. Boom. The shadow clone could not withstand the blow and dispersed into smoke. However, Naruto and Amp, Appos, S original continued its relentless assault, charging forward without pause. The insight granted by the Sharingan allowed Sasuke to perceive every one of Naruto's actions, but it did not guarantee his body could respond in kind. The two once again became entangled in a fierce clash, fists and feet colliding, kunai clashing, sparks flying. A full half-hour later, both Naruto and Sasuke were panting heavily, having exhausted their energies. Irika stepped forward, announcing it and Amp, Oppos, SA draw. Naruto and Sasuke tied for first place. The crowd erupted in discussion. Kakashi closed his small yellow book. Silently turning to leave, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Before the luminous screen of the Pure Land, Obito expressed his discontent. A draw? How disappointing. Insufficient chakra. Inadequate stamina. Facing a true enemy would mean certain death. He cast a cold glance at Tobirama. Tobirama raised an eyebrow but refrained from responding. Mikoto observed Sasuke's fatigued appearance on the screen, her expression revealing concern. She opened her mouth to speak. Obito's gaze sliced through the air like a blade. Mikoto immediately fell silent, lowering her head. That night, Sasuke fell into a deep slumber, and the dreamscape descended upon him once more. In a boundless abyss of darkness, the figure he despised to the core slowly emerged, his brother, Itachi Uchiha. The scene from that night replayed itself. Just as Sasuke was on the verge of losing his composure, the chilling voice of Obito echoed, "Hatred is your strength, but it is not enough." Uchiha Sasuke, listen closely. In the dream, Obito pointed at the hazy image of Itachi. Each word etched into Sasuke's soul. Sasuke jolted upright in bed, cold sweat soaking his forehead. The remnants of terror and fury from the dream lingered in his eyes. He clenched his fists, frustrated that he could only achieve a draw with Naruto. This was far from sufficient. What would he have to avenge himself with in this state? That individual was right. He was still too weak, especially in terms of stamina and chakra. He abruptly threw off the covers, gazing out at the road bathed in the faint light of dawn. His expression resolute. "Today, I will run 300 laps around Konoha," the youth murmured, unhesitatingly donning his clothes and bolting out of the empty apartment. Chapter 20. The Transformation of the Pure Land. The dawn of the Hokage, the sage of the Six Paths, sensed a subtle infusion of natural energy quietly permeating this realm. Though faint, its essence was distinctly different from the fluctuations of the soul. Opposite him, Jiang Yuan's soul occasionally flickered with arcs of electricity, indicative of his attempts to simulate the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. "This is my latest discovery," Jiang Yuan declared, as a chaotic sphere of light coalesced in his palm. At its core lay an essence of pure soul power, enveloped by an aura that seemed to pulse with life. A gentle breeze seemed to entwine, creating ethereal images of swirling dust and stones. Chakra is the amalgamation of mental and physical energy, while Senjutsu chakra incorporates natural energy. Since I can freely wield soul power, why not attempt to guide natural energy as well? Jiang Yuan boasted, "Behold, I have simulated the nature transformation of ninjutsu." He whimsically dubbed this method the divine soul technique. The sage of the Six Paths observed the energy with a silent contemplation, recognizing it as the embryonic form of a power that was both akin to and radically different from his own Six Paths power. Yet, even he could not wield any of his Six Paths abilities in the Pure Land. Such a transformation, was it a blessing or a curse? A gathering of legendary souls idly watched the luminous screen displaying the bustling streets of the present-day Konoha. "The fashion of the youth today is truly peculiar," Tobirama remarked with a frown. "I find it rather appealing," Kushina countered. Hashirama observed with delight, occasionally commenting on which stall offered the most delectable treats. Much to the chagrin of Mito beside him, Madara maintained his stoic demeanor, dismissing these mundane sights with disdain. Others engaged in hushed discussions about the changes within the village. At that moment, Jiang Yuan and Amp, Oppos, figure suddenly appeared among them. He surveyed the faces of those who once dominated the ninja world, now relegated to mere spectators of the present. "Everyone, with so much time on your hands," Jiang Yuan began, his voice resonating clearly among the souls, "do you not find it dull?" At his words, the crowd turned their gazes toward him. Jiang Yuan smiled and dropped a bombshell. "Since we are all idling, why not find something to do? How about training?" "Training?" In an instant, all the souls were taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard him. Hashirama was the first to respond, leaning in with curiosity. "In our current state, can we still train?" Theoretically, it was impossible. Tobirama frowned, pondering how one could refine chakra without a physical form. "We are left with only mental energy, akin to a leaf adrift." Madara scoffed, clearly regarding this notion as absurd. Confusion reigned among the others, unable to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Yuan and Amp, Oppos' words. How could the deceased train? This notion shattered their understanding. With a light chuckle, Jiang Yuan suddenly raised his hand, and countless tendrils of soul energy extended from behind him, swiftly ensnaring everyone. With a fierce clench of his fist, a bolt of electricity surged through all the souls. Crackling. Ouch! Even the powerful Hashirama and Madara winced, their bodies feeling as though pierced by innumerable fine needles. The others stared in horror at Jiang Yuan. He observed their disoriented reactions and laughed. "Pain. It has been quite some time since you felt that, hasn't it?" Madara and Tobirama quickly realized something, their expressions shifting dramatically. They watched as Jiang Yuan gradually retracted the soul tendrils, reassessing their own soul strength. After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama posed a practical question. "How can we achieve such a feat, given that we are not as capable as you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan appeared amused, spreading his arms wide. The next moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. An unimaginable surge of soul energy erupted from Jiang Yuan, resembling a tsunami. The light was no longer a gentle white glow. Behind him unfolded an endless expanse of dazzling stars. Before this terrifying ocean of energy, the souls felt like a fragile boat tossed amidst raging waves. What terrifying power is this? All the souls were utterly captivated by this extraordinary sight. Jiang Yuan, pleased with their astonished expressions, nodded approvingly and intensified the tendrils, forcefully infusing them with a wealth of soul power. Alongside insights gleaned from discussions with the sage of the six paths, suddenly, everyone shivered, their minds flooded with a myriad of unfamiliar concepts. I have already imparted the method to you. Begin with the foundational practice of sensing and gathering soul power. An attempt to capture the gradually enriching natural energy of the Pure Land. Jiang Yuan added, should anyone be idle or ineffective, I shall not hesitate to assist you once more in the manner just demonstrated. A blatant threat. All felt a tightening in their posteriors as they sensed the immense pressure radiating from Jiang Yuan, along with the subtle thread of electricity, prompting them to comply swiftly. In the distant void, the sage of the six paths silently observed it all, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Perhaps he too wished to witness what new life could blossom from this desolate Pure Land. Thus, had it not been for the ever-changing scenes within the luminous screen, the souls immersed in training might have forgotten the passage of time. The screen now reflected the entrance of the Ninja Academy, where the faces of departing children radiated the unique excitement and anxiety of graduation season. Oh my, in the blink of an eye, those two little ones are graduating. Hashirama mused while seated cross-legged, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. His aura had solidified a notch since 3 years prior, faintly sensing a whisper of life. Humph, still too weak. Madara snorted, his presence emanating a sharper intensity. Madara, what did you say? Kushina retorted, hands on her hips, her fear of this legendary villain diminished after years of interaction. Naruto is kind. Do you understand kindness? Such is the folly of compassion, Madara scoffed. Jiang Yuan seemed indifferent to the erratic progress of the others and Appo's training, gazing at the luminous screen with a sense of reflection. Over the past 3 years, aside from occasionally spurring the Group S training, he had spent most of his time exchanging knowledge with the Sage of the Six Paths, or rather, unilaterally extracting various insights on souls and the Pure Land. Graduation, the dawn of new beginnings. In the final days leading up to the graduation assessment, the atmosphere within the Ninja Academy was particularly tense. Yet, 2 individuals sparring consistently drew the attention of all, even causing some instructors to pause in their guidance to watch. A golden figure darted like lightning, swiftly closing in. A fist cutting through the air towards his opponent's face. The dark-haired youth responded even quicker, accurately blocking the incoming punch while simultaneously sweeping his left leg like a whip towards his adversary's lower body. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding were as dense as raindrops. The 2 figures moved rapidly across the field, clashing, separating, their movement swift and fierce, resembling a genuine confrontation between ninjas. Wow, incredible. On the sidelines, Sakura covered her mouth, watching the fierce duel with wide-eyed admiration. Beside her, Ino was equally transfixed, murmuring, Sasuke-kun is as cool as ever. And Naruto too. Not just them, nearly all their peers felt similarly. Back when they enrolled, Naruto Uzumaki was known for his boisterous antics, trailing at the bottom of the class, a troublesome child who sought attention through mischief. Yet, at some point, he had seemingly transformed into a different person. His skills in taijutsu and ninjutsu had advanced by leaps and bounds, with his reflexes and strength surpassing that of his peers. And his theoretical scores had climbed from the depths to merely mediocre. His character has transformed. He no longer exhibits the boisterousness of his former self. Although he still yearns for attention and recognition, his approach has shifted from playful mischief to demonstrating his prowess. While he still possesses few friends, no one dares to mock him as the underachiever any longer. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he remains the same cold genius. Yet, in the presence of Naruto, his icy demeanor seems to have thawed somewhat. The hatred stemming from the night of his clan's massacre lingers, etched deeply in his heart. But in his dreams, he experiences fragmented conversations with his parents and even that legendary ancestor. He realizes that his family was never as stern and rigid as he had remembered. His mother's tenderness and his father's hopes create ripples in the frozen lake of his heart. He continues to crave power and seek vengeance. Yet this is no longer his sole obsession. Stop! Irika shouted from the sidelines. He separated the 2 panting individuals, his expression one of satisfaction. Naruto grinned widely and extended his fist towards Sasuke, saying, it's a tie today. Let us do this again next time. Sasuke cast him a sidelong glance, remained silent, but raised his hand to gently make contact before turning to leave. Chapter 21 Mizuki. Naruto's graduation rite of passage Hataki. Have there been any new developments regarding Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, deeply inhaling from his pipe, his brow furrowed in concern. The weariness etched on his aged face was accompanied by an undeniable sense of doubt. Over the years, Naruto's transformation had been nothing short of astonishing. he had ascended from being a mischievous underachiever to a prodigy rivaling Uchiha Sasuke, and in certain respects, even surpassing him. Such a metamorphosis could not be casually attributed to a sudden epiphany, although he had harbored suspicions regarding the Nine Tails. Naruto's remarkable chakra control appeared incongruent with the chaotic nature of the beast. Most troubling was the fact that the Umbu had maintained constant surveillance without detecting any signs of instability, which only heightened his unease. Even in Naruto's daily routines, I meticulously observed after leaving the Umbu, yet found nothing amiss, Kakashi replied earnestly. While his progress has been rapid, it remains within the realm of normal training. As for his personality shift, perhaps he has simply matured and gained a deeper understanding. Little did he know how profound his own inner turmoil was when he uttered those words. Every time Kakashi closed his eyes, the dreams would resurface. One moment, he would find himself confronted by the stern visages of the first and second Hokages, who would deride him for failing to grasp even the most fundamental concepts. While the next moment, the legendary Uchiha Madara would regard him with disdain, lecturing him on true combat and the essence of strength, reducing him to insignificance. At times, his own father would urge him not to become overly fixated on tasks and rules, but rather to care for his comrades and live a more carefree life, leaving him in a state of emotional turmoil upon waking. Not to mention the occasional visits from his sensei's wife and Mikoto. Who could withstand such a barrage? If he felt this way, how much more so would those two peculiar youngsters? Kakashi felt as though he were living with a split psyche. Even the initial shock from Obito and Appo's news had dulled with time. And what was he to report to the third Hokage? Actually, the first and second Hokages, along with Uchiha Madara and my father, are not entirely deceased. They gather in the Pure Land and occasionally visit me in dreams to offer guidance. Thus, in response to the inquiry from the third Hokage, Kakashi could only maintain a facade of nonchalance. That night, within Naruto's dreamscape, he found himself seated at a steaming Ichiraka ramen stall, across from the radiant smile of Kushina. "Mom, this chashu is delicious," Naruto exclaimed. His cheeks puffed as he spoke with a mouthful of noodles. Over the years, he had gradually acclimated to this warmth and sense of being cherished, which nourished his once lonely spirit. Kushina gazed tenderly at Naruto, reaching out to wipe the broth from the corner of his mouth. "Slow down, Naruto. No one is competing with you." At that moment, a figure appeared beside them without warning. It was Kageyama. "Oh, enjoying a meal?" he greeted. Naruto paused, recognizing the peculiar older brother who occasionally appeared alongside his mother. Kushina cast a resigned glance at Kageyama, seemingly reproaching him for interrupting their mother-son moment. Ignoring her look, Kageyama turned to Naruto, his smile taking on a slightly sinister quality. "Naruto, I have a task for you." "A task?" Naruto blinked, still chewing on his noodles. "Yes, a rather simple one." Kageyama leaned in closer, his tone laced with mischief. "In the coming days, find an opportunity to bag that Mizuki fellow from your school and give him a good thrashing." "Eh?" Naruto was taken aback. "Why would I hit Teacher Mizuki? He seems quite kind." "No reason," Kageyama replied, raising a finger and shaking it. "Just because I don and Appo's tea like him. Remember, find a secluded spot. Give him a proper beating until he can and Appo's tea get up, and then run away as if nothing happened." Naruto felt as though his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Kushina, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Mr. Kageyama, how can you instruct Naruto to do such a thing? Don and Appo's tea worry. I know my limits." Kageyama interrupted, patting Naruto and Appo's shoulder. "You must complete this task. Now, carry on. I'm off." With that, he vanished, leaving Naruto bewildered, holding his bowl of ramen and staring blankly at his mother. Kushina opened her mouth to say something, but after a moment and Appo's thought, decided against it. Given that it was the request of that individual, it would be best to comply. As night deepened, the moonlight cast a serene glow over the tranquil streets of Konoha. Meanwhile, Chunin Mizuki lurked in the shadows beneath Hokage Rock, his eyes glimmering with malice and uncontainable jealousy. With the graduation exams imminent, that Irika would surely have a new batch of promising students. How unfair. Why should he, with his facade of an honest man, earn the trust of the Hokage? Mizuki and Appo's heart was twisted with resentment. He, too, had worked hard. Why did fortune always favor Irika? Was it because he had once inadvertently caused the death of his incompetent teammate? Now even that Nine-Tails monster obeyed his every command. Why should Irika receive recognition while he remained an inconspicuous Chunin? Initially, Mizuki had contemplated exploiting Naruto. That kid used to be foolish and impulsive, a perfect scapegoat. With a little provocation, he could entice Naruto to steal the sealing scroll, leaving the blame entirely on him while he absconded with the forbidden jutsu. However, as the years passed, Naruto had transformed into someone unpredictable, his strength now an enigma. The risk of manipulation was too great. After much deliberation, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Mizuki and Appo's eyes. He resolved to act personally. Given his familiarity with Konoha and the various tricks he had prepared in advance, quietly infiltrating the chamber where the sealing scroll was kept was not beyond the realm of possibility. With the scroll in his possession and mastering even a couple of powerful forbidden techniques, he would have no fear of Irika the Hokage, or that demon fox. He would make all those who looked down on him, especially Irika, grovel at his feet. He was determined to seize everything Irika held dear. With his resolve firm, Mizuki took a deep breath and began to move stealthily, like a rat in the shadows. Meanwhile, Naruto wandered through the village, feeling somewhat restless. The spar with Sasuke during the day had been exhilarating, yet the dream from the previous night and that peculiar task lingered in his mind. He scratched the back of his head, pondering over the bag he had tucked at his waist. Beat up Teacher Mizuki. Why was he being asked to do such a thing? Lost in thought, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure sneaking through the shadows. Teacher Mizuki? What is he doing out here at this hour? Instinctively, Naruto halted, hiding behind a large tree to observe curiously. He watched as Mizuki glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was in sight before agilely climbing over a wall. What is he up to? Naruto furrowed his brow. The vague instructions from his dream resurfaced in his mind. Find an opportunity. Bag him. Give him a proper thrashing. An inexplicable surge of impulse welled within him. He could not articulate why, but Mizuki and Appo's actions appeared suspicious, and this task seemed rather thrilling. What the heck? Naruto inhaled deeply, crouched low, and stealthily followed after him. Chapter 22. The graduation rite of Naruto to Shueimou and Appo's infiltration proceeded relatively smoothly. He deftly evaded several patrolling guards, leveraging his familiarity with the terrain and a stroke of luck to arrive near the area where important scrolls were stored. Just as he was nervously preparing to extract the smoke bomb he had prepared to incapacitate the guard at the entrance, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Who? Panic surged through Shueimou as he instinctively spun around. To his shock, he found a blond boy, wielding a burlap sack, descending upon him with astonishing swiftness. What? Darkness enveloped him, and before Shueimou could comprehend the situation, a flurry of punches rained down upon him. Bang, 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 bang. Ouch. You bastard. Stop. Naruto, however, was oblivious to Shueimou and Appo's protests, resolutely adhering to the directive from his dream, strike hard. His taijutsu had evolved far beyond the clumsy, inexperienced child he had been 3 years prior. Each punch was swift and fierce, imbued with a strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary genin, leaving the unfortunate Shueimou inside the sack howling in agony. Shueimou was nearly driven to madness. As a chunin, being mercilessly beaten by a mere pre-graduate child was a profound humiliation. He struggled desperately, attempting to employ some basic taijutsu for defense and counterattack. But Naruto and Appo's punches came too quickly and relentlessly, brutally interrupting any movement he attempted. Stop. I am Teacher Shueimou. He writhed helplessly within the sack, humiliation and pain driving him to the brink of insanity. Stop, Naruto. What are you doing? A frantic shout pierced the air as Irika appeared not far away. Having just concluded his work for the day, he was heading home when he heard the peculiar cries of distress and rushed over, only to be greeted by the astonishing sight. Naruto was straddling a writhing burlap sack, throwing punches while chanting fervently, I and Appo's LL teach you to be sneaky. I and Appo's LL beat you to a pulp. And from beneath him, the unmistakable voice of his friend Shueimou echoed. Naruto, stop it. Irika quickly approached, and Irika and Appo's intervention. Naruto finally ceased his assault, glancing at Irika in a flustered manner. Irika-sensei. Just then, the burlap sack finally revealed a tear, and Shueimou emerged, disheveled and covered in dirt. His nose appeared crooked, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was flushed with humiliation and wild hatred. He pointed an accusatory finger at Irika and Naruto, shouting in a frenzy. Irika, it and Appo's. You again. You always ruin my plans. Irika was taken aback. Shueimou? What are you talking about? Naruto, what is going on? Why did you attack Teacher Shueimou? Naruto scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty, stammering. I saw Teacher Shueimou sneaking around, so. He certainly couldn't admit that he was compelled to act by a voice in his dream. Could he? Shueimou, witnessing Irika and Appo's bewildered expression, felt a surge of anger, believing his intentions had been fully exposed. Irika had deliberately brought Naruto to capture him, to humiliate him. In an instant, the pent-up rage erupted as he scrambled to his feet, shouting indiscriminately. Stop pretending, Irika. Do you think Adon and Appo's, Tino? You have always looked down upon me. You constantly steal my opportunities. You cannot bear to see me succeed. Let me tell you, I will obtain the sealing scroll. Once I master the forbidden techniques within, I will be the first to come back and eliminate you. You will know who is truly superior. In this monster of a boy. Just wait. What? The sealing scroll? Forbidden techniques? Irika felt as though he had been struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at the seemingly deranged Shueimou. He could never have imagined that his typically somber, yet seemingly normal friend harbored such malevolent thoughts. Naruto was equally stunned. Although he had no idea what the sealing scroll was, he sensed that Teacher Shueimou seemed intent on committing some truly nefarious acts. Shueimou. Irika and Appo's voice trembled with shock. After finishing his tirade, Shueimou began to retreat into the shadows, preparing to flee as his plans crumbled. At that moment, several shadowy figures descended upon the rooftops around them, cold gazes locking onto Shueimou. It was the Umbu, who had silently observed the unfolding drama from their hidden vantage. Shuemu and Appo's face turned ashen, his frenzied expression freezing into utter despair. It was all over. The leader of the Umbu spoke coldly, "Come with us." Like a marionette stripped of its strings, Shuemu slumped to the ground, his face ashen. The Umbu ninja approached, casting a cryptic glance at Naruto before escorting the dazed Shuemu away. On a distant rooftop, a masked figure silently observed the entire scene. Kakashi sighed, massaging his throbbing temples. Before vanishing quietly into the night, the scene was left with only Iruka and Naruto amidst the chaos. Iruka gazed at Naruto, who wore a bewildered expression, seemingly still grappling with the situation, and opened his mouth, only to release a complex sigh. What transpired that night was utterly incomprehensible. Shuemu and Appo's betrayal ignited his anger. Yet it also stirred a deep sorrow within him. The concealed jealousy had twisted a person to such an extent. More pressing, however, was Naruto and Appo's inexplicable behavior. Iruka felt as though his mind was struggling to keep pace. A night passed without further incident, and the village of Kanahigakure welcomed another tranquil morning. At the edge of the training grounds, Iruka observed the blond youth stretching and yawning before him, his expression complex. Dark circles adorned his eyes, evidently a sign of insufficient sleep the previous night. Naruto, about last night. Thank you. Huh? Thank me for what? Naruto scratched his head, his demeanor exuding nonchalance. Iruka-sensei, you saw it, right? Teacher Shuemu was clearly up to no good. I was just doing the right thing. He puffed out his chest, entirely oblivious to his original intentions. Iruka, witnessing his carefree attitude, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Shuemu and Appo's deranged words echoed in his ears. The sensation of being envied and plotted against by a friend left him with lingering apprehension. Had it not been for Naruto and Appo's fortuitous intervention, the consequences could have been dire. In any case, you protected something vital for the village, Iruka stated earnestly. However, for future incidents like this, it is better to leave it to the Umbu or the teachers. He reached out, intending to ruffle Naruto and Appo's hair as usual, but noticed that the boy had seemingly grown taller. Pausing momentarily, he ultimately settled for a pat on Naruto and Appo's shoulder. Hiki. Naruto beamed, readily accepting the praise. Observing the boy and Appo's radiant smile, Iruka and Appo's mood brightened as well, and the nagging doubts in his heart were temporarily subdued. This child had indeed changed significantly. Although he occasionally engaged in bewildering antics, his inherent kindness remained unaltered. That alone was sufficient. Now, hurry and prepare. Today is the day of the graduation exam. Iruka collected himself, resuming his authoritative demeanor. Show me your true strength, and do not disappoint me. Rest assured, Iruka-sensei. Naruto replied confidently. Chapter 23. The art known as Jerusalem in the classroom of the ninja school, candidates approached the front one by one, many of them nervously sweating with trembling hands as they formed seals. Next up was Hinata Hyuga. Upon hearing her name, a blush instantly crept onto her cheeks. She took a deep breath and quietly encouraged herself. I can do this. As she stepped up to the podium and faced the stern Iruka-sensei, Shikuden and Appo's helped but feel a pang of anxiety. However, under the peculiar guidance of her brother Niji over the years, she had indeed made considerable progress. Begin, Iruka instructed. Hinata cautiously channeled her chakra. Shadow clone jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, a clone resembling Hinata appeared beside her, albeit somewhat unsteady. Not bad, Iruka nodded, his tone warm as he encouraged her. Your chakra control has improved, and the clone is clear. You pass. Thank you, sensei, Hinata exclaimed, relief washing over her as a joyful smile illuminated her face. Stealing a glance at the back row, she spotted Naruto, whose expression seemed dimmer in comparison. In light of her progress, she felt it paled in significance next to his achievements. Next was Sasuke Uchiha, who walked to the center with an indifferent demeanor. His hand seals were fluid, showing no hesitation. Shadow clone jutsu. With a series of pops, 3 clones identical to him appeared, exuding a stable aura and calm expressions. Perfect. Iruka acknowledged with a nod. Sasuke Uchiha, you pass. The girls on the sidelines erupted into shrieks, eliciting a wave of envy from Naruto. So, Naruto is gearing up for something big, he thought, casting a challenging glance at Sasuke as he swaggered to the center, exuding confidence with no hint of nervousness. In the viewing area, the projection clearly showcased everything happening in the examination room. Oh, it and Appo's Naruto and Appo's turn, Kushina straightened up expectantly. Naruto grinned and raised his hand. Iruka-sensei, can I combine the shadow clone jutsu with the transformation jutsu? Iruka paused, realizing that it was indeed possible to perform both simultaneously. His classmates looked on in confusion, questioning why he would complicate his task. With confirmation, Naruto nodded confidently. Watch closely. This is my super, powerful ninjutsu. Before Iruka could inquire further, Naruto swiftly clasped his hands together. The movement made Iruka and Appo's eyelids twitch. Wait, was that the seal for the shadow clone jutsu? And it seemed different? Could it be that forbidden technique? Was Naruto actually in league with Mizuki? As chakra began to coalesce, Irika forcefully suppressed his racing thoughts, awaiting the unfolding of the jutsu. A series of pops echoed. 5 shadows instantaneously materialized on the podium. As the smoke cleared, the transformation jutsu unveiled 4 or 5 stunningly attractive, curvaceous blonde beauties. As for whether their modesty was preserved by smoke, no, they were clearly using their hands to cover themselves, just barely. They posed seductively, casting flirtatious glances, especially towards the proctor. Irika, blowing kisses his way. A moment of silence ensued before the classroom erupted into chaos. Male students, regardless of their usual restraint, were struck as if by a sledgehammer, collapsing in droves, their faces adorned with bizarre yet blissful smiles. Even the usually stoic Sasuke abruptly turned his head, a suspicious blush creeping up his neck as he muttered, "Idiot." The girls, meanwhile, were a mix of embarrassment and anger, their screams intertwining. "Naruto, you pervert. Disgusting." Hinata covered her eyes, burying her flushed face deeply. "Naruto-kun. So this is your type?" Irika was completely flabbergasted. His mind went blank as blood gushed from his nose like a waterfall, his body swaying unsteadily. He was not merely shocked by the scandalous display, but by the use of a forbidden technique, utilizing such immense chakra, just for this. Yet, his control was astonishing, those flawless figures, every detail accentuated. No. What on earth is this boy thinking? He felt as though his long-held worldview had been utterly shattered. Hiki. Naruto dispelled the jutsu, returning to his original form. Surveying the chaotic aftermath with delight, he asked Irika, "So, how was that, Irika-sensei? Did I pass?" Irika. He felt like crying, truly. He wanted to slam the brat into the ground. Yet reason told him that, based on the assessment criteria, Naruto had indeed executed both the shadow clone and transformation techniques flawlessly. Thus, Irika took a deep breath, pinched his nose, and mustered all his strength to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "Naruto Uzumaki. Pass." "Yay." Naruto cheered, throwing a triumphant fist towards the fallen competitors, striding back to his place amidst a sea of murderous glances from the girls. In the viewing area, upon witnessing Naruto's turn, Kushina sat up straight. I wonder how much he has improved. Just as Naruto began to form seals, she anticipated a serious display of ninjutsu, only to be met with the grand unveiling of the multiple transformation jutsu. Even Hashirama coughed up air, bursting into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha. What is this? Ha ha." Tobarama's face darkened, his forehead bulging with veins, his trembling finger pointed at the screen. Absurd. To execute such exquisite clone techniques. For this disgraceful low-level ninjutsu? Naruto. Kushina's shriek nearly shattered the viewing area. Her face was frightfully red, a mix of anger and shame. Clenching her fists, she radiated a terrifying aura, yelling at the screen, "That little brat. Who taught him such indecent things?" She spun in frustration, unsure of whom to hold accountable. Makoto, equally flustered, turned her head away, discreetly tugging at Fugaku and Appo's sleeve. As for the mastermind, upon witnessing the success of the transformation jutsu and the ensuing uproar in the viewing area, Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The effect exceeded my expectations. After all, if Naruto Kuden and Appo's performed the transformation jutsu, it would be like the West losing Jerusalem. He had merely offered a slight hint, and Naruto executed it beyond expectations. Quite impressive. Then, like a ghost, he silently retreated to the back of the crowd, leaving the scene behind, cloaked in the shadows of anonymity. Chapter 24. Class 7. Departure. A few days later, Jiang Yuan once again appeared before the luminous screen. Over the years, he had been diligently absorbing knowledge from the Six Paths while also refining his own soul techniques. His mastery over spiritual power had reached unprecedented heights. Approaching the screen, he extended his finger, and a vast amount of spiritual energy began to coalesce. He emulated the principles of the Pure Land he had learned from the Sage of Six Paths, attempting to guide the observational perspective with his own power. Let me see. This chakra fluctuation belongs to Naruto. Connecting. Locking. The image on the screen suddenly jolted violently, reminiscent of a malfunctioning old television. "Hey, what are you doing?" Kushina frowned, her irritation evident as it disrupted her view of her son. She was unreserved even with Jiang Yuan. Ignoring her, Jiang Yuan remained focused. In a flash, the image transformed into the bustling streets of Konoha. Hashirama curiously leaned in. Another shift brought them to the steaming sign of Ichiraku Ramen, where the chef was wiping the sweat from his forehead. Soon after, the scene transitioned to the towering Hokage Rock, where the 4 colossal faces gleamed under the sun, but this view lingered for only a moment before cutting away. "Hey, there are 4 Hokages now?" Hashirama blinked in astonishment. Deep within the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He sensed a rough interference with the technique he maintained to observe the world. Choosing to remain oblivious, he continued to slumber. This Pure Land increasingly felt beyond his control. After some effort, Jiang Yuan finally discovered the key. Got it. He snapped his fingers. The image on the screen stabilized, clearly focusing on Naruto, who had just exited the school gate, walking alongside Sasuke. As they moved, the perspective smoothly followed them, akin to having a professional cameraman in tow. "Oh wow. They're moving," Hashirama exclaimed, momentarily forgetting about Hokage Rock. Kushina chimed in with delight. Now we can keep an eye on little Naruto, while the others remained silent. Their acknowledgement of this upgrade was unmistakable. Jiang Yuan clapped his hands with satisfaction. Now, this is live broadcasting. The previous setup was mere surveillance. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the freshly compiled graduation results and preliminary class list, his brow furrowing. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke won the host of the Nine Tails with a unique background and remarkable growth over the past few years. His strength now surpassing that of a typical Genin, nearing that of a Nin or even higher. The other, a surviving orphan of the Uchiha clan massacre. Burdened with deep-seated vengeance, a prodigy who had awakened his Sharingan at an early age. Should I place these two unstable elements together? Hiruzen pondered, rubbing his temples. However, separating them would only create further uncertainties. After much contemplation, he concluded that keeping them in the same team under the guidance of a sufficiently strong and reliable instructor would be the optimal choice. As he deliberated, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Hiruzen called. The door opened to reveal Kakashi Hitaki. Hokage-sama, you called for me? Kakashi appeared as disinterested as ever. Kakashi. Hiruzen set down his pipe, his expression serious. You've seen the graduation list, particularly concerning Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, two rather exceptional kids, Kakashi replied noncommittally. If it were merely exceptional, it would be straightforward, Hiruzen said gravely. They are quite unique, and I require someone with sufficient strength and experience to guide them onto the right path. Kakashi understood immediately. This was precisely what he had anticipated. Nearly identical to the forewarnings he had received in dreams. He feigned deep thought, scratching the back of his head. Hokage-sama. Although it's been a while since I left the Umbu, I fear I might not be suited for leading a team. Kakashi, Hiruzen's tone intensified. I know this may pose some challenges for you, but within the village, you are the most fitting candidate. I trust in your abilities. Reluctantly, Kakashi nodded. All right. I will do my best. Excellent, Hiruzen affirmed with satisfaction. The class assignments will be officially announced tomorrow. You will be the guiding Genin for Class 7. I understand. Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied, turning to leave. Kakashi, Hiruzen called him back. Those two children, please take care of them. Understood, Kakashi affirmed, disappearing through the door. The office fell silent once more, filled only with curling smoke and heavy breaths. The afternoon before the official announcement of the class assignments, at a small bridge in Konoha. Kakashi maintained his usual lazy demeanor, holding a copy of Ika Paradise as he strolled along the railing. On the other side of the bridge, Naruto and Sasuke awaited his arrival, devoid of complaints or impatience. As Kakashi ambled closer, their gazes converged on him. Lacking the curiosity typically associated with meeting a teacher for the first time, instead filled with understanding and scrutiny. Hey, I'm Kakashi Itaki, your Genin instructor, he said. Closing his book, Uzumaki Naruto announced, though his eyes wandered over Kakashi's masked face. So this is the Kakashi my mom and those strange uncles talk about all the time? Doesn't he seem all that special? Uchiha Sasuke stated, his tone still cold. Yet his gaze lingered on Kakashi's eye mask for a few seconds. So this is the renowned copy ninja who relies on his clan's eyes? He seems a bit unreliable. Following a brief introduction, an awkward silence enveloped them. It was their first official meeting, and a certain tension lingered in the air. Ahem, Kakashi cleared his throat. Breaking the stillness. How about I treat you to some ramen? Naruto and Appo's eyes lit up. Sure. Ichiraka ramen. Sasuke remained noncommittal, tacitly agreeing. At the Ichiraka ramen stall, Kakashi called out, 3 bowls of tonkatsu chashu ramen, please. Coming right up. Kakashi, you're finally starting to take on students? I am responded cheerfully, glancing over Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom she recognized. The steaming bowls of ramen arrived promptly. Slurp, slurp. Naruto devoured his noodles, while Sasuke maintained an elegant demeanor. And Kakashi engaged in casual banter. His mask remained firmly in place. By the way, Kakashi set down his chopsticks as if recalling an important matter. What are your thoughts on our team as third member? Perhaps Inuzuka Kiba, who excels in tracking, or the reliable Shino Aburame. Kiba is too loud, and Shino is a bit intimidating, Naruto stated, then suddenly exclaimed, why not Sakura? She is so cute. He had certainly not missed an opportunity to pester her at school. Sasuke shot Naruto a glance, replying coolly, I don't care, as long as they don't drag us down. In his eyes, Naruto barely managed to keep pace with him. The difference between adding one more member or not seemed negligible. Kakashi listened to their opinions, nodding slowly. I see. After Naruto and Sasuke finished their meals, they looked expectantly at Kakashi, awaiting his next words. Kakashi revealed a playful smile. However, the team members have already been decided. Naruto blinked in surprise. It's Hinata Hyuga. Naruto recalled the timid girl, exclaiming, that girl. Wait, why ask us if you've already made your decision? Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly. Although he claimed to be indifferent, the sensation of being toyed with left him rather displeased. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression of utmost innocence. Do not inquire further. If you must know, it involves someone. Alas, there is nothing I can do about it. As you all understand, Naruto, utterly perplexed, was left to ponder what on earth he could possibly comprehend. Chapter 25, Kakashi's Trial in the Courtyard of the Hyuga Clan. Hinata was diligently practicing her gentle fist technique against a wooden post. Over the past few years, her brother Niji's demeanor towards her had become somewhat peculiar. While he was stern and demanding in his training, he would occasionally display an inexplicable sense of fear. This left her puzzled, compelling her to invest even more energy into her practice, hoping that one day she would truly keep pace. When the class allocation notice arrived, and the words Team 7 appeared before her eyes, immediately followed by the names of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and her own, Hinata and Amp, Appo's face turned pale. Naruto, she exclaimed, astonished at the thought of being placed in the same team as him. To her, Naruto shone like the sun, growing stronger without her even realizing it, to the point where she could only look up at him. And Sasuke, to be in the same group as them? A wave of immense pressure washed over her. She envisioned a future where she clumsily dragged the team down, witnessing Naruto's exasperated gaze and Sasuke's cold profile. No, I can't do this. But to be in the same class as Naruto. This thought brought a blush to her cheeks, a chaotic mix of anxiety, inferiority, and that trivial touch of joy swirling within her heart. At the Ninja Academy, when the latest list of genin assignments was revealed, it sparked a flurry of discussions. Team 8 consisted of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Sakura Haruno, with their jounin instructor being Kurina Yuhi. Someone read out the list. In a corner, Sakura gazed at the list, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Ultimately, she had not been placed in the same team as Sasuke. However, upon seeing her companions were capable Kiba and the enigmatic Shino, with the renowned Jinjutsu expert Kurenai as their instructor, she quickly adjusted her mindset, her eyes brightening once more. As the crowd turned their attention to Team 7's list, the buzz reached a crescendo. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hinata Hyuga? What was the Hokage thinking? A monster, an Uchiha orphan, and the heiress of the Hyuga clan, with Kakashi Hatake as their jounin instructor. Kakashi? The one with the Sharingan? Naruto lay idly on the table, while Sasuke leaned back with his eyes closed. Hinata had just arrived, standing a short distance away from them, her hands nervously wringing together, head bowed, unable to meet their gaze. Hey! Kakashi's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Naruto sprang up instantly, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei, you're finally here. Sasuke opened his eyes, his dark gaze fixed on Kakashi, his expression still impassive. Hinata, resembling a startled rabbit, trembled slightly and greeted in a soft voice, Kakashi-sensei. Well, it seems you all know, Kakashi said, hands stuffed in his pockets. Tomorrow morning at 7:00 and Appo's clock, we and Appo's meet at Training Ground 3. Remember, don't eat breakfast, otherwise. He paused for effect, adding, you might vomit. This familiar line elicited a knowing glance between Naruto and Sasuke. They both understood. Got it, Sasuke replied nonchalantly, indifferent to Hinata's presence. It was merely a necessity for the team to have 3 members, nothing more. Naruto, however, glanced at Hinata, scratching his head, uncertain of what to say. Feeling Naruto and Appo's gaze, Hinata buried her head lower, murmuring, I will do my best not to hold you back. The following morning at Training Ground 3, the sun shone gently, and the air was filled with the scent of grass and earth. The 3 figures had already gathered early in the open space. Naruto paced impatiently, muttering, Kakashi-sensei is so slow. Sasuke remained with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the world around him, though the slight quiver of his eyelashes betrayed his inner unrest. Today would mark the first step in assessing whether this copy ninja was worthy of being his sharpening stone. As time ticked away, just when Naruto was on the verge of losing patience, a gentle breeze swept through, and Kakashi and Appo's figure suddenly appeared before the trio, still bearing that half-asleep demeanor. Hey, good morning, everyone, he greeted, seemingly unaware of his tardiness. Teacher, it and Appo's almost noon. Naruto protested, visibly disgruntled. Well, on the road of life, one often encounters various detours. I just got a bit lost today, Kakashi replied casually, glancing over the 3 of them. It seems you all are quite spirited, good. Approaching them, the lazy expression on his face began to fade, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. I know that the 3 of you, especially Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi's voice resonated clearly in their ears, have surpassed the capabilities of ordinary genin. Naruto and Sasuke's expressions sharpened simultaneously. Hinata, however, grew increasingly anxious. Did this mean she truly was the one holding them back? Thus, Kakashi continued, exuding an invisible pressure, there and Appo's no need for us to play silly games like the bell test. He seemed to recall something, reminiscing about his own past tests with Minato-sensei, Obito, and Rin, filled with youthful memories. But today, Kakashi was prepared to take it a step further, locking eyes with the young ninjas before him. Today and Appo's test is simple. Kakashi raised a finger. You 3, as a team, will jointly attack me. The objective is singular, he emphasized, defeat me. There was a moment of silence, the air seeming to freeze. Defeat Kakashi-sensei? Hinata and Appo's face instantly paled. How could that be possible? He was an elite jounin renowned throughout the ninja world as the copy ninja. How could they, mere freshly graduated genin, ever accomplish such a feat? It was an impossible task. But Naruto and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Defeat Kakashi-sensei? Now that sounds interesting. His blood surged with adrenaline. A battle-ready smile breaking across his face. Oh, this sounds awesome. Kakashi-sensei, you better watch out. Sasuke remained calm, posing a question with a cool demeanor. What if we fail? Kakashi returned his hands to his pockets, his tone returning to a casual drawl. Fail? Simple. You can either return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training or lose your chance to be a ninja forever, depending on my mood. The trio and Appo's expressions turned clear as the chilling nature of his words sunk in. Yet, this revelation extinguished any remnants of false hope they harbored. Seeing their reactions, Kakashi internally nodded. At least these two boys were not daunted by this seemingly impossible task. Then, Kakashi took a few steps back, creating distance. Are you ready? The test begins. Chapter 26, Kakashi and Appo's Trial 2. As Kakashi and Appo's words fell, Naruto surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Behold, he shouted, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Kakashi. Instead of recklessly employing the shadow clone technique, he deftly formed hand signs while dashing forward at high speed. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang. Two clones materialized on either side of him, forming a triangular formation as they encircled Kakashi. The years of training in his dreams, coupled with the reluctant yet tangible assistance of the Nine Tails, had significantly enhanced Naruto and Appo's fundamentals. 3 Naruto and Appo's simultaneously unleashed punches and kicks, their angles cunning and their speed and strength far exceeding that of an ordinary genin. Oh, Kakashi remarked, somewhat surprised. But his movements remained unfaltering. He merely inclined his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the direct punch from Naruto and Appo's original form, while his hands reached out to easily block the kicks from the two clones. In a swift motion, he seized the arms of the clones and spun them around with force. Bang, bang. The two clones were flung away, crashing to the ground and dissipating into white smoke. Naruto, realizing his strike had missed, executed a backflip to create distance. Meanwhile, Sasuke refrained from rushing in to attack. Instead, he activated his Sharingan, meticulously tracking Kakashi and Appo's every movement. Rapid speed, formidable physical prowess, astonishing reflexes. He had yet to resort to ninjutsu or unleash his full strength. On the other side, Hinata promptly activated her Byakugan. Veins bulged around her eyes as the pure white orbs reflected the chakra pathways flowing within Kakashi. Be cautious, Naruto-kun, she urged anxiously. Got it. Naruto responded, forming hand signs once more. This time, he prepared to channel more chakra. Wait, Naruto. Sasuke and Appo's voice suddenly interrupted him. Naruto paused, momentarily bewildered. Attacks of this magnitude are futile. Sasuke turned to Kakashi. Are you underestimating us, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what of it? Sasuke did not reply, but instead propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Kakashi like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was no less than Naruto and Appo's earlier, perhaps even surpassing it in explosive force. Uchiha-style taijutsu. Under the guidance of Madara and through his own relentless training, Sasuke and Appo's physical techniques had undergone a remarkable transformation, imbued with a fierce aura of lethality. As Sasuke charged, Kakashi and Appo's gaze sharpened. This boy is different. Sasuke closed the gap instantaneously, forgoing any flashy maneuvers, and delivered a swift kick aimed at Kakashi and Appo's lower body. The air itself seemed to crackle with the force of his strike. Yet Kakashi advanced rather than retreating. One leg planted firmly like an iron stake, while his right leg shot up in a lightning-fast motion, precisely blocking Sasuke and Appo's kick. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the two legs collided, creating a shockwave. Sasuke felt a tremendous force reverberate through him, causing his calf to tingle, yet his body instinctively reacted. Leaping back. Impressive, he thought, undeterred, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he steadied himself in midair and began forming hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke and Appo's mouth, hurtling directly towards Kakashi, mere inches away. At this range, even a typical J-nin would likely be caught off guard. Nice fire technique, Kakashi acknowledged, yet he showed no intent to employ ninjutsu. Boom. Amidst the flames, a flicker of lightning crackled across Kakashi and Appo's hand. However, from Sasuke and Appo's perspective, the fireball had undeniably struck its target. Is that all you have? Sasuke sneered, disappointment and provocation unabashedly evident. If this is the extent of your abilities, Kakashi, you are unworthy to mentor me. As the flames dissipated, Kakashi stood unscathed amidst the inferno. Impossible, Sasuke gasped. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Oh dear. The youth of today are so impatient. Very well, since you insist. His gaze sharpened abruptly. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from within him. Then I and Appos, LL take this a tad more seriously. Whoosh. His figure vanished from sight in an instant. How fast? Hinata exclaimed, her Byakugan working at full capacity. Barely managing to catch a glimpse of his blurred silhouette. Behind you, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke and Appos' reflexes were equally swift. Almost the moment Hinata spoke, he spun around, blocking a kick from Kakashi, who had appeared behind him. Bang. The force of Kakashi's kick far exceeded that of before, and Sasuke felt an overwhelming power surge through him, causing his arm to tremble violently as he was sent flying. Sasuke. Naruto cried out in alarm, immediately forming hand signs. Multiple shadow clones jutsu. Bang. 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 This time, dozens of shadow clones materialized on the field, surging towards Kakashi like a tidal wave. A tactic of numbers? That one and Appos, work against me. Kakashi moved like a phantom, weaving through the multitude of clones. Each strike was executed with exceptional efficiency, whether a punch, kick, elbow, or knee, effortlessly targeting the clones and Appos' vital points, dispersing them. Bang, bang, bang. A series of white smoke explosions signaled the rapid depletion of Naruto and Appos' clones. Damn it. Don and Appos, underestimate me. Naruto roared, his body surging with determination as he pressed his palms together, gathering a vast amount of chakra. Simultaneously, Sasuke, having been sent flying, performed an elegant flip in midair before landing steadily. Kakashi is indeed formidable, but that and Appos is what makes it exciting. He glanced at Naruto, who was preparing a powerful technique, and at Hinata, anxiously observing with her Byakugan, seemingly at a loss for how to assist. A frown crossed his brow. Fighting individually, victory was impossible. Madara and Appos' teachings echoed in his mind. The power of the Uchiha lies not only in the eyes, but also in the mind. Utilize everything at your disposal, even those you despise. Don and Appos, despise Naruto. A smirk crept across Sasuke and Appos' lips. Naruto. He inhaled deeply, suddenly calling out, use wind release. I and Appos, LL create an opportunity for you. Naruto paused, glancing at Sasuke in surprise. Sasuke was actually requesting cooperation? Hinata. Sasuke and Appos' voice rang out again, now commanding, focus on his position and guide Naruto. Huh? Me? Hinata stammered, but upon seeing Sasuke and Appos' resolute gaze, she nodded vigorously yes. Kakashi observed the evolving dynamics on the battlefield, a smile creeping across his lips. Now this resembles a team. Excellent. Let me see just how well your coordination can perform. He vanished in a flash, charging towards Naruto. Chapter 27, Kakashi and Appos' Trial 3. At this moment, the myriad souls sat in the Pure Land, upon a smooth expanse solidified from the river and Appos' source, resembling an open-air cinema. Before them hovered a colossal luminous screen, vividly reflecting the real-time scene of Konoha and Appos' third training ground. TSK, the perspective is still too stable, lacking any dynamism. Jiang Yuan clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Over the years, since the inception of the Divine Soul technique and Appos' rudiments, his mastery over the Pure Land had grown immensely. Although he had yet to achieve complete comprehension, utilizing his virtually limitless soul capacity to create various effects had become entirely feasible. Jiang Yuan extended a finger, gesturing towards the screen, and with a gentle swipe, akin to adjusting a camera and Appos' focus, he transformed the view. After a series of adjustments, the image on the screen began to shift, transitioning from a static overhead perspective to a dynamic aerial follow. It frequently zoomed in on Kakashi and Appos' composed figure and then shifted to close-ups of Naruto and Sasuke, even capturing Hinata and Appos' trembling eyelashes due to her nervousness. Oh, is it possible to do this? Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment, leaning closer to the screen. Jiang Yuan, your technique has become remarkably refined, far superior to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Brother, tread lightly, Tobirama cautioned. However, it indeed looks much better. They observed the training ground, where even the air seemed to thicken under Kakashi and Appos' oppressive presence. Naruto, Sasuke called out. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then grinned, leave it to me. Years of rivalry had forged a peculiar tacit understanding between them. Although they often feigned indifference, in critical moments, they could swiftly grasp each other and Appos' intentions. Hinata, Sasuke called again, pinpointing her location to alert Naruto. Yes, Hinata and Appos' heart raced as she nodded vigorously. The battle had shifted into a dense forest, where the Byakugan and Appos' effects were indisputable. Kakashi moved, charging straight at Naruto. Capture the leader first, strike at the heart. Regardless of their tactics, suppressing the most threatening point was always the right choice. So fast, Hinata gasped, her Byakugan working at full capacity, barely managing to catch glimpses of Kakashi and Appos' rapid movements. Naruto-kun, to your right. Almost as soon as Hinata and Appos' words left her lips, Naruto sprang into action. He was and Appos' preparing some grand technique. The years of dream-based tutoring from Kushina and the occasional guidance from Jiang Yuan had instilled in him the importance of fundamentals. With swift hand seals, Naruto gathered chakra in his mouth and unleashed it forward. Wind release, vacuum wave. Several wind bullets, accompanied by sharp sounds of slicing air, shot towards Kakashi. This was one of the wind techniques Jiang Yuan had taught him in his dreams. Simultaneously, Sasuke sprang into action as well. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Several fist-sized fireballs erupted from Sasuke and Appo's mouth, shooting towards Kakashi from various angles, creating a crossfire net with Naruto and Appo's wind bullets. In an instant, the air was filled with whistling wind blades and dancing fireballs, enveloping Kakashi. "Oh, well done, Naruto," Kushina exclaimed, rising in excitement and pumping her fist. "That and Appo's it. Use wind release to blow him away." Kakashi and Appo's response was swift. Tobirama calmly analyzed. This level of vacuum wave and phoenix fire poses no threat to him. The scattered attacks merely provide him opportunities to dismantle them one by one. As for the Hyuga girl, her timing for alerts could be more concise and earlier, granting Naruto a better chance to strike. "Come now, don't be so harsh," Hashirama interjected, trying to ease the tension. "For a first collaboration, it and Appo's quite impressive. Kakashi, you ought to go easy on them." As the wind bullets and fireballs rushed towards him, Kakashi and Appo's eyes gleamed with admiration, yet his movements remained unhurried. He hadn't Appo's even intended to utilize any jutsu. Lowering his body, he deftly maneuvered through the gaps between several wind bullets, casually swatting away 2 fireballs. Swoosh, swoosh. The fireballs collided with distant tree trunks, leaving charred marks. The remaining fireballs landed where he had just been, not even brushing against his clothing. "What?" Both Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in shock. Before they could react, Kakashi accelerated once more, swiftly breaching the barrier of wind and fire, appearing right in front of Naruto. So fast. Hinata, Kuden, and Appo's managed to warn them again in time. "Quite impressive. You and Appo's already learned wind release." Naruto, Kakashi, and Appo's voice was almost a whisper, but alas. "Your accuracy and speed need refinement." Before he could finish speaking, a swift and precise elbow strike landed squarely in Naruto and Appo's abdomen. Ugh. Naruto felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise for a while. Naruto, Sasuke, and Appo's Sharingan spun rapidly, ready to charge forward. But Kakashi was faster. As he sent Naruto flying, he deftly pivoted off the ground, evading the shuriken Sasuke had thrown, and instantly closed the distance to Sasuke and Appo's side. "Your fire release and taijutsu are commendable," Sasuke, Kakashi, and Appo's voice echoed, "yet it remains too weak." Bang! A precise hand chop struck the back of Sasuke and Appo's neck. Sasuke felt darkness engulf him, his consciousness fading as his body slumped to the ground. Damn it, the gap is too vast. In the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke, 2 acknowledged powerhouses of the Ninja Academy, were easily subdued by Kakashi and Appo's lightning-fast prowess. Only Hinata remained, standing alone. Her face pale, staring at Kakashi, who loomed like a demonic figure, her body trembling like leaves in the wind. Kakashi brushed off the dust from his hands and turned to Hinata, his visible eye regaining a hint of languor. "All right, now it's just you left, Hinata," he inquired. "What do you intend to do? Surrender, or come at me?" He paused deliberately, in response to Kakashi. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the breeze and Hinata and Appo's hurried breaths. Her pure Byakugan locked firmly onto the intimidating presence of the Jonin. The stance of the gentle fist was already formed, her fingertips trembling slightly, yet the resolve to muster all her courage was unmistakable. Chapter 28. The observer of youth. As the confrontation approached its climax, a few heads peeked out from the thicket at the edge of the training ground. "Shoo, be quietly. Tenten." A lively voice lowered its tone, and the signature bushy eyebrows and green jumpsuit revealed his identity. Mike Guy, the Jonin instructor of Team 3. Beside him stood Lee Rock, also clad in a jumpsuit, Tenten with her hair tied up in a bun, and Hinata Hyuga, whose Byakugan had long since activated. They were clearly not new arrivals. In fact, they had been quietly observing the latter half of the match since Kakashi effortlessly countered Naruto and Sasuke and Appo's combined assault. Now, witnessing both Naruto and Sasuke sprawled on the ground, leaving only Hinata to face Kakashi, Team 3 members dared not even breathe. Hey, Tenten, Kuden, and Appo's help but whispered to Niji, "Is that really Team 7, just graduated? Those 2 are incredibly strong." But Kakashi-sensei is also being quite ruthless. Lee clenched his fists, scanning the arena with keen eyes, murmuring, "Is this the true strength of Kakashi-sensei?" But Naruto hasn't fallen completely yet. Hinata is also mustering her courage. This is youth. Niji did not respond to his companions and Appo's murmurs, but analyzed the situation with his Byakugan. Kakashi was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested, perhaps even stronger than anticipated. Renowned as a master of ninjutsu, he had easily defeated Naruto and Sasuke using only his taijutsu. Yet, those 2 were not weak either. Their growth was astonishingly rapid, considering their family backgrounds. Could such progress solely stem from the education received at the Ninja Academy? His gaze ultimately settled on the slender yet resolute figure in the arena. The heiress of the Hyuga clan, her stance was impeccable, and the flow of chakra adhered to the fundamental principles of the gentle fist. However, it was too slow, too soft, lacking the practical experience necessary for battle, and devoid of the determination to imbue her strikes with her will. Niji and Amp, Apos, mind involuntarily conjured the image of his father and Amp, Apos, resigned face. Not everyone in the clan viewed the ancient constraints as treasures. Over the years, with the constant guidance of his father in dreams and the occasional strange techniques imparted by other seniors, Niji felt he had transformed significantly. The cage-bird seal, once indelibly etched in the depths of his soul, had gradually faded, even to the point that at times when he deliberately tried to feel it, he perceived the curse mark merely as a meaningless tattoo, hardly an obstacle to his control over chakra. Destiny. Perhaps it could truly be shattered by one and Apos' own efforts, for his father had told him that after the Chunin exams, it might serve as a turning point. Yet, observing Hinata, who appeared to stand no chance in the arena, Niji couldn't and Apos' help but shake his head gently. Despite possessing the bloodline and resources of the Hyuga clan, her weakness rendered her incapable of shouldering the future of the clan. Just as Niji was lost in thought, Hinata sprang into action. She inhaled deeply, suppressing all her tension and fear, and cried out, "Ya?" Leaning forward, she initiated an attack. A standard gentle fist advance, her palms interlaced, emanating a faint stream of chakra, aimed at Kakashi and Apos' chest and abdomen. Kakashi effortlessly sidestepped, evading Hinata and Apos' strike, and then, with two fingers together, casually tapped her wrist where her attack had missed. Too slow, Hinata. With a sharp crack, Hinata felt a tingling in her wrist, causing her momentum to falter, and her body stumbled. Kakashi glided to her side, another hand forming into a knife, lightly tapping her shoulder. Hinata stifled a moan, her left side going limp. The disparity was insurmountable, even with her courage. She couldn't and Apos' keep pace. But just then, a voice filled with determination rang out. It and Apos', not over yet. Kakashi-sensei. It was Naruto. He had shakily risen to his feet again, dirt still clinging to his face. The pain in his abdomen twisted his expression. But the blaze of resolve in his azure eyes burned fiercely. He had no intention of surrendering. Can you still move? A hint of approval flickered in Kakashi and Apos' eyes. Naruto did not respond. He merely let out a fierce roar and charged once more at Kakashi. He didn't employ any ninjutsu or techniques, relying solely on sheer willpower. Like an orange cannonball hurtling straight toward Kakashi. Naruto knew this was futile. He simply did not want to concede. Naruto. Seeing him rise again, Hinata felt a surge of warmth within her. She gritted her teeth, steadying herself, ready to support Naruto. At the viewing platform, Kushina exclaimed, "Naruto, well done. That's the spirit." Her face beamed with pride. "It's about time to conclude this." Tobirama gently shook his head. "Indeed." Hashirama stroked his chin. "Kakashi, ease up a bit." Hinata and Apos' father, Hayashi Hyuga, watched Hinata on the screen with a complicated expression, ultimately releasing a soft sigh. Observing Hinata and Apos' and Naruto and Apos' attacks, which had become entirely uncoordinated, Kakashi nodded. He had seen all that needed to be observed. It was sufficient. Thus, he decided to impart a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a jonin. All right, that's enough. Kakashi formed hand seals. Lightning release, earth walk. With a swift crackle, electricity surged like a nimble serpent from Kakashi and Apos' feet, racing across the ground, precisely bifurcating toward Naruto and Hinata. Whoa. Almost simultaneously. Both felt a jolt of intense numbness coursing through their ankles, the current rapidly spreading throughout their bodies, rendering them rigid and devoid of control as they collapsed to the ground. Wisps of smoke rose from their bodies but quickly dissipated, clearly indicating that Kakashi had moderated the technique and Apos' intensity, causing no substantial harm. Lightning release. Just like that. The third team observed in astonishment. Lee and Apos' eyes widened. Tintin and Apos' mouth fell agape, and even the usually composed Niji had to concede. As for Guy, his exuberant voice reverberated throughout the training ground. Yo, Kakashi, and your students. This is the trial of youth fueled by conviction. They are burning with passion. He no longer held back, leaping forward and giving a thumbs up to the arena, revealing his bright smile. Kakashi brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, turning with just the right amount of surprise. His gaze swept over Lee and Tintin, finally lingering on Niji and Apos' face for a fraction of a second longer. Guy strode over with fervor, enthusiastically patting Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi, your students possess great potential. Though they are not yet fully matured, in time, they will undoubtedly become outstanding ninjas. Kakashi smirked slightly, tacitly acknowledging Guy and Apos' praise. His gaze returned to the struggling Naruto and Hinata on the ground, and not far away. Sasuke, who was awake but pretending to be unconscious. Well, not too shabby, he remarked in his trademark nonchalant tone. They still have a long way to go before becoming true ninjas. With that, Kakashi suddenly formed hand seals and directed a bolt of electricity towards Sasuke. And amid a scream, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. As a teacher, fairness was paramount. Chapter 29. The silent observer. Kakashi ultimately discerned the true potential of his students. With his objectives fulfilled, he acknowledged their successful trial. Humph, he thought, my son indeed. Even when knocked down, he refuses to yield, a reflection of my own spirit. Uzumaki Naruto cast a glance at the now quiet Makoto beside him, his tone laced with a hint of rivalry. Makoto, your Sasuke is quite diligent as well, though. Makoto managed a faint smile. Sasuke carries too much on his shoulders. With a contemplative expression, Hashirama remarked, they are indeed commendable juniors. However, not everyone shared such enthusiasm for the children and Appo's playful skirmish. Uchiha Madara, from the outset, observed with a condescending gaze, growing increasingly impatient as he witnessed Kakashi employing lightning techniques, eliciting cries from the trio of young ones. The pent-up agitation within his eyes finally erupted. Too slow. Everything is excruciatingly slow. As the time within the Pure Land grew ever clearer, each moment felt like an agonizing eternity. How had he, Uchiha Madara, come to merely sit idly by, watching others engage in trivial pastimes? Enough. A thunderous shout disrupted the discussions on the platform. Madara abruptly rose, his ethereal form radiating palpable waves of oppressive energy. His gaze swept across the assembly before finally fixing upon Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, Madara bellowed, utilize your Edo Tensei. He sought to confront Obito, that inept fool, to inquire what nonsense he was up to. Furthermore, he demanded to reclaim Nagato and Appo's eyes personally. And lastly, Black Zetsu, drag it forth from the shadows and annihilate it completely. He craved power, a vessel capable of returning to the realm of the living. Madara commanded with unreserved authority, entrust him to Kakashi. Let your despicable techniques prove their worth. I refuse. Tobarama responded almost instantaneously, without a trace of hesitation. You. The murderous intent in Madara and Appo's eyes surged. But a single glance revealed a broad hand firmly resting on Tobarama and Appo's shoulder. It was Hashirama. The atmosphere on the platform froze instantaneously. Hashirama. Madara almost spat the name through clenched teeth, his roar echoing through the Pure Land. Madara. Hashirama stood unwavering, his gaze resolute, colliding fiercely with Madara and Appo's domineering presence. An invisible clash of wills ensued. Even in their ethereal forms, Kushina and Mikoto instinctively recoiled a step back, as the specter of an impending battle loomed. A light-hearted voice unexpectedly interjected. Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. Jiang Yuan, having appeared at the center of the platform, waved his hand casually, instantly calming the tumultuous spirits around him. Both Madara and Hashirama and Appo's momentum faltered simultaneously. Over the years, they had come to develop a newfound understanding of this enigmatic outsider. He was shrouded in mystery, seemingly omniscient, and, more importantly, he brought clarity to them all. Regardless of their inner sentiments, even Madara outwardly respected him. Madara reigned in his ferocity, though his expression remained grim. Hashirama sighed, revealing a hint of exasperation. My apologies, Lord Jiang Yuan, for the spectacle. Not at all. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over each individual present. He shifted his tone, resembling that of a teacher assessing students. In recent years, I have guided you in attempting to consolidate your spirit energy and attune to the natural energies of the Pure Land. How has that been for you? Prompted by his inquiry, attention redirected seamlessly. Indeed, there have been some changes. Tobarama was the first to respond, ever eager in his scholarly pursuits. My spirit has coalesced significantly, no longer carrying the sensation of imminent dissolution, nor do I require your assistance in maintaining it. Hashirama nodded in agreement. I can even sense that the natural energy within the Pure Land has not diminished due to our training. In fact, it seems to be increasing. Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. A well-trained spirit could achieve self-sufficiency without needing his constant rejuvenation. He pondered for a moment before adding, this transformation has evidently surprised even the sage of six paths, suggesting that this path may hold unforeseen potential. Jiang Yuan felt this deeply. With his growing comprehension of spirit power and the rules of the Pure Land, combined with this ethereal technique, he had begun to accomplish many feats. For instance, he had established a solid platform beneath them, allowing everyone to stand securely, even sensing the potential for deeper alterations to the Pure Land itself. As for other matters, Jiang Yuan shrugged. At present, they remain indistinct. However, if you continue your training diligently, who knows? One day, we might gather enough energy to open a portal back home. His words, though somewhat fanciful, ignited a flicker of hope among them. No one dared to revisit the earlier confrontation, each lost in contemplation regarding their own spiritual transformations. Only Madara remained, his brow furrowed. As night enveloped Konoha, Sasuke lay in bed, his consciousness sinking into a familiar dreamscape. Within this realm, he found himself in a house both familiar and strange, with his gentle mother, Mikoto Uchiha, seated beside him, her expression laden with concern. Sasuke, How did your training go today? Makoto inquired softly. After a moment of silence, Sasuke responded, Kakashi-sensei is strong. But he furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his voice. What he teaches, fundamentals, teamwork, none of it can defeat that man. He yearned desperately for power, the kind that could crush all opposition and exact vengeance upon his enemies. I need greater strength. Sasuke and Appo's voice grew solemn as he clenched his fists. I must grow stronger quickly, find Itachi, and then. He caught a glimpse of the pain in his mother and Appo's eyes and could not finish his thought. At that moment, the dream and Appo's atmosphere shifted abruptly. The once cozy room was consumed by an inescapable darkness, a chill enveloping him. Of course, you must kill him yourself. Madara and Appo's figure materialized, speaking coldly, seize his eyes, and achieve the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. This is the essence of the Uchiha, the power that transcends all. Sasuke froze, and at that moment, Fugaku and Appo's voice followed. Madara-sama, to speak such things to a child is rather premature. Fugaku appeared beside Makoto, positioning himself protectively between Sasuke and Madara. Though lacking Madara's cataclysmic aura, he exuded a fatherly authority. Madara cast a dismissive glance at Fugaku, seeming disinclined to engage in debate, gradually fading from view as if merely indulging in a moment of presence. Sasuke, Fugaku began slowly. There are various forms of power, and the evolution of the Sharingan requires time to mature. He paused, gazing intently into Sasuke's eyes. As for the path that lies ahead, trust that you will make your own choices when you encounter Itachi again. But, what should I do now? Sasuke asked, bewildered. Today, I can't even stand up to Naruto. His unspoken words hung heavily in the air. Fugaku fell silent. He understood his son's anxiety intimately. In an era of peace devoid of brutal warfare and tragic separations, hastening the evolution of the Sharingan was an arduous task. Kakashi's teaching methods, though prudent, felt painfully slow for the impatient Sasuke. The power of the Sharingan will reveal itself when you truly need it, Fugaku finally stated. For now, establish a solid foundation and heed Kakashi-sensei's guidance. There is no need to dwell on anything else for the time being. He reached out, wishing to ruffle Sasuke and Appo's hair as he once did, but realized his son had grown considerably. The last time he had shown him such affection was ages ago. He withdrew his hand, instead softly advising, rest well. Chapter 30, The Vortex Tutor and the Uchiha Shortcut. Several months have elapsed since Naruto and his companions graduated. The village of Konoha appears tranquil, yet beneath its serene surface, the undercurrents of power are shifting, and several young individuals with altered destinies are quietly altering the course of history. The origin of all these changes lies far away in the Pure Land. Naruto finds himself enveloped in a peculiar dreamscape, surrounded by architectural silhouettes imbued with an ancient essence, reminiscent of the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. No. The chakra lines must be uniform. Uzumaki Kushina admonishes, her brow furrowed as she sternly instructs the clumsy Naruto before her, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Naruto cautiously attempts to gather chakra with his fingertips to inscribe a basic seal on the scroll. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are astoundingly intricate and demand an almost rigorous control over chakra. As the chakra script extends across the scroll, it initially appears stable. But midway through, at a turning point, the lines abruptly thicken and then become jagged and intermittent. With a frustrated slap to her forehead, Kushina utters a resigned groan. I and Appo's VE told you countless times. Feel the flow of chakra. It should be smooth, like water. Do you understand? Ugh, it and Appo's so difficult, Mom. Naruto scratches his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Despite his diligent efforts, the finesse required for these advanced techniques proves to be quite beyond his grasp. This sealing technique feels akin to attempting to embroider with a sledgehammer. Even if it and Appo's challenging, you must learn. Kushina glares at him, her tone softening slightly. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are indeed formidable. Mastering them can safeguard oneself and protect loved ones. She sighs, massaging her temples. Observing Kushina and Appo's growing impatience brings a flicker of joy to Naruto and Appo's heart. His mother feels so real in this dream, she laughs, scolds, expresses pride, and becomes exasperated by his clumsiness. He has long since been able to comprehend and recall his dreams clearly and is aware that his mother resides in the Pure Land. Wait a moment. A sudden realization strikes him, prompting a question to surface in his mind. Where is my father? He knows virtually nothing about his father. The villagers either remain tight-lipped or refer to him as a hero. But what does a hero look like? Would he, like his mother in the dream, become upset over his inability to learn? Mom. Naruto pauses his practice, hesitating to speak. ISN and Appo's dad in the Pure Land? A profound silence envelopes the air. Kushina and Appo's impatience vanishes in an instant, replaced by incredulity. Her eyes widen slightly, and her lips tremble. Images flash through her mind, his golden-haired figure, that gentle smile, and the resolute sacrifice to seal the Nine Tails. Waves of heart-wrenching pain and endless longing wash over her. Why is Naruto suddenly asking this? That scoundrel Minato. Has he left everything to Naruto while he indulges in the afterlife? As she gazes at Naruto, who has yet to grasp the basics. A torrent of uncontainable anger and grievance wells up within her. Kushina abruptly turns away, her voice laced with suppressed fury. I don't know. We're not continuing today. It's infuriating. In a fit of frustration, her figure swiftly becomes ethereal, vanishing entirely from the dreamscape. Hey, Mom. Naruto stands frozen, utterly bewildered by the sudden outburst. Did he do something wrong? Was it inappropriate to inquire about his father? Feeling a sense of injustice, he surveys the empty dream space. At a loss. Suddenly, a gentle feminine voice resonates behind him. Little Kushina still lacks patience. Naruto turns in astonishment to see a regal-looking red-haired woman smiling at him. Grandma Mito. Naruto exclaims with brightened eyes. Mito chuckles softly, not correcting his address, despite her appearance being similar in age to Kushina. Kushina has thrown a tantrum and left. So I shall guide you from here on, Naruto. She approaches the scroll where Naruto had been practicing, glancing at the crooked symbols without directly pointing out the mistakes. Instead, she asks, Naruto, what do you believe is the essence of sealing techniques? Essence? Naruto blinks, taken aback by the question, which Kushina never posed. After a moment of contemplation, he replies, I don't know. An honest child. Mito extends her finger, a pure chakra swirling at its tip, gently tapping the scroll. Sealing is, in fact, Mito and Appo's explanation unfolds with clarity, and while Naruto listens with a mix of understanding and confusion, he senses as though a new door has opened before him. As the lesson nears its conclusion, Naruto suddenly remembers something, exclaiming, Oh, I forgot to tell Mom that I'm going to a place called the Land of Waves tomorrow to protect a bridge builder. The Land of Waves? Mito pauses momentarily in her movements. At the same time, Jiang Yuan silently materializes in the dreamscape, pulling himself from the depths of his eavesdropping. Has it come to this time? Jiang Yuan uses, his gaze shifting to Naruto. The Land of Waves, with Zabuza and Haku, should I intervene? Jiang Yuan senpai. Naruto is no longer surprised to see him. This mysterious senior occasionally appears in his dreams, sometimes assigning him peculiar tasks, sometimes merely observing silently. Jiang Yuan approaches Naruto, contemplating whether to divulge any information but ultimately refrains, opting instead to pat his shoulder in a mock-serious manner. For your mission, remember to protect your client and fight with all your strength. Naruto nods vigorously. Yes, I understand. Very well, continue your studies. I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Yuan's figure gradually fades, his consciousness returning to the Pure Land. As he arrives back, he finds Fugaka standing before Madara. His demeanor respectful, but betraying an undeniable worry. Lord Madara, Fugaka bows slightly, his tone earnest. It seems Sasuke is encountering a bottleneck, especially after witnessing Naruto's rapid progress. Madara crosses his arms, listening coldly. Upon hearing Fugaka mention Naruto's swift advancement, he emits a disdainful grunt. That little brat is merely relying on the convenience of being a Jinchuriki. The potential of the Uchiha clan is beyond their comprehension. A true Uchiha genius possesses power that lies dormant within their bloodline. The evolution of the Sharingan, even to the Manjikyu Sharingan, is the inevitable destiny for those with sufficient potential. All that is required is the right opportunity. Madara's words are imbued with a harshness, a surge of intense emotions. Extreme pain, or perhaps the experience of near death. Jiang Yuan, listening from the side, interjects curiously, then, for instance, could creating some truly terrifying nightmares achieve a similar effect? Madara glances at Jiang Yuan, who always seems to hit the nail on the head with his inquiries. Of course, a sufficiently intense psychological impact can also stimulate the evolution of the Sharingan. Moreover, this method is more efficient than facing life and death crises in reality. He then shifts his tone. However, efficiency comes with risks. Those with weak minds and insufficient strength to bear such power, if forced to endure this stimulation, may suffer mental breakdowns and become useless. Or worse, lose control of their power and turn it against themselves. See, Tobirama, who had been silently listening, finally can't help but scoff. I have long said that the Uchiha will inevitably tread down a dark path. Surprisingly, Madara does not erupt in anger as he usually would, nor does he attempt to silence Tobirama with a glare. He merely emitted another ambiguous grunt, gazing profoundly into the distance, neglecting even to acknowledge Fujiwara. Chapter 31. The Land of Waves. Rapid mode. The serene sunlight of Konoha village continued to illuminate the pure land displayed within the light curtain. A day had passed since Naruto's last dream training session. By the reckoning of time, Team 7 had likely set forth on their journey to the Land of Waves. Sigh. Kushina lamented for the umpteenth time, her eyes fixated on the light curtain, unable to find peace. She was anxious, uncertain of Naruto's whereabouts. It was his first time venturing so far from the village, and she worried whether he could adapt. Beside her, Mikoto appeared considerably calmer, yet her heart was equally burdened with concern. This scene is utterly monotonous. Kushina finally voiced her frustration. Ken and Amp, Appos, Tiwi follow Naruto, and the others? Watching the third Hokage is of no interest. It and Amp, Appos, is infuriating. Her words left the others momentarily speechless, yet they sparked a revelation in Jia Yuan. Indeed, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. They and Amp, Appos, VE already left the village, making it difficult to manipulate the Horatian. It's the perfect opportunity for me to attempt the complete technique myself. He extended his fingers, pointing at Kushina and Makoto, before turning his gaze to Kakashi. The others, perplexed, drew closer. Taking a deep breath, Jiagyuan felt an immense power envelop him, awakening a distant connection to the physical world. Simultaneously, the light curtain began to flicker violently. First came a chaotic array of snowflakes, noise, and fleeting images of forests, rivers, and unfamiliar faces. I see him. It and Amp, Oppos, S. Naruto. Kushina exclaimed suddenly. As the image swiftly became clearer and stabilized, they beheld a winding path through the woods. Leading the group was Kakashi, with Naruto and Sasuke walking side by side in the middle. Hinata lagged slightly behind, alongside the seemingly weary bridge builder, Tazuna, bringing up the rear. Everything appeared tranquil. Under the clear sky, a puddle lay in the center of the path. Kakashi cast a glance but maintained his composure. However, the experienced ninjas within the observation area immediately sensed something amiss. There's an ambush, Tobarama stated succinctly. No sooner had the words left his lips than, swish, two iron chains erupted from the water, imbued with a chilling malice, ensnaring the unsuspecting Kakashi. Simultaneously, two menacing figures emerged, the rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, the Demon Brothers. This mission had far exceeded the difficulty of a mere C rank from the very beginning. Naruto, Sasuke, both Kushina and Makoto cried out in alarm. Yet, contrary to their expectations of a chaotic scene, a remarkable calm prevailed. Almost instinctively, Hinata raised her head, activating her Byakugan. Thanks to Niji and Amp, Oppos, S. reluctant yet effective training over the past few years, her mastery of the technique was quite proficient. With a reflexive clarity, her vision pierced through the obstructions and locked onto the enemies. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. But Kakashi seemed oblivious, caught in the chains. Whoosh, whoosh. Naruto and Sasuke shot forward like arrows released from a bow, vanishing from their positions. The Demon Brothers, with their wicked grins, had been confident in their surprise attack, expecting to capture Kakashi effortlessly. Yet in the next instant, they were met with a blinding flash. Kakashi and Amp, Oppos, S form dissipated into smoke, followed closely by the sound of slicing air. They hadn't even turned around when Sasuke was upon them, throwing a kunai that sliced through the air with deadly precision, aimed directly at one brother's heart. The movement was ruthless and devoid of hesitation. Meanwhile, Naruto reached the other brother's side almost simultaneously. Yet as he approached, a fleeting hesitation crossed his mind. This strike would surely claim the enemy's life. But in an instant, the words from Kushina's dream to protect himself and his comrades, along with Sasuke's unwavering resolve, jolted him back to clarity. The enemy was clearly lethal. They had initiated the deadly encounter. With narrowed eyes, Naruto thrust his kunai with even greater speed, cutting across the demon brother and Amp, Oppos, S throat. Blood sprayed forth. Thud. The two bodies fell, one after the other, their eyes wide with disbelief. From Hinata's warning to the conclusion of the battle, only a few seconds had elapsed. She deactivated her Byakugan. Staring at the fallen adversaries in a daze, Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun. How impressive. Naruto observed as Sasuke coolly flicked the blood from his kunai and attempted to mimic the gesture, but upon seeing the lifeless body clutching its throat, eyes bulging in shock, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He quickly turned away and said, well, such weak opponents were hardly worth our time. The brutal skirmish concluded in an instant, leaving Tazuna behind them pale and trembling, his legs quaking in fear. He had hired what he believed to be a mere team of lower ninjas. Something was amiss. The ruthless efficiency of their combat. Was this truly the work of freshly graduated children? Kakashi stepped forth from behind a tree, equally astonished. While he was aware of their prowess, the level of synergy and decisiveness displayed had surpassed his expectations. Especially Naruto. Though, was his hand trembling slightly? Perceiving Kakashi's gaze, Naruto raised his chin, concealing his hand behind his back. Kakashi found it somewhat amusing as he approached the visibly shaken Tazuna. There seems to be a discrepancy regarding the mission rank. A C-rank task should not involve two CH-9-level assassins. Mr. Tazuna, you appear to be less than truthful. Tazuna opened his mouth to explain. But Kakashi was uninterested and turned to press onward. The group resumed their journey, oblivious to the encroaching thick fog that had begun to envelop them, rapidly diminishing visibility. Kakashi halted, his expression suddenly serious. This level of fog. Be cautious, he warned in a low voice. Before he could finish, a loud whoosh echoed. An exaggeratedly large blade sliced through the fog, aimed directly at Kakashi's head. Yet Kakashi reacted with extraordinary swiftness, leaning back just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Clang. The decapitating blade embedded itself deep into a nearby colossal tree, its blade humming ominously. A live figure appeared silently, standing atop the massive hilt. The individual was tall, wrapped in bandages, emanating a malevolent aura far surpassing that of the Demon Brothers, enveloping the entire area. That blade. The rogue from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi straightened, positioning himself protectively in front of the three youngsters and Tazuna, his tone grave. I never expected you would fall to such depths. Zabuza and Amp, Oppos, S icy gaze swept over Kakashi, finally resting on the forehead protector that concealed his left eye. The copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki? I did not expect to encounter such a celebrity here. Before Zabuza could continue, Kakashi abruptly raised his hand, interrupting him. No. That is a title from long ago. To be honest, he pointed to the eye hidden beneath his forehead protector. I haven't utilized this eye in quite some time. Chapter 32, The Land of Waves, Rapid Mode 2. Why isn't he using the Sharingan? Sasuke wondered, astonished as he gazed at Kakashi's back. That was the Sharingan, the pride of the Uchiha clan and the most formidable power in existence. Why was his teacher not employing it? This left Sasuke, who was resolutely seeking strength to avenge his family, utterly perplexed. In the Pure Land viewing room, many spectators voiced their questions. Zhang Yuan cleared his throat at an opportune moment. Well, Kakashi and Appo's Sharingan is not the original. It consumes a significant amount of chakra and imposes considerable strain on his body. His innate talent is already exceptional, rendering the Sharingan potentially disadvantageous for him. He gestured subtly towards the expressionless Obito, explaining how he had requested Obito to impart a sealing technique for the Sharingan in his dreams. Obito grunted in acknowledgement. Oh, I see, Hashirama exclaimed. Enlightened by the revelation that one could consciously relinquish external aids, he regarded Kakashi with newfound respect. However, Kushina and Makoto exchanged glances, their concern deepening. If I am not mistaken, that appears to be a blade from the Hidden Mist Village, does it not? On the banks of the Land of Waves. Zabuza squinted at Kakashi's words, reassessing his opponent. Oh, that doesn't sound like a wise choice. Kakashi, hands in pockets, maintained a relaxed demeanor. Yet his aura subtly intensified as he replied, we'll find out soon enough. Without turning around, he commanded his students, you all take a step back and protect Mr. Tazuna. This fight is mine. But Kakashi-sensei, Naruto protested first, having just overcome his psychological barriers and completed his warm-up. Sasuke furrowed his brow, stepping forward, brimming with fighting spirit. Before such a formidable adversary, it was the perfect opportunity to test his training and gain battle experience. There was no way he would retreat. I said. Kakashi's voice turned icy, and a powerful chakra erupted from within him. The aura forged in the crucible of the battlefield and dark missions matched Zabuza's intensity. Crashing down upon Naruto and Sasuke. Ugh. Both Naruto and Sasuke felt the murderous intent wash over them, their breaths catching in their throats. Hey. This is far more intimidating than the graduation exam. They finally realized just how terrifying their seemingly unreliable teacher could be when he was serious. Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead, and he ultimately pulled the pale-faced Hinata behind him, shielding the trembling Tazuna. Sasuke took a deep breath, letting out a cold huff, and retreated to Naruto and Appo's side. Kakashi, now satisfied, locked his gaze back on Zabuza, slowly raising his hand and assuming a stance to confront him. Kakashi, without the Sharingan, faced the Mist and Appo's demon, Zabuza. Very well, then I and Appo's just kill you one by one. Zabuza revealed a menacing grin, gripping his massive sword tightly, leaping down from the tree. The Leaf Shinobi were always so arrogant. Unfortunately for them, they would all remain here today. Before his words had faded, the executioner's blade cleaved through the air, aimed straight for Kakashi and Appo's face. With his first strike, Zabuza unleashed all his might. Kakashi deftly sidestepped the blade and Appo's edge, simultaneously flipping his wrist to release two shuriken glinting with cold light. Clang! The crisp sound of metal echoed as the shuriken collided with the sword, sending a jolt through Zabuza's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi's figure swiftly maneuvered to Zabuza's side. Zabuza reacted with remarkable speed, leaping to the lakeside, where the water surged violently, coalescing into a ferocious water dragon that roared toward Kakashi. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi remained still, pressing his hands against the ground. A sturdy earthen wall erupted, intricately carved to precisely block the onslaught. The ensuing spray of water and flying debris temporarily obscured the view of both combatants. This is more challenging than I anticipated. Zabuza's face darkened, his earlier disdain evaporating. Amidst the mist, Kakashi's figure reemerged, advancing with kunai in hand. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai clashed with Zabuza's executioner's blade repeatedly as Kakashi darted around at high speed, skillfully avoiding a direct contest of strength. He persistently restrained Zabuza, patiently wearing down his stamina. After dozens of exchanges, Zabuza became increasingly alarmed and frustrated. Kakashi was like a slippery eel, his powerful strikes always narrowly missed their target, while the relentless attacks from his opponent left numerous small wounds on him. Even more frustrating was Zabuza's inability to create distance to unleash stronger jutsu. The tempo was entirely controlled by Kakashi. Damn it, is this guy truly not using the Sharingan? Zabuza and Appo's mind roared, and his assaults grew even more ferocious. Though obscured by the mist, the Pure Land and Appo's light screen revealed enough of the action for the observers. Incredible! Kushina watched, captivated. This kid Kakashi, even without that eye, is remarkably strong. Tobirama nodded in rare approval, noting that eschewing external aids to focus on honing one's own skills is the true path. That Sharingan is likely more of a burden than a benefit for him. Obito cast a glance and then closed his eyes to meditate, deeming the battle beneath his concern. The spectators in the Pure Land buzzed with conversation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kakashi seized an opportunity. His figure flickered as he evaded the sweeping executioner and Appo's blade. And his right hand suddenly radiated blinding lightning, crackling ominously. Not good. Zabuza and Appo's pupils constricted, realizing he was too late to defend himself. In that critical moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air echoed. Countless glimmering ice needles shot forth from the mist, precisely intercepting Kakashi and forcing him to abandon his attack and retreat. Simultaneously, a slender figure landed on the shore. Haku? Zabuza gasped, glancing at the newcomer. However, almost instantly, Naruto and Sasuke, vigilant of their surroundings, reacted. Enemy! Naruto shouted. Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated early, and Naruto, as if sharing a silent understanding, leaped from either side, flanking Haku. Kakashi understood. He would leave it to them. Hinata activated her Byakugan, but the chakra-filled mist obscured her vision, rendering her unable to assist, so she remained on guard. After all, she was the only one still mindful that their mission was to protect the client. Seeing Zabuza provided a moment's reprieve. Haku faced the fiercely charging Naruto and Sasuke, forming a hand sign with one hand. Secret technique, 1,000 killing water surge. The moisture in the surrounding air rapidly condensed into numerous ice needles, raining down upon Naruto and Sasuke. Watch out, Sasuke. Naruto shouted, executing the shadow clone technique. Numerous shadow clones appeared instantly, attempting to shield against the ice needles with their bodies. Meanwhile, Sasuke, utilizing the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, weaved through the gaps between the ice needles, closing in. Kunai aimed directly at Haku and Appo's face. Haku and Appo's speed was equally impressive, retreating while unleashing a flurry of Senbon. Chapter 33, The Song of Water and Ice. In an instant, the battlefield was divided. Kakashi faced off against Zabuza once more, while Naruto and Sasuke clashed with the enigmatic ice-style ninja, Haku. Swift resolution was imperative. Haku frequently glanced towards the riverbank, recognizing that Zabuza was in a precarious state. He needed to dispatch the young ninjas quickly to assist his mentor. With a sudden and powerful gesture, he pressed his palms together, unleashing an even greater surge of chakra from within. Secret technique, crystal ice mirrors. The sound of crackling echoed incessantly as the moisture in the air visibly condensed. Gleaming mirrors of ice shot up from the ground, instantly forming a sealed prison of ice, trapping Naruto and Sasuke within. Inside and outside the ice mirrors, a chilling aura swirled, refracting countless distorted silhouettes, leaving one bewildered. What kind of jutsu is this? Naruto surveyed the erected ice mirrors, filled with uncertainty. Bloodline limit. Sasuke and Appo's expression grew grave as his Sharingan activated, striving to trace the enemy and Appo's movements. Be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than Haku melded into one of the ice mirrors, only to reappear in another in the blink of an eye, unleashing a flurry of shuriken. Damn it. Sasuke barely caught the trajectory of the attack through his Sharingan, parrying with kunai while warning it and Appo's too fast. Naruto, relying on his primal instincts, narrowly evaded the onslaught, persistently attempting to disrupt Haku with shadow clones. Yet, Haku and Appo's speed was overwhelming. The moment the clones emerged, they were swiftly obliterated, proving ineffective. The two were thoroughly ensnared in the icy prison, struggling against the relentless assault. This is intolerable. Naruto evaded another wave of shuriken, his mind racing. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that technique. He furtively glanced at Sasuke. Then, he clenched his fist tightly, the sealed crimson chakra within him beginning to seep out and infuse his arm. Give me. Breakthrough. The colossal chakra materialized into a fist, crashing violently against one of the ice mirrors. Crack. A resounding shatter echoed. The rigid surface of the ice mirror fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it. In the next moment, with a thunderous boom, the entire mirror shattered. A breach appeared in the prison. Haku, who had been swiftly moving within the mirrors, momentarily halted in disbelief. This is impossible. Sasuke, not one to miss a beat, scowled, realizing Naruto had unleashed that power. You and Appo's, re-cheating. Naruto. He stepped forward, his Sharingan fixed intently on Haku, who now revealed himself through the shattered ice. You've lost. According to our agreement, yield one opponent to me. At that moment, Naruto was at a loss for alternatives, yet upon seeing the fierce determination in Sasuke and Appo's eyes, he merely pouted in response. He instinctively pulled Hinata, who had just arrived at the periphery, closer. Why did you come here? Sasuke wants to take this on alone. We should just watch. Huh. A warm energy enveloped her wrist, causing Hinata and Appo's face to flush crimson, her mind blank. All she could do was lower her head and emit a faint, almost inaudible sound of agreement. On the battlefield, Sasuke stood alone against Haku. Your opponent is me. Sasuke and Appo's voice was cold as he adopted the stance of the Uchiha fluid technique. Haku, observing the imposing youth before him, repressed the last remnants of disdain. He had to eliminate Sasuke swiftly. Otherwise, Zabuza would be in jeopardy. The battle reignited. This time, it was a pure contest of skill. Sasuke and Appo's speed and strength Every move aimed at Haku and Amp, Appo's vulnerabilities. Their figures intertwined, kunai and shuriken clashing, ice shards flying, the sounds of combat ringing incessantly. The girl wielding ice techniques. Kushina remarked, impressed. Jiang Yuan stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. Indeed, her form and presence are those of a captivating young lady. On the battlefield, Sasuke, unable to secure a decisive victory, furrowed his brow deeper. The opponent and Appo's strength was formidable, and their combat experience was extensive. Neither could gain the upper hand in a short time. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, Kakashi seemed to have regained control over Zabuza. Haku and Appo's gaze flickered anxiously towards that direction. Although his attacks remained fierce, there was now a hint of impatience. It cannot drag on any longer. A resolute glint flashed in Sasuke and Appo's eyes. To surpass that man. To avenge his clan, such a battle was far from sufficient. He inhaled deeply, his chakra beginning to circulate in a unique manner. I must become faster. Stronger. He extended his hands forward, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Open the gates. Open. With a powerful shout, a visible shockwave erupted from Sasuke. Centered around him. His hair floated upwards without wind, his skin tinged with a faint red, a tempest of turbulent chakra enveloping him. The previously lively discussion about Haku and Appo's gender in the live stream abruptly fell silent. All eyes were riveted on the youth whose aura had suddenly intensified. That is, Hashirama and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. The 8 gates. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, glancing at Madara. What technique is that from Sasuke? Naruto stood dumbfounded, utterly unaware that Sasuke possessed such a card. In Hinata and Appo's Byakugan vision, Sasuke and Appo's chakra surged violently. Having opened the first gate, Sasuke and Appo's entire demeanor transformed. The previous ruthlessness was now coupled with an added wildness. He suddenly stomped his foot. Boom. His figure morphed into a flash of lightning, instantly dashing before Haku. Haku barely had time to mount a full defense, instinctively crossing his shuriken in front of him. Clang. A thunderous impact resounded. Haku felt a tremendous force hit him, as if he had been struck by a high-speed train, uncontrollably flying backward. So fast. Haku and Appo's heart raced in terror as he forced himself to stabilize midair. Yet, Sasuke granted him no respite. His speed, heightened under the open gates, combined with the dynamic perception and prediction of his Sharingan, rendered him a blur. Each reappearance bore kunai that screamed through the air, aimed directly at Haku and Appo's vitals. No more hesitation or probing. Every strike was laced with lethal intent. This was the culmination of Madara's teachings on the battlefield. The Uchiha would not show weakness to their foes. Haku found himself utterly overwhelmed. Sasuke and Appo's Sharingan nearly anticipated every move Haku made. Even evasion became a formidable challenge, leaving no room for counterattacks. Ice shards scattered, the chill thickening, new wounds blossoming on Haku and Appo's form as his breath quickened. Desperation shone in his eyes as he frequently glanced towards Zabuza. There, Kakashi seemed to have the situation entirely under control, and Haku and Appo's defeat was merely a matter of time. Zabuza. Observing the one-sided situation, Naruto furrowed his brow. Something feels off. Haku exhibited a strange resolve. Her chakra was waning. Hinata, quietly observing the battlefield through her Byakugan, whispered to Naruto. Naruto, startled by her words, could only see Haku and Appo's disheveled form and her impassive mask. Just then, Sasuke seized upon a flaw, lunging towards Haku and Appo's side. The kunai in his hand gleamed ominously, imbued with lethal intent, and struck fiercely. This strike was inescapable. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated. Without any embellishment, the kunai accurately penetrated Haku and Appo's chest. Blood immediately soaked the pristine fabric of her attire. The gaze behind the white mask was frozen, perhaps in astonishment, perhaps in some other sentiment. He staggered back a couple of steps, his body slightly swaying. Those eyes peering through the mask fixedly staring towards the direction of Zabuza in the distance. At the instant he fell, Zabuza, who was fiercely engaged in combat with Kakashi, momentarily halted in his movements, as if caught off guard. Kakashi astutely seized upon this opening. The relentless onslaught of Zabuza and Appo's blade faltered, revealing a gap in his defenses. Without a trace of hesitation, Kakashi crouched low, evading the rigid horizontal slash of the decapitating sword. A dazzling lightning surged in his palm, condensing and compressing. The piercing shriek of Chidori shattered the thick mist. Chidori. The lightning cleaved through the sky, instantaneously penetrating Zabuza and Appo's chest. The violent eruption of lightning chakra caused Zabuza to stiffen abruptly, his decapitating sword splashing into the water, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. He did not utter a sound, his body simply crashed down, sending a spray of icy water into the air. Those once ferocious eyes seemed to glance towards the direction where Haku had fallen, yet they had lost their focus. The misty specter, Zabuza Momochi, met his demise here. Naruto furrowed his brow even tighter. TCH, if I had intervened, I could have resolved this much faster. Naruto huffed defiantly at the returning Sasuke, masking the peculiar feelings within. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Pure Land grew somewhat somber. The luminous screen clearly displayed the final battle scene, clean and decisive, yet starkly bloody. Makoto gazed at the screen. Watching her son's ruthless actions, her lips moved slightly, but ultimately, she said nothing. Jiang Yuan sighed softly and remarked, Haku was actually a lovely boy. The others in the Pure Land were perplexed, responding with a chorus of confusion. Jiang Yuan shook his head, silently sensing the situation. In the realm of the dying, two newly arrived soul orbs struggled to maintain their existence, slowly shifting. With a sigh, he waved his hand, casting those two souls deep into the Pure Land. Chapter 34. The eve of the Chunin exams. Time flies, and Team 7 has been stationed in the Land of Waves for some days. The Pure Land and Amp. Oppo's luminous screen displays the daily scenes of Konoha Village, the camera leisurely sweeping over bustling streets, eventually settling on the iconic Hokage Rock. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is idly scratching his foot, his gaze unconsciously following the movement of the screen when he suddenly exclaims. He points at the image of Hokage Rock, curiously asking, ISN and Oppo's. T that Sarutobi and Oppo's. S-boy the third Hokage? Why is there another one beside his head? Kushina Uzumaki nearly spits out her drink, exclaiming loudly. The fourth one is my husband Minato, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and also Naruto and Oppo's, as father. Naruto and Oppo's, as father? Hashirama is taken aback. He strokes his chin in astonishment and continues to inquire, then why is the third Hokage currently in office? Tobarama, standing beside him, is speechless. He had already clarified this matter long ago, and it was baffling how his elder brother hadn't absorbed the information at all. Brother, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself to protect the village at Naruto and Oppo's birth, perishing in a battle with the Ninetales. Perishing together? Hashirama furrows his brow, thinking it merely a tailed beast. Surely a Hokage should be able to handle it. He harbors doubts about the fourth Hokage and Oppo's strength, just as Kushina is about to refute. Hashirama poses another question, and since he has passed away, why hasn't the soul source awakened him? Hearing this, Tobarama responds helplessly. The fourth Hokage used the Reaper Death Seal, sealing half of the Ninetales and Oppo's chakra along with his own soul inside the belly of the Shinigami. Thus, he is not present in the Pure Land. The Reaper Death Seal? Hashirama ponders. I believe I have heard of this technique. Of course you have. Mito interjects with a roll of her eyes. The Reaper Death Seal is a forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan, once activated. Unless another person sacrifices themselves using the same technique, the sealed soul will never find release. Oh, right, it seems that way. Hashirama scratches his head, still somewhat straightforwardly stating. Regardless, that fourth fellow still seems a bit weak, being forced to use such a mutually destructive technique against the Ninetales. Kushina and Oppo's face flushes with indignation at his remark, opening her mouth to retort but finding herself at a loss for words. After all, the truth is indisputable. Minato indeed sacrificed himself. All she could do is glare at Hashirama in frustration, muttering, Minato is not weak. He simply did it to protect the village and Naruto. As the discussion about the fourth Hokage unfolds, the screen shifts, revealing Team 7 trudging back to Konoha. After adjusting the signal, Tobarama ponders for a moment before speaking. Next, Konoha should prepare for the Chunin exams. Certain matters require prior notice. He turns to Tsukumo Hataki. Mr. Tsukumo, I must trouble you once more. Tobarama requests him to convey a dream to Kakashi, warning him that Orochimaru will infiltrate Konoha during the Chunin exams, urging him to be vigilant. However, should anything seem amiss, he mustn't and Oppo's act rashly or disrupt Orochimaru and Oppo's plans, at least not until Orochimaru employs the Edo Tensei. Tsukumo gives a wry smile, acknowledging the request. After all, Kakashi is already 26, and being tasked with delivering dreams feels somewhat awkward. Indeed, he has done so the least over the years. Tobarama waves his hand dismissively. Father-son bonds are precious. Communication is beneficial for both body and mind. Then, Tobarama and Oppo's gaze shifts to Mikoto Uchiha. Madam, please give Sasuke a heads up. If he encounters someone named Orochimaru during the Chunin exams, he should run immediately to avoid falling prey to any bizarre curse seals that man might attempt to inscribe upon him. Those things are truly grotesque. Mikoto nods solemnly in response. Finally, Tobarama looks toward Kushina, contemplates for a moment, finds nothing to remind her of, and turns away. Having given these instructions, Tobarama steps to the center of the platform. Having to trouble the sage of 6 paths for each dream delivery is rather cumbersome. As he speaks, he extends his finger, gathering a peculiar luminescence at its tip, beginning to inscribe on the ground. Over the years, he has deepened his understanding of spiritual techniques and has explored many rules of the Pure Land. At this moment, he integrates these insights into practice, attempting to construct a formation capable of autonomously guiding spiritual power, accurately locating and facilitating dream deliveries. The lines flowing from his fingertips fluctuate between delicate as silk and robust as an arm, sketching intricate and profound patterns on the platform. Each connects, forming enigmatic designs. Mito and Kushina observe, their eyelids twitching, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the technique. Before long, a dream delivery formation materializes before everyone's eyes. Tobirama claps his hands, satisfied, and states, "Done. From now on, anyone wishing to deliver a dream can simply sit at the corresponding formation point." "Young man, you mentioned earlier that we could soon return to the present world?" Hashirama, unable to contain his anticipation, inquires after Tobirama completes his task. Watching the live broadcast of Konoha has been entertaining, yet it ultimately feels like watching from a distance, stirring his desire to intervene. Tobirama nods. "We shall return after the final round of the Chunin exams." A glimmer of determination flashes in Hashirama and Appo's eyes. At that time, the boy named Orochimaru must be dealt with. However, prior to that, he recalls the few disciples in the Hokage and Appo's office. Those individuals, once promising, now govern the village in such disarray. Especially regarding the Uchiha clan, it is utterly foolish. Upon hearing this, Hashirama is momentarily taken aback but then vigorously nods in agreement. Indeed, it is imperative to rectify the atmosphere in Konoha. Even Madara, from a distance, subtly twitches his ears, feeling a surge of fervor within. Chapter 35. The eve before the Chunin exam, Kakashi awoke from his slumber, feeling somewhat disoriented by the information gleaned from his dreams. Orochimaru. This name alone signifies peril, and he had stealthily infiltrated the village. Kakashi inhaled deeply. This special mission entrusted to him from the Pure Land compelled him to temporarily set aside the training of Team 7. In the forthcoming days, there would be much to attend to. During the day, in a secluded corner of a training ground, Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in hushed conversation. "So, there really is a spy in the village?" Naruto, unusually subdued, kept his voice low. Sasuke leaned against a tree trunk, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, my mother warned me. And those sound ninjas from the Sound Village might be targeting this Chunin exam. What should we do? Should we just find them and beat them up? Let and Amp, Appo's, observe first." Sasuke replied, casting a glance at Naruto. "If they manage to infiltrate, their strength is likely formidable. Besides, Kakashi-sensei seems rather busy lately." The two exchanged looks, recognizing a shared understanding in each other and Appo's eyes. Over the years, the fragmented teachings from the Pure Land had rendered them far less naive than ordinary children. The wisdom imparted by their parents, and even the legendary voices of the past, had become their most profound secret and a catalyst for their swift maturation. "Let and Appo's not inform Kakashi-sensei about this just yet," Sasuke stated in a serious tone. Naruto grinned. "Of course, this is our mission." From above, Kakashi had been listening to their conversation with a bemused expression. These two little rascals certainly kept him on his toes. Yet at least they had not become arrogant due to their strength. He vanished in a flash, silently appearing beside Hinata, who was practicing alone. "Hinata," he called. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei." Hinata exclaimed, startled, her face paling. "I have some matters to attend to," Kakashi said succinctly. "You are free to train during this period. Keep a close watch on them, and report anything significant to me." With that, he vanished before Hinata could inquire further. Hinata stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction where Kakashi had disappeared, then glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, who were deep in conspiracy, feeling somewhat perplexed. At the registration area for the Chunin exam, Iruka was buried in a pile of documents. "Iruka," a familiar voice called. He looked up to see Kakashi standing at his desk, holding a registration form. "Kakashi-senpai, what brings you here?" Iruka set down his pen. Kakashi handed over the form. "Team 7 is applying to participate in the Chunin exam." Iruka and Appo's gaze fell upon the names listed on the registration form, and his brow furrowed immediately. "Kakashi-senpai, are you sure about this? They just graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago. You know the harshness of the Chunin exam. What is wrong with them? Iruka hesitated, memories of Naruto and Sasuke and Appo's frequent battles flashing through his mind. Naruto and Appo's numerous and agile shadow clones. Sasuke and Appo's onslaught after activating his Sharingan. He questioned himself, realizing that facing either of them might not end well for him. Iruka and Appo's voice faltered. It seems those two are indeed quite strong. Sighing heavily, Iruka picked up a stamp from his desk and, with a hint of resignation, pressed it firmly onto Team 7 and Appo's registration form. "Kakashi-senpai, I entrust them to you. Please take good care of them." Of course, Kakashi nodded and turned to leave. Taking care of them? That was out of the question. He had his own responsibilities. As the Chunin exam approached, the atmosphere in the Hidden Leaf Village grew increasingly tense. Freed from the constraints of missions, various genin teams immersed themselves in rigorous preparations. In the Hyuga clan and Appo's estate, the training ground in the backyard was bustling with activity. Sweat trickled down Hinata and Appo's forehead as she diligently practiced her gentle fist techniques, her expression intensely focused. Yet, an undercurrent of worry lingered in her brow. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, primarily Naruto, their figures were ever present in her mind. The sight of their battles etched deeply into her heart. In contrast, Hinata felt perpetually a step behind. Even activating her Byakugan seemed a hesitant decision unless absolutely necessary. The disparity felt insurmountable, leaving her disheartened yet spurring her to train even harder. "Hinata," a voice called from behind. Turning, she was slightly taken aback to see Niji. Over the years, Niji had transformed significantly, shedding his former aloofness to occasionally offer her guidance, alleviating her earlier fears. "I heard you signed up for the Chunin exam," Niji remarked. Forcing aside his own fears from their father and Appo's dreams, he asked, "Do you need a sparring partner?" "Yes." Hinata nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grain. "Niji and I-san. Wani-chan, what are you doing?" A bright, cheerful voice chimed as Hanabi rushed over, her big eyes darting curiously between them. "I want to join too." Upon seeing Hanabi, Niji and Appo's expression softened, and he readily agreed. The three quickly assumed their stances in the training area. As Niji dismantled the sisters and Appo's attacks, he observed closely. Hinata and Appo's foundation was solid. Yet her lack of confidence led to hesitation during critical moments. Hanabi, on the other hand, was brimming with spirit but lacked experience. Even when both launched an attack together, Niji handled it effortlessly, his thoughts drifting to their father and Appo's words from his dreams. Change. After the Chunin exam, he could discern that in recent years, the clan leader had been focusing on Hanabi and Appo's training far more than what was customary for his second daughter. According to the clan and Appo's rules, Hinata was supposed to be the sole heir. Did the clan leader and Appo's actions signify that the rigid constraints of the past were not unassailable in his heart? A flicker of realization washed over him. Their father and Appo's words and the clan leader and Appo's behavior seemed to converge towards a singular truth. The Hyuga family was on the brink of transformation. All that was needed was for the Chunin exam to conclude. As night fell, the streets of the hidden leaf village were painted in shadows, where the occasional patrolling ninja flashed by, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. Kakashi melded into the shadows, silently trailing behind Kabuto, the seemingly benign shinobi with round glasses, whose dossier revealed years of participation in the Chunin exam. The reasons for his repeated failures could be set aside for now. His consistent evasion indicated that he was no ordinary individual. At last, in a secluded alley, Kabuto engaged in hushed conversation with a cloaked man, swiftly exchanging a small scroll. Once the man departed, Kabuto released a small snake from his sleeve, which swallowed the scroll before he departed as well. Kakashi observed the entire exchange, choosing not to act immediately, instead forming a series of hand seals. Summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, the ninja dog Pakin appeared. "Track the scent of that snake and see where it leads," Kakashi instructed, pointing towards the alley. "Kakashi, it and Appo's late at night. Even a ninja dog needs rest." Pakin grumbled, but after Kakashi offered an apology, he sniffed the air and set off in pursuit of the faint scent. After a brief moment, Pakin returned with definitive news. The scent dissipated near the area where the Sand Village and Appo's delegation is staying. The Sand Village. Kakashi and Appo's mind raced, finding a secure corner. He steadied his breath and closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the realm of dreams. Jiang Yuan had long been waiting there, alongside the silent figure of Hatake Kakashi. "Mr. Jiang Yuan, there is indeed an issue with the Medicine Master Do. Intelligence has flowed towards Sunagakure." Kakashi directly expressed his concern, his face etched with worry. "Is there truly nothing I should do? Or at the very least, inform Lord Third? Moreover, concerning the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, should the tailed beast rampage within the village, the consequences would be unimaginable, the horrors of the Night of the Nine Tails." He recalled that blood-soaked memory. Jiang Yuan, seemingly foreseeing this, smiled and said, "Do not fret. I have a general understanding of Orochimaru and Appo's plans. As for Sunagakure," he made a dismissive gesture. With this motion, a somewhat ethereal soul figure abruptly materialized before Kakashi. Clad in the distinctive garb of the Land of Wind, the visage bore a striking resemblance to the fourth Kazekage, Raza, whom Kakashi had seen in the archives. This is the fourth Kazekage." Kakashi and Appo's pupils dilated in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. How could he be here? Shun and Appo's still be alive, diligently managing affairs in Sunagakure? Jiang Yuan completed his thought, spreading his hands with an unwavering smile. "Who knows? Perhaps you might venture a guess as to who is currently impersonating the Kazekage?" Kakashi was utterly bewildered, a terrifying notion creeping into his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Chapter 36, The Chunin Exams. The first round. Days later, the first round of the Chunin exams commenced outside the examination hall, where the genin from various villages awaited their turn. The members of Team 7 arrived early. Naruto, feigning stomach discomfort, darted towards the restroom, but stealthily veered off, skillfully avoiding patrolling personnel, and slipped into the deserted examination room. After a few moments, he quietly exited and blended into the crowd as if nothing had transpired. The two extra sets of desks and chairs at the edge of the classroom remained unnoticed by most. A few minor skirmishes occurred upon entry, yet only one individual, known as Yukushi Kabuto, stood out by showcasing an impressive breadth of knowledge regarding the examination. He was particularly attentive towards Team 7, especially Sasuke, who, regrettably, showed no interest in him whatsoever. As the time arrived, the candidates took their designated seats. when the chief examiner, Marino Abiki, revealed his scarred visage. A palpable tension enveloped the room. He announced the examination rules, emphasizing the importance of information and the severe consequences of cheating. Most candidates sat upright, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Only Naruto and Sasuke appeared unfazed, exuding an air of calm that rendered Ibiki and Appo's threats as mere background noise. The reason for their composure stemmed from a recent revelation in a dream shared by Jiang Yuan. The written exam was deceptively simple, focused on the art of cheating. Find someone proficient in writing and devise a way to glimpse their answers. Should there be any talk of abandoning one and Appo's comrades resulting in failure, they were advised to disregard it. Filling out the paper was paramount, and the examiner could say whatever he wished thereafter. Naruto had committed these points to memory, fully prepared for the test to commence. Ibiki's gaze swept across the room. Let the examination begin. As the papers were distributed, Naruto picked up his pen and scrutinized the questions. They were not entirely beyond his grasp, though he found himself uncertain on several points. Scratching his head, he observed the surrounding candidates, many of whom began to fidget restlessly. As anticipated, they were likely just as clueless. Whispers and furtive movements filled the air, with various candidates employing secretive strategies to exchange answers, some utilizing special tools, while others relied on their teammates and Appo's jutsu. As one candidate, furiously scribbling, gradually ceased. Naruto confirmed his seat and allowed a sly smile to grace his lips. Beneath the desk, he discreetly formed a hand seal. Bang! Not far from Naruto, a smug candidate suddenly found himself unceremoniously on the ground, having lost the chair beneath him. Where's my chair? An examiner rushed over, demanding to know what had transpired. Do not move. Seizing the opportunity while the examiner and Appo's attention was diverted, Naruto swiftly recalled the memories sent back by his shadow clones and quickly lowered his head to write. Indeed, several desks in the examination hall had been substituted by his shadow clones. Halfway through writing, Naruto smacked his forehead. He had too much content to remember in one go. With a quick glance, he quietly formed another seal, dispelling another clone that had taken the form of a desk. Thud. In another direction, a candidate, having just completed their answers and leaning on the desk to shield their paper, suddenly toppled forward, both person and paper crashing down in a comical heap. Where's my massive desk? Someone cried out. There's cheating going on, they shouted indignantly. Several proctors visibly twitched at the corners of their mouths, having already deduced what had occurred. They had previously wondered why there were extra desks and chairs along the classroom's edge. Ibiki's expression remained impassive as he coldly declared, "Silence. Those who disrupt the examination will be immediately disqualified." He signaled for the proctors to bring new desks and chairs for the unfortunate candidates. In response to the candidates' protests, he merely replied, "Continue to cause a ruckus, and you will lose your eligibility." As Naruto's antics unfolded, Sasuke could only roll his eyes in exasperation. However, since the proctor had not expelled anyone, the situation had become significantly simpler. With his Sharingan slowly manifesting, Sasuke swiftly scanned the movements of those around him who were diligently writing their answers. The clear characters etched themselves into his mind as he wrote with remarkable speed. As for Hinata, after meticulously comparing dozens of answers with her Byakugan, she began to worry. Naruto had clearly miswritten half of a question. The atmosphere in the examination hall was thick with tension. Wherever Ibiki's gaze landed, the candidates fell silent, like a pin could be heard dropping. Time trickled away, the scratching of pens on paper resonating in the room, with only a scant few questions answerable by sheer skill. At that moment, Naruto, pen in mouth, appeared nonchalant, while Sasuke had closed his eyes to rest. Time's up. Ibiki interrupted their thoughts. Many candidates awoke from their daze, staring at their mostly blank papers, their faces drained of color. Just as stated before the exam began, he announced, "Now, I will reveal the 10th question." A profound silence enveloped the hall. The sound of a pin dropping was almost palpable. In the realm of missions, information is crucial. Yet what is far more terrifying is the despair of not being able to trust one's comrades. Ibiki, devoid of any emotion, stated, "Now, you must make a choice. Choose whether to answer the 10th question. Answer incorrectly, and your team will forever lose eligibility for the Chunin exams. Choose to forfeit, and you will be eliminated individually. But your teammates will have another chance next year." This pronouncement sent shockwaves through the hall. What? This? How can this be? A wrong answer means the entire team is disqualified? This is utterly unreasonable. Gasps filled the examination room. Ibiki observed the chaos with an unfeeling gaze, having anticipated such a reaction. "You have 1 minute to deliberate," he added, before falling silent and allowing panic to spread among the candidates. Naruto smirked. Having long been forewarned by Jiang Yuan about this farce, he was disinterested in such absurd choices. With his hands behind his head, he leaned back in his chair, feigning indifference. However, the other candidates were not as composed. At last, the first candidate, unable to withstand the pressure, trembled and raised their hand. I forfeit." With the first concession came the second, and then the third. One after another, candidates with ashen faces chose to forfeit, leaving the examination hall in a daze under the cold scrutiny of the proctors. The number of individuals in the classroom diminished at an alarming rate. Ibiki observed this scene until the numbers dwindled to a manageable level. He raised his hand, but just then chaos erupted. Crash. A deafening sound echoed as the glass on the window side of the examination hall shattered. Shards of glass flew everywhere, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. As a live, fiery figure crashed through the window. With an audacious flourish, the second round and Amp, Oppo's, as chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko, made her entrance. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in the examination hall stunned. Hey, Ibiki, Anko exclaimed, hands on her hips, surveying the now noticeably emptier hall with dissatisfaction. What happened? There are hardly any candidates left. If this continues, I won't have anyone to play with in my second exam. Many, upon hearing the phrase hardly any left, felt a tightening in their chests, and the term play only deepened their confusion. Did she just refer to the Chunin exams as a game? How reliable are the examiners from Konoha? Ibiki inhaled deeply, massaging his throbbing temples. Anko, you arrived too early. My examination has not yet concluded. Not concluded? Anko raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards those candidates teetering on the edge of forfeiting. They look like they're about to wet themselves. All right, enough tormenting these poor souls. Let the remaining ones pass. The moment she uttered those words, those candidates who were already raising their hands or preparing to do so froze in place. Several individuals had already risen partially from their seats, momentarily frozen in an odd posture as if ensnared by an unseen force, caught in a dilemma. Ibiki's veins pulsed with tension. However, there were indeed few teams remaining in the arena. He ultimately exhaled a sigh and waved his hand. All those still present here. You have passed the first examination. Within the examination hall, the air seemed to solidify for an instant before erupting into a chorus of cheers. A recently risen genin casually dusted off his trousers and settled back down with composure. Akamichi gazed at these fortunate participants with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Excellent. It appears there are still quite a few audacious youngsters among you." She licked her lips, her eyes glinting with a dangerous intensity. So, young ones, are you prepared to confront the true depths of despair? The venue for the second examination is the infamous Forest of Death, designated as exercise field number 44. There, you shall experience what true hopelessness entails. Chapter 37. The Forest of Death, Sasuke and Amp, Oppo's, special mission. There, you shall experience what true despair means. The Forest of Death, a name that sends shivers down the spine. Each team received either the Heaven or Earth scrolls, awaiting the signal at their respective entrances. The faces of most genin were etched with anxiety as they exchanged whispers filled with information about this forbidden territory. With a command from Akamaru, the iron gates at each entrance swung open simultaneously, and the candidates poured into the dark, dense forest. Team 7 entered at a leisurely pace. As the surroundings abruptly darkened, towering trees obscuring the sky, the air was thick with damp decay, accompanied by the distant roars of wild beasts. So, what shall we do next? Naruto reclined with his hands behind his head, glancing around, suggesting they could simply ambush an unfortunate team for their scroll. Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, I have a task. Oh. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a knowing expression crossing his face as he elongated his tone. Is it that one? Sasuke responded, clearly displeased by this imposed duty. Seeking out the grass ninja while rescuing that girl seemed utterly nonsensical. Moreover, it would have been helpful to know earlier. He had been oblivious during the first exam. Sasuke inwardly grumbled, that guy in my dreams always proposes such strange requests. Well, I wonder what kind of girl she is. Naruto chuckled and turned to Hinata, saying, Hinata, I'm counting on you to help us find her. All right. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she focused her mind and activated her Byakugan. The vision expanded, and everything within a radius of hundreds of meters became vividly clear in her mind. After a moment, she softly said, approximately 300 meters to the left, there's a team of 3. They bear the forehead protectors. They are leaf ninjas. She paused and added, there's also another team to the southeast, also from the leaf. Though they are rivals, they are still from our village. Naruto pondered and suggested, then let us change our direction. The trio altered their course, swiftly weaving through the forest. Given their current strength, ordinary beasts and venomous creatures posed no threat. Before long, Hinata spoke again. Ahead, we are encountering Rain Village ninjas, 3 in number. Rain ninjas? Naruto and Amp, Oppo's, sparkled. An unfamiliar village, perfect for honing their skills. Before he could finish his thought, Sasuke dashed out at lightning speed. Naruto was taken aback as several shadow clones instantly appeared, surrounding the enemies from different angles. The team of Rain ninjas clearly did not anticipate such a swift encounter. By the time they reacted, the battle was already nearing its conclusion. Sasuke's taijutsu closed in, while Naruto's clones encircled them. In just over a minute, the 3 Rain ninjas lay battered on the ground, incapacitated. Naruto promptly rifled through their belongings, extracting a scroll without a hint of courtesy. Done. It's an earth scroll. Naruto weighed the scroll in his hands, feeling elated. After dealing with this appetizer, the trio pressed deeper into the forest, their objective clear, grass ninjas. After some time, Hinata and Amp, Appo's voice rang out again. I found them. About 800 meters ahead. Oh, finally. Naruto perked up and quickened his pace, parting the dense foliage. A clearing came into view. In the center stood a girl with long red hair, her face smeared with mud and streaked with tears. In the distance, 2 grass ninjas were retreating. Naruto frowned and muttered, glancing at the girl's red hair. His eyes brightened. This red hair, after all, it is a characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Just like Kushina, he merely expressed a simple admiration. However, to Hinata's ears, it came as a shock. Red hair? Naruto-kun. So he likes such vibrant, flamboyant colors? She instinctively touched the ends of her hair, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over her. Perhaps, after the Chunin exams, she might consider changing her hairstyle? As Hinata lost herself in thought, Naruto nudged Sasuke beside him. Meanwhile, in another realm, Jiang Yuan observed the live broadcast on the light screen, stroking his chin, though his gaze lacked its usual intensity. Initially, observing the world through the light screen and dreams was exhilarating, offering him a taste of the thrill of being a puppet master. Yet as time passed, especially as events began to unfold in accordance with his expectations, an indescribable sense of emptiness began to take root. He, Jiang Yuan, was evidently a being from a higher dimension. Was he destined to remain in this void, merely an observer and commentator? That seemed unbearably dull. Watching Sasuke overpower the grass ninjas on the screen, he suddenly spoke. Old man, I have a question I'd like to ask. The Sage of Six Paths appeared beside Jiang Yuan, slowly opening his eyes. What is it? What is the principle behind dream messaging? Jiang Yuan inquired. The Sage of Six Paths pondered for a moment and explained. It is the establishment of a connection with the living, guided by powerful mental force, which can be seen as a small portion of the caster's soul temporarily entering their body. A small portion of the soul temporarily entering. Jiang Yuan repeated this phrase, contemplating. It resonated with his personal experience. The Sage of Six Paths added, however, this entry is exceedingly minuscule. Far from sufficient to exert a tangible influence in the real world, it can only reside within the illusory realm of dreams. And what about Edo Tensei? Regarding this matter, the Sage of Six Paths deliberated for a long while, ultimately providing a similar explanation. After listening, Jiang Yuan gazed at the vibrant world displayed on the screen. Feeling the genuine essence emanating from that realm, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 38, Defeating the Sound Ninja. Driving back Orochimaru in the damp forest, Karen timidly trailed behind the members of Team 7, stealing glances at Sasuke's back. The images of Sasuke dispatching her teammates replayed in her mind. His swift movements were as elegant as a dance, his icy gaze radiated authority, and that final cold snort, along with the scrutinizing look he cast upon her. Just as the yellow-haired boy beside her later explained, he had come specifically to save me. Karen nodded vigorously, her gaze almost piercing into Sasuke and Appo's lower back. Sasuke caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, furrowing his brow in irritation. He had seen such looks countless times throughout his life, from Sakura, Ino, and a host of other nameless female classmates. He had long grown numb to it, even feeling a twinge of annoyance. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto nudged him, casting a mischievous glance. Look behind you. I should have come along earlier. Shut up, Sasuke replied coldly. Naruto scratched his nose, then pulled out 2 scrolls from his pocket, one labeled and Appo's, Heaven and Appo's, and the other and Appo's, Earth and Appo's. We can head straight to the central tower now, right? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back for ramen. Sasuke acknowledged with a nod, quickening his pace to create distance. He was not surprised by the prospect of completing their mission ahead of schedule, given their current strength. The Forest of Death posed little challenge, unless they encountered that obviously dangerous individual from the Sand Village. Just as the trio adjusted their direction to venture deeper into the forest, Hinata and Appo's Byakugan suddenly detected movement. Sasuke-kun, be careful, she exclaimed, halting abruptly. There are 3 people approaching. They and Appo's, moving quickly. No sooner had she spoken than 3 shadowy figures descended from the dense canopy, blocking their path. 3 ninjas adorned with the Sound Village forehead protectors wore sinister smiles on their faces. Well, if an ISN and Appo's, see the little brats from Konoha. Lucky you to have gathered the scrolls so quickly, the leader of the Sound Ninjas remarked, licking his lips with a flippant tone. That symbol, it and Appo's, as from the Sound Village, right? Naruto asked Sasuke, pointing at their adversaries. Without a doubt, Sasuke confirmed. With resolve, Naruto stepped forward, tossing one of the scrolls into the air, catching it deftly. You want this? He then stuffed it into his pocket. Interesting, the Sound Ninja scoffed. Let us see just how much weight the pampered ninjas of Konoha can throw around. But before he could finish, Sasuke had vanished from sight. How fast? One of the Sound Ninjas gasped, instinctively trying to retreat, but it was too late. A powerful whip kick struck at the ribs of the unsuspecting ninja. In a panic, he raised his arm to block, but with a cracking sound, pain shot through his limb, causing him to stagger backward uncontrollably. Sasuke seized the moment, twisting in midair to deliver a sweeping kick aimed at the ninja and Appo's head. Meanwhile, Naruto sprang into action. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a series of explosive sounds, dozens of Narutos materialized, charging towards the other two sound ninjas with wild shouts. Earth-style, earth-shattering palm. The real Naruto formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground. Boom. The ground between Team 7 and the sound ninjas erupted. A deep chasm forming that not only hindered the other two ninjas from aiding their comrade, but also left them unsteady on their feet. Wind-style, great breakthrough. Naruto inhaled deeply, unleashing a violent whirlwind that swept up sand and debris, enveloping the two sound ninjas who had just regained their footing. Damn it. These brats. The ninja ensnared by Sasuke yelled, unable to withstand Sasuke and Appo's relentless assault. Under the chaos of Naruto and Appo's shadow clones and the ferocity of the wind, all were left in a state of utter disarray. Hey, idiot Naruto. Sasuke yelled amidst the fray, do you want to drag me into this too? He kicked his opponent several meters away, narrowly avoiding the edge of the tempest. Sorry. I couldn't amp. Appo's control my chakra. Naruto laughed nonchalantly as his shadow clones continued their reckless charge. Without any time to use ninjutsu, the formation of the sound ninjas was completely shattered. Sasuke and Appo's eyes glinted with determination. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A fearsome fire dragon roared to life, radiating intense heat as it swiftly engulfed the sound ninjas, along with several of Naruto and Appo's shadow clones. A chilling scream pierced the air, quickly drowned out by the roaring flames. Moments later, as the fire dissipated, the three sound ninjas lay charred and motionless on the ground, their bodies twitching briefly before succumbing to silence. The battle concluded with remarkable efficiency. Naruto dismissed his shadow clones and approached the fallen sound ninjas, giving them a kick to confirm they were incapacitated before searching for their scrolls. Karen, who had witnessed the overwhelming display of combat, stood in awe, unable to believe her eyes. Is this how Konoha and Appo's ninjas fight? Deep within the forest, a thick tree trunk concealed Orochimaru, who had disguised himself as a grass ninja, closely following the sound ninja team. He had observed the brief skirmish in its entirety. Naruto Uzumaki, employing shadow clone jutsu along with powerful earth and wind techniques. Though he was the Jinchuriki, Orochimaru found little interest in him. However, Sasuke Uchiha captured Orochimaru and Appo's full attention. A few years prior, based on his intelligence, Sasuke was merely of average Chunin caliber, far from his expectations. But now, the boy exhibited remarkable martial arts, battle instincts, and a fundamental mastery of the Sharingan. Something was amiss. The Ninja Academy could not possibly have facilitated such rapid growth. Orochimaru and Appo's tongue unconsciously licked his lips as he reflected on the recent battle. Yet, this was preferable. The initial surprise was swiftly replaced by an unhealthy excitement. His serpent-like eyes glimmered with greed. This was the power he sought. This was the strength of the Uchiha clan. In comparison to Itachi Uchiha, whom he had once admired, the Sasuke before him displayed a far more captivating potential. This rate of growth, this latent capability, this was the pinnacle of perfection. With this thought, Orochimaru felt his very blood boil with eagerness. However, the time was not yet ripe. Sasuke sought power for revenge, so he would grant him a taste of it first. Just as he was poised to act, whoosh, two figures appeared almost simultaneously atop a nearby treetop. One wore a mask and had a slanted forehead protector. It was Kakashi Hitaki. The other was the proctor who should have been outside the forest, Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru. Anko called out sharply, recognizing her former master easily despite his altered appearance. Orochimaru and Appo's pupils constricted, the jutsu he was about to unleash coming to an abrupt halt. How could they be here? He had believed he had covered his tracks well enough that even if discovered, it would take time for them to catch up. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He did not believe that these two could pose a threat to him in unison, but a skirmish here would only jeopardize his plans. His objective was not to engage in a premature battle with Konoha and Appo's elite. Looks like I'll have to save it for another time. If it were just Anko. He might have reminisced about the past, but under the current circumstances, Orochimaru and Appo's form shimmered like rippling water before transforming into countless small snakes, scattering down the trunk and disappearing into the thick underbrush and soil in an instant. Phew. Anko exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She turned to Kakashi, a hint of lingering fear on her face. Thank goodness you warned me. Otherwise, I might have charged right in at that guy. The familiar aura from earlier had nearly overwhelmed her instinct to rush forward. Kakashi stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, neither affirming nor denying the situation. Well, it just so happens that I was patrolling nearby. After all, it is the Chunin exam period. Exercising caution is always prudent, he replied nonchalantly. Though his gaze drifted towards Team 7. Mr. Jianyuan truly possesses remarkable foresight, Kakashi mused silently. However, had it not been for Jianyuan and Appo's explicit instructions, he would have been quite eager to gauge the true strength of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sennin. After all, he had not allowed his training to wane over the years. Chapter 39, Byakugan vs. Byakugan, Kakashi and Appo's Night Patrol. Hinata abruptly halted her steps. Her gaze fixated on a certain direction. Someone was approaching with remarkable speed. Naruto and Sasuke immediately fell into a defensive stance. As Hinata and Appo's vision penetrated through layers of towering trees, extending into the distance, she exerted all her strength to activate her Byakugan. In that fleeting moment, she locked onto her target. Two identical eyes pierced through countless obstacles, aligning perfectly with hers. Hinata and Appo's face was a canvas of astonishment. Encountering another Byakugan in this exam could only mean one thing. Her brother Neji was here. Neji, too, seemed taken aback by this unexpected meeting, halting his swift advance in surprise. In the next instant, Hinata noticed Neji shake his head at her. He then uttered something to Ten and leaped beside him. And with a decisive wave of his hand, Team 3 swiftly altered their course, quickly vanishing from her line of sight. "What did you see, Hinata?" Naruto inquired, noticing her peculiar expression. It was my brother Neji," Hinata replied. "He noticed us and then left." "Oh, that guy," Naruto scratched his head. "At least they had the sense to avoid us. Otherwise, they would have faced my wrath." Sasuke interjected, "It and Appo's a pity we didn't and Appo's find the Sand Village and Appo's team. It would have been a chance to test our skills." Days later, at the Central Tower. In the end, they had indeed played too hard. Team 7 arrived just as the deadline loomed, proudly bearing a multitude of scrolls. After enduring Irika and Appo's lengthy lecture, they finally spotted the announcement on the wall listing the teams that had passed the second exam. Naruto craned his neck, astonished. "What is going on? There are so few people." The announcement bore only a handful of names: Team 3 of Hyuga Neji and Gaara and Appo's team from the Sand Village. On the other side of the hall lay several rescued candidates, all forlorn, while medical ninjas busily attended to them, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. "You didn't encounter the Sand Village team? That fellow is nothing short of a monster." A bandaged lower ninja spoke, visibly shaken. Naruto glanced around and soon spotted the somewhat disheveled Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino in a corner, and curiously approached them. Ino adjusted her sunglasses and succinctly explained that during a crucial moment while pursuing a scroll, they had a direct confrontation with the Sand Village trio. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Kiba sustained significant injuries, and ultimately, they had no choice but to tear up their scroll. Shortly thereafter, an examiner arrived to escort them away, resulting in their disqualification. "So that's the purpose of the scrolls?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, prompting a disdainful glare from Sasuke. Team 7 continued to mingle with the crowd, learning about Shikamaru and Appo's team, which, whether by luck or misfortune, had hardly encountered any enemies throughout and thus failed to gather enough scrolls for advancement. Shikamaru himself seemed indifferent, maintaining his usual lackadaisical demeanor. Various rumors and tidbits circulated among the surviving candidates. The once boisterous Kabuto and his team had seemingly vanished, reportedly withdrawing from the exam. With no one privy to the exact reasons, Team 7 exchanged glances. As the exam period drew to a close, an examiner approached to announce, "Due to the significantly lower number of successful participants than anticipated, the preliminary round has been cancelled. In 1 month, the final individual matches will take place. During this month, you are free to arrange your time as you see fit to rest and prepare." "That fellow named Moonlight Gale doesn't seem well." A voice interrupted the stillness of the night, belonging to Jiang Yuan. Kakashi opened his eyes, already accustomed to such interruptions. "Mr. Jiang Yuan, do you have new instructions?" "Nothing major," Jiang chuckled nonchalantly. "I just can't stand to see beautiful young women." Cough. "In any case, the Sand Ninjas may be up to something soon. Perhaps you should check on him." Kakashi felt a vein throb on his forehead, letting out a resigned sigh. Despite the absurdity of the reason, he trusted Mr. Jiang Yuan's intelligence and judgment. "I understand," Kakashi replied. Days later, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, a figure darted through the shadows outside the Sand Village's temporary encampment. It was Kakashi, assigned reconnaissance duties. With his keen perception, he absorbed every nuance of the environment. Suddenly, Kakashi and Appo's expression sharpened as he halted. A figure blocked his path. It was Maki, the elite jonin leading the Sand Village's team in this exam. They had been probing Konoha's defensive capabilities, and Kakashi's audacious presence at their doorstep was an intolerable provocation. The two stood several meters apart, the air thick with tension. "Konoha shows a remarkable lack of respect for its allies," Maki rasped. Feigning nonchalance, Kakashi retorted, "That may be true, but it requires a certain level of decorum from the ally in question." Words failed to bridge their differences, and thus Maki struck. A blade of wind aimed straight for Kakashi's vitals. Kakashi deftly evaded, his form swaying gracefully. After several exchanges, bang! A dull thud echoed as Maki felt a tremendous force reverberate through his arm, causing him to stumble back, his face betraying disbelief. After a few rounds, he bore countless wounds while Kakashi hadn't even unleashed his famed Sharingan. The opponent and Appo's combat prowess exceeded his expectations. Cold sweat beaded on Maki and Appo's forehead. If this continued, he would likely meet his end here. With reluctance, he cast a final glance at Kakashi before retreating, vanishing into the depths of the encampment. Kakashi chose not to pursue, merely watching the direction in which Maki had disappeared. I suppose that counts as completing my mission, he mused, stowing away his ninja tools with a soft sigh. Within the encampment, Maki cradled his fractured arm, his face pale as he sought out Temari and Kankuro. Maki-sensei, what happened? Temari gasped in shock upon seeing him. Maki panted, his voice low. Konoha's defenses are far more formidable than we anticipated. Just now, I encountered Hatake Kakashi, and I was no match for him. Even you, Maki-sensei? Kankuro gasped in astonishment. What about Gaara? Maki asked. He and Appos. In his room, Kankuro replied. Maki nodded. Inform Gaara not to make any rash moves until we have a clearer understanding of Konoha's capabilities. Chapter 40. Shadows and the Arrival of Jiraiya outside the Hidden Leaf Village. In the depths of an obscure underground lair, Shimura Danzo sat at the head of the table, his scarred visage appearing even more terrifying in the dim light. After a brief moment of silence, the shadow before him began to writhe, gradually coalescing into a vague human form that emitted a raspy laugh. Orochimaru, are you still too timid to show your true self? Danzo mused with unabashed disdain. He chuckled softly, remarking, it is wise to be cautious in the face of Konoha's darkness. With a cold snort, Danzo dismissed the topic and delved directly into the matter at hand. There have been some intriguing developments regarding the Chunin exam. Uchiha Sasuke and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki have exhibited an extraordinary rate of growth. According to reports from Root, Team 7 has nearly swept through the forest of death in the second exam, concluding battles with remarkable swiftness. His murky single eye fixated on the shadow before him. Moreover, Kakashi's intervention was likely not mere coincidence. Oh, it seems Lord Danzo has also taken note of these anomalies. Orochimaru's shadow flickered slightly. I wonder if you recall the intelligence from years past regarding their dreams. Your Root is indeed impressive, capable of grasping even the whimsical musings of children. Danzo did not deny this, instead responding with a hint of mockery. We are alike in that regard. Your spies embedded within the village are equally diligent, are they not? Then, Lord Danzo, do you believe in these so-called dreams? Orochimaru's tone was laced with temptation. That is of little consequence to me, Danzo replied noncommittally, his focus remaining on tangible matters. Orochimaru chuckled softly, an unsettling excitement in his voice. It may have been insignificant before, but since I delved deeper into the study of spiritual transformation and refined the reanimation jutsu, I have discovered that the mysteries of the soul may be far more profound than I imagined. If the deceased possess a means to influence the living world. These words caused Danzo's otherwise impassive single eye to narrow slightly. He had always scorned such intangible concepts, yet he believed in Orochimaru's research capabilities. And so what? Danzo coldly inquired, has your plan changed as a result? Of course not. Orochimaru's shadow seemed to rise slightly. However, if you wish to avoid unexpected complications due to these intriguing variables, you might need to assist in making some preparations. Danzo fell silent for a moment, the flickering candlelight casting inscrutable shadows across his face. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, a man clad in wooden clogs, his hair graying yet his spirit undiminished, strode forth with a carefree gait. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. After all these years, the girls of Konoha remain as vibrant as ever. Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin with a mischievous grin as he surveyed the passing young women, earning a flurry of disdainful glances. Nevertheless, he had serious business this time. He sought to find the child, the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Naruto. Years had passed, and he wondered whether the boy had suffered due to the power of the Nine-Tails and whether the stubborn old guard of the village had treated him differently. Jiraiya resolved to first locate Naruto and Appos' teacher, Kakashi, just as Kakashi was preparing to return home for a well-deserved rest after a day of leisurely surveillance. He was suddenly called out to. Hey! A hearty voice echoed from behind him. Kakashi turned to see Jiraiya and Appos' genial smile. Lord Jiraiya. His eyes widened in astonishment. The legendary Sannin was the teacher of his own teacher. Even he had only met Jiraiya a handful of times. It has been too long. I returned to check on the village and, incidentally, to inquire about that child. Kakashi instinctively reached into his pocket for his little yellow book, ready to request an autograph, but upon hearing Jiraiya and Appos' words, he slowly lowered his hand. Are you referring to Naruto? Jiraiya nodded, casually patting Kakashi on the shoulder before lowering his voice, his expression turning serious. He subtly probed, Kakashi, has Naruto been experiencing any issues recently? Kakashi paused, taken aback. Jiraiya had returned with such gravity to inquire about Naruto. Issues. But Naruto was still so young. He furrowed his brow, striving to comprehend the deeper meaning behind Jiraiya and Appos' words. Had Naruto encountered any problems? His abilities had surged, and his synergy with Sasuke had grown increasingly harmonious, not to mention his chakra. Wait, is Lord Jiraiya referring to the Nine-Tails? Jiraiya nodded. Kakashi and Appos' countenance grew grave as he recalled Naruto and Appos' seemingly boundless chakra. His reckless fighting style, and the sheer number of shadow clones he could summon. For any opponent, even for him as a guiding teacher, it was indeed a formidable challenge. Kakashi sighed, weariness etched across his face, mingled with an indescribable complexity. Jiraiya immediately perked up, his heart sinking. Surely, there was trouble. Kakashi and Apos' tone was heavy, his gaze tinged with a hint of regret. Previously, during a training session in the Land of Waves, I believed it was just a routine spar. At that time, Naruto, using his shadow clones excessively, was on the verge of exhausting his chakra, swaying unsteadily. I thought he was finally reaching his limit. And I could take a breather. Kakashi and Apos' expression was one of lingering dread as he recounted the experience. Jiraiya and Apos' brow furrowed tightly, realizing. Indeed. It was the backlash from the Nine Tails and Apos' chakra. Allowing his own chakra to deplete would surely grant the tailed beast an opportunity. Kakashi continued, in the end. That kid took a deep breath, and I don't know how it happened, but his chakra surged back, even more powerful than before. Immediately, he unleashed hundreds, if not thousands, of shadow clones, overwhelming the area. As Kakashi spoke, he rubbed his temples, seemingly still feeling the despair of being engulfed by countless Narutos. Jiraiya listened in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In his mind, he envisioned Kakashi and Apos' description as an entirely different scene, Naruto and Apos' Nine Tails chakra running amok. The fox's form manifesting, potentially sprouting multiple tails, with chakra surging like a tsunami, attacking indiscriminately, creating a dangerously chaotic situation. Gasping. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi with eyes filled with astonishment, sympathy, and profound respect. He scrutinized Kakashi, noting that although he appeared somewhat weary, he was indeed intact. With a heavy hand, he patted Kakashi and Apos' shoulder and solemnly remarked, Kakashi, you have endured much. That child has caused you trouble. Huh? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya and Apos' sudden empathy. What trouble? While Naruto was as energetic as a bull, his chakra seemingly inexhaustible, making sparring a headache. He was still obedient, Wazd and Apos', Teehee? The surging Nine Tails chakra, Naruto wielding it with finesse, Wazd and Apos', that a good thing? Surely, Lord Jiraiya had misunderstood something? Kakashi gazed at Jiraiya and Apos' expression, one of deep understanding for his struggles, and found himself at a loss for how to explain. Thus, he could only offer a somewhat forced smile, tinged with the complexity of his experiences, and vaguely replied, well, it and Apos' all good, all good. It's just part of being a guiding jonin. Yet, within Jiraiya and Apos' weary smile, his conviction only grew stronger. Kakashi truly is a responsible and commendable junior. It seems that upon my return, I must earnestly contemplate how to assist Naruto in completely resolving the significant dilemma of the Nine Tails. Chapter 41. Passionate youth in the mountains behind Konoha. Upon hearing Kakashi and Apos' weathered reflections, Jiraiya gained a renewed understanding of Naruto and Apos' predicament, accompanied by a certain admiration for Kakashi. Lowering his voice, he inquired, so where have you placed that rascal Naruto? Huh? Kakashi snapped back to attention. The Chunin exam and Apos' final selection is still a month away. So I and Apos' allowed them some free time. They're on break. On break. Jiraiya and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Kakashi. Was he truly so careless as to let them roam freely? Or was Naruto and Apos' situation so dire that even this elite jonin felt utterly helpless? Resorting to such a laissez-faire approach? Countless thoughts raced through Jiraiya and Apos' mind as he imagined Naruto in some corner of the village. The dormant chakra of the Nine Tails within him stirring restlessly, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. Meanwhile, Kakashi, seemingly languid yet burdened by immense pressure, had fought tirelessly against the will of the Nine Tails, ultimately reaching a point of exhaustion where he had no choice but to temporarily relinquish control, seeking a moment and Apos' respite. Kakashi. Jiraiya and Apos' voice brimmed with complex emotions, sympathy intertwined with deep concern. You have it so tough. He felt it was rather harsh to place such a monumental responsibility solely upon Kakashi and Apos' shoulders. If Minato were aware, surely he would feel a pang of sorrow for his student. Huh? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Was Jiraiya truly worried that Naruto and the others might neglect their training during their break? After a moment and Apos' contemplation, he deemed it necessary to clarify, lest his esteemed predecessor misconstrue his actions as negligence. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Actually, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto. I understand everything. Jiraiya interrupted, placing a firm hand on Kakashi and Apos' shoulder. Some things need not be elaborated upon. You have done your utmost. Taking a deep breath, his gaze hardened with determination, he declared, it appears I have returned just in time. Naruto and Apos' affairs cannot be delayed any longer. I must see him personally. With that, Jiraiya wasted no time. Striding purposefully into the depths of the village, muttering to himself, Kakashi extended his hand, mouth agape, ultimately resigning to the situation with a sigh. Well, considering Jiraiya-sama and Apos' strength, he shouldn't and Apos' be too overwhelmed by Naruto, I hope. In the mountains behind Konoha, on a vast expanse of grassland, the afternoon sun bathed the scene in warmth. Naruto lay on the grass, hands behind his head, a blade of grass between his teeth, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. Sasuke reclined against a large tree, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an aura of solitude. The two had just concluded a sparring session that morning and were now relishing this rare moment of tranquility. A short distance away, Hinata stood, seemingly lost in thought. The sound of approaching footsteps drew Naruto and Appo's attention, and he turned to see Neji and Appo's team. "Oh, are you all here to train too?" he greeted enthusiastically. Neji responded nonchalantly, while Tenten and Lee cheerfully replied, with Lee even lying down on the grass. After all, the scenic beauty of the mountains behind Konoha was unparalleled. However, Hinata felt increasingly awkward as she observed Naruto and Sasuke and Appo's intense training, feeling excluded and disheartened. Gathering her courage, she addressed Neji. Neji and I would like to ask for your help with some special training." Neji and Appo's gaze fell upon Hinata, then subtly shifted to glance at Naruto, who was watching with interest, and the still meditating Sasuke. Since the day the esteemed predecessors in his dreams had liberated him from the caged bird curse of the Hyuga clan, Neji felt as though the world had transformed. His chakra flowed freely now, and his Byakugan offered him unparalleled clarity, devoid of blind spots. It was an unprecedented sense of liberation, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his soul, once regarded as a mere mocking title. The notion of being the Hyuga clan and Appo's rare talent now filled him with a profound sense of pride. Yes, he, Hyuga Neji, was destined to be the brightest star of the Hyuga clan. With the shackles removed, he bore both the responsibility and capability to uphold the honor befitting a genius. As these thoughts surged within him, a swell of inexplicable fervor gripped Neji. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, his gaze sweeping over Hinata, imbued with a sense of natural brotherly duty. Since Hinata had taken the initiative to speak, it would not be remiss to enlighten his younger sister on the true essence of Gentle Fist. While he had already done so within the confines of the Hyuga household, this was now in front of Team 3 and Team 7, a gathering of outsiders. He felt compelled to showcase the harmony of the Hyuga clan and his own stature as the foremost member. Clearing his throat, he suppressed the slight upward curl of his lips and spoke calmly. "Yes, of course," he added, raising his voice slightly. "However, the Gentle Fist is profound and intricate. You have a long journey ahead of you, so do not become complacent." "Yes, Neji and I." Hinata nodded vigorously. Watching this exchange, Naruto raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "This guy, is he really so easy to talk to?" "Come with me," Neji instructed, leading Hinata toward a nearby open area. Under the shade of a tree, Tenten, who had been observing, could no longer contain herself and elbowed Lee beside her, whispering, "Hey, Lee, don't you think Neji seems a bit off?" Lee, fully engrossed in the scene before him, reflexively responded, "Huh?" Indeed. His youthful, fiery gaze remained fixed. Encouraged by his affirmation, Tenten began to analyze. "You see, he often seems lost in thought, with that certain, it and Appo's. It's hard to describe, but you know what I mean?" "Absolutely." Lee nodded emphatically, resolute in his agreement. Tenten cast a sideways glance at him. "You really get it?" "Of course," Lee replied without hesitation, although his focus remained steadfastly on Sasuke, intent on deciphering the enigma before him. Following his gaze, Tenten finally understood, her lips twitching slightly. "Great, this guy didn't catch a word of what we just said." At that moment, Lee's heart was ablaze with the spirit of battle. Uchiha Sasuke, the legendary genius. How many times had they crossed paths during their morning runs, brushing past each other? How many times had he watched Sakura fawn over Sasuke, only to be met with disdain, leaving him heartbroken? For this reason, he had long regarded Sasuke as a fated rival on par with Neji. Unable to suppress his excitement any longer, Lee leaped to his feet and dashed toward Sasuke, striking a challenging pose. "Uchiha Sasuke, let us engage in a duel. Let us prove the value of our youth through the sweat of our fervent spirit." Naruto, startled by Lee's sudden outburst, quickly perked up, exclaiming, "Whoa, Lee is challenging Sasuke." Sasuke, interrupted from his thoughts, lifted his gaze to meet Lee's. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "I'm busy." Lee's fervent expression faltered instantly. "Huh." He wilted visibly, the vibrant background around him seemingly fading to gray. Sasuke appeared utterly unconcerned, yet he rejected Lee's challenge. Understanding dawned upon him. His youth simply lacked the necessary fervor. "Then I shall run around Konoha 1,000 times." In the midst of a gaze rendered vacant, a flash of green light surged down the mountainside, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. Sasuke, his forehead adorned with a frown, intended to remark that they would reconvene at the Chunin exam arena, for only those present would ultimately pass the examination, ensuring their paths would cross again. Naruto stood in astonishment, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Tenten, covering her face, let out a resigned sigh, lamenting, "I knew it would come to this." Thus, tranquility temporarily returned to the mountain, while below, Jiraiya, guided by a vague sense of perception, advanced step by step toward this direction. Chapter 42. The final selection begins after the youthful interlude in the hills behind Konoha. Jiraiya finally found Naruto. Having heard Kakashi and Appo's poignant lament, he initially presumed Naruto was enduring tremendous hardship, living in dire straits, and thus prepared himself psychologically for the encounter. However, reality often defies expectations. Upon revealing his identity and subtly inquiring with genuine concern, Naruto merely blinked his azure eyes, appearing utterly bewildered by Jiraiya and Appo's words. When Jiraiya nearly implied whether Naruto had ever wielded that power filled with hatred and malice, Naruto suddenly grasped the question, scratching his head. In the next moment, under Jiraiya and Appo's astonished gaze, he effortlessly enveloped himself in a layer of solid chakra, his tailed beast cloak. Proudly, he even swayed his tail, exclaiming, "Look! Kurama says this is the correct usage." Jiraiya was left utterly flabbergasted, questioning his own existence. Nevertheless, burdened by years of guilt, he embarked on a month-long journey with Naruto, during which he bestowed upon him the contract of Mayaboko Mountain and taught him the Rasengan technique. Naruto learned with remarkable ease. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the final selection for the Chunin exams. The vast arena was already filled to capacity, with nobles, wealthy merchants, and villagers from the land of fire and neighboring countries gathered to witness the pinnacle clash of young prodigies. On the high platform, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the center, while the fourth Kazekage leisurely sipped tea beside him. Kakashi, situated at the outskirts of the contestant observation area, cast a seemingly languid glance at the Kazekage, then shifted his gaze to Naruto, who was animatedly conversing with Sasuke not far away, feeling a sense of vigilance within. "Lord Hokage, this Chunin exam is truly unprecedented," the Kazekage remarked in a gravelly voice, with an inscrutable undertone. The third Hokage placed his teacup down, responding with calm indifference. "We must not neglect our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. It is indeed a rare occasion for Sunagakure to have a team of elites advance to the finals. I presume you are quite pleased, Lord Kazekage." The Kazekage chuckled softly. The competitions of the younger generation are always something to anticipate. Their brief exchange, laced with barbs, hinted at the turbulent undercurrents beneath this grand event. At that moment, a feeble cough resonated, capturing the attention of the entire arena. The chief referee of the final selection, Moonlight Breeze, stepped into the center of the arena. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the final selection of the Chunin exams." His voice echoed through the loudspeakers. "After the fierce eliminations of the first 2 rounds, we now have 9 exceptional genin ready to face off in their ultimate showdown. I shall now announce the rules. This final selection will be conducted in a knockout format, with the victors advancing. Your performances will directly influence the assessment of your abilities and serve as a crucial basis for your promotion to Chunin. The matchups have been determined. Let the first round commence." The first match featured Naruto Uzumaki against Tenten. With little suspense, Tenten immediately unleashed a barrage of ninja tools, attempting to overwhelm Naruto with a relentless assault. However, Naruto simply inhaled deeply and unleashed an exceptionally powerful wind release technique, instantly disrupting the trajectory of all the projectiles and sending Tenten staggering. In the next instant, Naruto closed the distance, and with a straightforward display of taijutsu, Tenten fell without surprise. The second match pitted Sasuke Uchiha against Kankuro from Sunagakure. The puppet master Kankuro commanded his favorite puppet, Crow, to initiate an attack. Sasuke launched a flamboyant fire release technique, the Phoenix Fire technique, as a feint to draw Kankuro's attention while simultaneously advancing with fiery agility to engage in close combat. Kankuro managed a timely defense, but his physical prowess was lacking, and he was encircled and defeated by Sasuke within minutes. On the high platform, the Kazekage observed this with a glimmer of intrigue in his concealed gaze. The third match showcased Neji Hyuga against Hinata Hyuga. This duel between clan members garnered considerable attention, yet the outcome was largely anticipated. As the match commenced, both engaged in a gentle fist exchange, with Neji's movements flowing effortlessly. Despite his lack of ferocity, Hinata struggled to defend herself, clearly outmatched in both experience and strength. The scene resembled a typical training session of the Hyuga clan. After several exchanges, Hinata, fatigued, conceded defeat. Neji graciously assisted her in rising as they exited the arena. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga, who had been anxiously observing, was surprised to discover the strong bond between the siblings. In the fourth match, Rock Lee faced off against Temari from Sunagakure. This contest was fiercely competitive, with neither side willing to yield. Lee, embodying the spirit of youth, unleashed rapid taijutsu attacks that left Temari momentarily flustered, relying on her fan to create wind-based distance. However, Lee hesitated in crucial moments, seemingly reluctant to strike a female opponent. Temari mistakenly believed her extensive combat experience and formidable wind techniques were proving effective, engaging Lee for an extended period. Ultimately, it was only when her chakra was nearly depleted that she recognized the truth. Despite Lee's exhaustion, he hadn't landed a single blow. As for the final competitor, Gaara from Sunagakure, he was fortunate enough to advance without contest due to the number of participants in the first round. He remained aloof in the stands, arms crossed, coldly surveying the arena, indifferent to Kankuro and Temari's defeats. Thus, the first round of the Chunin exam's final selection concluded. After a brief intermission, the atmosphere in the arena reignited. Moonlight Breeze, in his characteristic weak tone, announced the matchups for the second round. Sasuke Uchiha versus Rock Lee. As these names resonated through the loudspeakers, a significant stir swept through the crowd. One was a descendant of the Uchiha clan, while the other was a pure taijutsu practitioner. both having proven their capabilities in the previous round. In the audience, Sakura and Ino cheered loudly. Below, Lee took a deep breath, his thick brows furrowing, and his large eyes gleamed with fervent determination. Memories of his past courage, confessing to Sakura only to be turned down, flashed through his mind. Now, standing opposite him was Sasuke, the very face that consistently captured Sakura's attention. At that moment, he was certain Sakura was watching him. Chapter 43, The Soul of Taijutsu. The match begins. As the words of Moonlight Gale faded, a ferocious beast surged forth from the starting gate. The Leaf Whirlwind. A green figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced apart, its swift leg technique aimed directly at Sasuke's face. Sasuke's pupils contracted, his body instinctively reacting before his mind could catch up. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his arm deftly blocking in front of him while simultaneously twisting to dissipate the opponent's force. Bang! A dull thud resounded as both fighters staggered back half a step. Lee's gaze sharpened. Sasuke's response was rapid and his strength formidable. Thus, he unleashed the Leaf Great Whirlwind. With a steadier stance, Lee executed a more powerful spinning kick, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. In mere seconds after the match commenced, the two engaged in rapid-fire exchanges, their movements akin to blinding flashes of lightning, leaving the spectators in awe and gasping at the spectacle. Lee, just like that. Ignite your youth. Guy, filled with fervor, waved his fist from the sidelines, tears of passion glistening at the corners of his eyes, his spirited rallying cry echoing through the air. Kakashi stood beside him, a resigned expression upon his face, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Lee pressed forward, every punch and kick erupting with vigor, while Sasuke, relying on his exceptional dynamic vision, remained calm, expertly dismantling the onslaught and searching for an opening to counterattack. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched. Too slow, Sasuke-kun. Your speed is still lacking, Lee bellowed, intensifying his assault, though nearly every move was met with a block. Realizing this, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. Lee suddenly retreated a step, adopting a unique starting stance as an overwhelming aura enveloped him. The 8 gates, the first gate, open. A surge of green chakra vapor erupted from Lee's body, and his already impressive speed escalated to unprecedented heights. Hiya! His figure transformed into a blurred green streak, beyond the scope of an ordinary shinobi's perception. Sasuke felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Lee's fist, accompanied by a ripping sound through the air, hurtled towards his chest. So fast. In a split second, Sasuke's eyes, marked with the black tomo, began to whirl, 2 vivid red tomo manifesting. Sharingan. The instant he activated his Sharingan, Lee and Amp, Appo's movement slowed slightly in Sasuke and Amp, Appo's perception. He could discern the trajectory of the punch, leaning back to evade, the wind from the strike grazing his nose, leaving a stinging sensation on his cheek. What? Lee exclaimed, astonished that Sasuke had managed to dodge his blow. The Sharingan. Guy's eyes narrowed. But Lee's speed should have surpassed Sasuke's physical limits. Sasuke wasted no time, using the moment to propel himself like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lee's armpit. Lee reacted swiftly, halting his forward momentum, blocking with a reverse hand. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows at a lightning pace, their strikes resonating like a torrential downpour. In the state of the first gate, Lee's power and speed surpassed his previous levels, yet Sasuke, aided by the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, managed to keep pace with Lee's rhythm. The battle intensified, Lee growing increasingly frustrated as he failed to land a decisive blow. Sasuke-kun, you are indeed strong, but my efforts do not end here. The second gate, the rest gate, open. The third gate, the life gate, open. The green vapor around him thickened, his skin flushed from the violent surge of chakra, his speed and strength skyrocketing to astonishing levels. So fast, a gasp erupted from the audience. At this moment, Lee's offensive resembled a torrential storm, each strike imbued with devastating power. Although Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to perceive Lee's actions, his body struggled to respond in kind, narrowly avoiding several attacks and sustaining a few grazes. Sasuke. Sakura stood up, her voice laced with anxiety. After a fierce exchange, Lee landed a sweeping kick, sending Sasuke crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Sasuke-kun. Lee panted, yet his resolve remained unyielding. This is my utmost strength. If this is all you have, you cannot defeat me. Sasuke slowly rose from the ground, his eyes suddenly alight with determination. Indeed, you are formidable, he murmured, lifting his gaze to meet Lee's. However, mere taijutsu is not enough. Before his words had fully escaped, a powerful wave of chakra surged from Sasuke. The 8 gates, the first gate, open. A similar but slightly less refined green vapor emanated from Sasuke and Amp, Appo's body. What? Lee and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd erupted in a clamor. Guy leapt from his seat, pointing at Sasuke with exhilaration, glancing back at Kakashi, his voice trembling with excitement. Kakashi, Sasuke-kun has? Could it be? Have you finally acknowledged my youth? My rival. Kakashi, however, simply replied with a weary tone. No, you are overthinking it. Yet, deep within, Guy was profoundly astonished that Sasuke could open the 8 gates an ability not attainable through mere study but one that demands relentless training and supreme mastery over one's body. In the state of the first gate, Sasuke experienced a boost in both speed and strength, though his explosive power did not match Lee and Appo's in the third gate. The light in Sasuke and Appo's eyes gleamed with a newfound intensity. His Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing not only Lee and Appo's every subtle movement but also analyzing the flow of his chakra and attack patterns. Once more, Lee charged in, his speed astonishing. But this time, Sasuke chose not to withstand the assault. As Lee and Appo's heavy fist approached, Sasuke deftly redirected the force, skillfully dissipating much of the impact, allowing himself to glide sideways and backward. Lee paused, feeling as though his punch had struck cotton, its force significantly mitigated. He attacked again, but what transpired next left him increasingly alarmed. Sasuke seemed to predict his every move, consistently evading or blocking at the most critical moments, and even finding openings to counterattack. Although Sasuke and Appo's retaliatory strikes lacked overwhelming power, they were enough to frustrate Lee immensely. This is... Guy recognized the shift. In the first gate state, Sasuke was leveraging the dynamic vision of his Sharingan to perfectly neutralize Lee and Appo's force. On the battlefield, Lee grew increasingly agitated, the strain of opening the third gate weighing heavily on his body. Meanwhile, Sasuke maintained his composure, steadily depleting Lee and Appo's stamina while awaiting the opportunity for a decisive strike. At last, after a series of relentless attacks, Lee exposed a fleeting vulnerability, a mere fraction of a second wherein his old strength faded, and new strength had yet to manifest. This opening was seized by Sasuke. Now and Appo's the time. A gleam of determination radiated from Sasuke and Appo's eyes as lightning-charged chakra coalesced upon his fist. Without employing any elaborate techniques, he simply stepped forward and struck. As swift as lightning, his fist surged toward the center of Lee and Appo's chest and abdomen. Thud. Lee felt a sharp force pierce through him, the intense pain rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Halting his subsec, he lifted his head, gazing at Sasuke who stood before him, his eyes filled with reluctance, yet predominantly in earnest admiration. Defeated in martial arts, he accepted it wholeheartedly. I lost, Lee managed to utter with great difficulty. Sasuke dispelled the 8 gates technique, his Sharingan reverting to its usual ebony hue. Breathing slightly heavier, he shook his head and said, "No, you are formidable. I acknowledge your strength." Moonlight Gale approached to assess Lee and Appo's condition and then proclaimed loudly, "The victor, Uchiha Sasuke." A brief silence enveloped the arena before it erupted into a thunderous applause and cheers. Sakura watched Sasuke, the triumphant victor, clapping vigorously. As Lee wearily descended from the arena, distancing himself from Sasuke, he cast a final glance towards the audience. Although he could not discern what Sakura was shouting, there was no doubt that her gaze was fixed upon Sasuke in the center. The anxious weight in his heart finally dissipated. Only Guy rushed to the edge of the arena, embracing him tightly and exclaiming with fervor, "Lee, you performed admirably. I witnessed it. Your youth continues to blaze fiercely." Chapter 44. The Feast of Chakra, Tailed Beasts, Rampage. The contestants for the second match are Uzumaki Naruto from Konohagakure and Gaara from Sunagakure. As these names were announced by the swift voice of Tsuki Akari, the atmosphere within the arena underwent a dramatic shift. If the previous match between Sasuke and Lee was a clash of skill and fervor, this encounter, in the eyes of many informed spectators, resembled a confrontation between two formidable beasts. Gaara, bearing his colossal gourd filled with sand, slowly ascended the arena. His face was devoid of expression, and his eyes were icy, stripped of any semblance of human emotion. Wherever he walked, the air seemed to thicken, an invisible pressure and a palpable aura of menace enveloping him, sending shivers down the spines of those spectators near the stands. After all, just moments ago, Gaara had dispatched 2 noblemen and Appo's lackeys in the corridor. In stark contrast stood Naruto. He remained his boisterous self, his golden hair gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. He hopped to the edge of the arena, flashing a grin and waving at the audience, exhibiting no signs of trepidation for the impending battle. "Naruto." Kakashi's voice resonated from behind him. "This guy is dangerous. If, and Appo's happens, remember what I told you to do." Naruto's smile faltered slightly as he turned to Kakashi, giving an okay gesture while grinning. "Leave it to me, Kakashi-sensei." In the observation seats, Inuzuka Kiba furrowed his brow and murmured, "This is troublesome. I sense something off about him in the forest of death." Shino echoed, "Indeed." As both competitors took their positions, Tsuki Akari's voice broke through the crowd and Appo's murmurs. "Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara, let the match commence." No sooner had he spoken than Gaara's raspy voice echoed across the arena, "I crave your blood." Simultaneously, the sand within his gourd began to rise slowly. Naruto frowned and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Without delay, he swiftly formed hand seals, and an unprecedented surge of chakra erupted from within him. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. A series of smoke explosions erupted. And in the blink of an eye, hundreds of identical shadow clones of Naruto filled the arena, each brimming with eagerness, creating a magnificent spectacle. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a multitude of shadow clones before. What technique is this? How much chakra does he possess? Before the crowd could regain their composure, the legion of shadow clones launched into action. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, rock pillar spear. In an instant, a tempest howled, dirt and stones flew, and an array of ninjutsu cascaded upon Gaara in a relentless barrage, transforming the arena into a veritable feast of chakra. Gaara stood his ground, unfazed by the overwhelming assault. From the gourd on his back, a torrent of sand erupted, as if imbued with life, swiftly enveloping him in an impenetrable sand sphere, completely shielding him. Boom, boom, boom. Various ninjutsu collided with the sand sphere, producing a cacophony of explosions. While the surface of the sphere was pockmarked with craters, sand surged from within to mend the damage, a testament to its absolute defense, unyieldingly resilient. In the observation seats, Sasuke and Appo's eyes twitched with irritation, his thoughts echoing in a near roar. This guy is extravagant. If he possesses such chakra reserves, why bother with taijutsu? Kakashi wore an expression of resignation, yet acknowledgement. But the spectacle was far from over. In the center of the arena, Naruto called out, "Now?" and formed hand seals again. He directed dozens of shadow clones to charge simultaneously at different angles towards the sand sphere, each conjuring a rapidly spinning chakra sphere, Rasengan. The barrage of Rasengans struck the massive sand sphere with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The intensity of the explosions escalated, and the destructive power of the Rasengan began to visibly crack the surface of the sand sphere, revealing glimpses of Gaara's indistinct form within. "It's working," Naruto exclaimed with delight. However, within the confines of the sand sphere, Gaara and Appo's eyes turned a deep crimson, and his breathing grew labored. Veins bulged on his forehead as he growled, "Enough." With a sudden explosion, the sand sphere shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto prepared to advance but found his movement sluggish. Looking down, he gasped in shock. The ground had transformed into a sea of sand. Gaara lifted his hand abruptly, and the sand surged like a tidal wave, obliterating more than half of Naruto's shadow clones and hurtling towards him. This was not good. Naruto leapt high to evade, but saw a massive sand claw rising to strike at him. In midair, he realized he had no escape. No. Wind release, gale palm. Naruto unleashed a gust of wind, flipping midair to charge straight for Gaara. A thin barrier of sand formed, intercepting Naruto's assault and attempting to ensnare his fist. Naruto swiftly transformed his punch into a palm strike, using the wind to propel himself away. He dashed across the arena, pursued relentlessly by the cascading sand, cursing inwardly. This guy's ninjutsu is utterly unfair. As Gaara relentlessly pursued, Naruto continuously evaded. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed by now. Yet, these two possessed an abundance of chakra. However, it was evident Gaara was nearing his limit. Not enough. I need more. The sand pouring from his gourd darkened ominously, taking on a foreboding crimson hue. Though it coalesced faster, the defensive layer of sand began to exhibit unsettling distortions. As if alive, on the high platform, the shadowy figure of the Kazekage furrowed his brow, acutely sensing something amiss with Gaara and Appo's chakra. The nearby Tsuchikage remained poised, his expression concealed beneath his hat. Kakashi and the other Genin also sensed the anomaly, heightening their vigilance and preparing for action. Damn, how can this guy's sand be endless? Naruto's patience waned. If that's the case. Super big Rasengan. Seizing a moment to breathe, Naruto raised his hands high, pouring forth chakra without restraint. A Rasengan, larger than his own body, took shape in his grasp, exuding a terrifying, heart-stopping power. With a fierce roar, he hurled the colossal Rasengan towards Gaara. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated, shaking the entire arena. The violent chakra shockwave radiated outward, enveloping the air in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the scene in the center of the arena emerged. This strike appeared to have yielded significant results. Gaara knelt, his sand armor shattered, blood seeping through the cracks. Is it over? The audience pondered. Yet, Gaara abruptly lifted his head, his eyes transformed into an abyssal black. His face marred by eerie black markings, radiating fury and madness. He emitted a piercing, inhuman scream. And a torrent of sand erupted from his body like a burst dam, rapidly engulfing him, causing his form to swell and contort. In mere seconds, a grotesque feline head made of sand rose, as more sand continued to coalesce, forming a massive body with fearsome claws. What kind of monster was that? The young lad from the sand has transformed into a monster. A cacophony of screams erupted from the audience, their faces contorted in terror. Even seasoned ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. The third Hokage, seated at the dais, rose abruptly, his expression graver than ever before. Just as Shikaku and Appo's colossal sand claw was about to descend, an unexpected transformation occurred. A primal roar erupted from Naruto, resonating with untamed fury. Instantly, He was enveloped in the cloak of the tailed beast, swelling dramatically as 1, 2, 3 solid chakra tails violently lashed out behind him. The crimson chakra blazed like fire, encasing him entirely. Enough noise, you wretched raccoon. In the next moment, Naruto stomped fiercely, causing the ground to crack, and launched himself skyward like a scarlet cannonball, hurtling towards the massive raccoon's head. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, he collided with Shikaku and Appo's jaw with an audacious resolve, despite his seemingly diminutive stature. Boom. The tremendous force momentarily stilled the massive Shikaku. Following this, Naruto seized Shikaku and Appo's head with both hands, and, with a fierce roar, forcefully slammed the gigantic sand beast down to the ground. The earth trembled violently once more, dust swirling around them, as Naruto and Appo's three tails held Shikaku firmly in place. Utterly immobile, the arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 45, Prelude to Ruin, Silent Dream, with 3 crimson tails thrashing about. Naruto forcefully pinned the half-tailed beast Gaara to the ground, causing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Just as the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Flakes of pristine white feathers, accompanied by an unusual melody, silently descended upon the arena. The feathers floated as lightly as phantoms, imbued with an irresistible enchantment. In the stands, the expressions of the ordinary citizens, who had just been exclaiming in shock, shifted from bewilderment to a vacant gaze, one by one collapsing softly onto their seats. Even some inexperienced genin struggled for a few seconds before succumbing to drowsiness, their consciousness gradually fading. In mere moments, the once boisterous spectator area plunged into an eerie silence. Jinjutsu, Asuma, Kurenai, and other elite jonin sensed it simultaneously, quickly forming hand seals to dispel the illusion. Kakashi, upon realizing the situation, attempted to identify the caster when a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Jiraiya-san, Kakashi exclaimed. In stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor, Jiraiya wore a grave expression. Kakashi, something is amiss, the entire Leaf Village. Before he could finish, both men abruptly looked up toward the high platform. There, 4 blinding purple pillars of light shot up from the ground, converging in midair to form a colossal barrier. It was indeed the 4 purple flame formation. That location housed the 3rd Hokage and the Wind Shadow. Damn it, Jiraiya cursed, his figure flickering as he prepared to rush toward the platform. Boom. Almost simultaneously, a deafening sound erupted from the arena and Appo's periphery, followed by the spectral image of a massive serpent emerging from the smoke, letting out a spine-chilling hiss. Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Appo's pupils constricted, without hesitation. He altered his course and charged toward the village outskirts. Leave that bastard to me. Kakashi-sensei. Hinata and Appo's terrified voice rang out. Kakashi, equally anxious, was about to rush toward the barrier when several figures leaped from the stands, blocking his path. Leading them was Maki, an elite jonin from Sunagakure. The Leaf and Appo's ninjas. This is where it ends, Maki stated coldly. I will not allow you to interfere with Lord Gaara. They evidently believed that Gaara was still in control and considered this to be part of their plan. Hinata, go wake the others and assist the audience. After instructing her, Kakashi confronted Maki, lightning beginning to manifest in his palm. As for the 3rd Hokage, they could only place their hopes in that gentleman and Appo's arrangements. At the viewing platform of Pure Land. Oh, has it begun? Uchiha Madara observed the chaos on the screen with keen interest. Is this what he referred to? Orochimaru and Appo's plan for the Leaf and Appo's collapse? Hashirama frowned, glancing at Tobirama. Tobirama nodded. It seems that one and Appo's be long before it and Appo's are turned to take the stage. However, they truly are a bunch of fools. He scoffed, clearly critical of the Leaf and Appo's current defensive capabilities. In the center of the arena, an unusual stalemate had ensued. Naruto and Appo's crimson chakra surged fiercely, while Shikaku and Appo's consciousness continued to roar and struggle violently, attempting to break free. Yet, its incomplete form was utterly powerless under the combined suppression of Naruto and the Nine Tails and Appo's chakra. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already jumped off the stands, positioning himself at the periphery of the battlefield between Naruto and Gaara. Armed with kunai, he faced off against Kankuro and Temari, who had also leapt down. What do you intend to do? Sasuke queried coldly. That and Appo's a question we should be asking you. Temari replied anxiously. Gaara. Her words trailed off as the intensity of Shikaku and Appo's struggles visibly diminished. Gaara and Appo's original consciousness had long since faded, his eyes tightly shut. Unbeknownst to them, Gaara and Appo's awareness had been pushed deep within by Shikaku, teetering on the brink of total consumption. However, with the forcible intervention of the Nine Tails and Appo's chakra, he was extracted from the brink of collapse, only to plunge into an endless abyss. Cold, lonely, devoid of sound or light. He seemed to return to those childhood nights filled with fear and hatred. But soon, an unusual sensation emerged. In that infinite chasm, a faint glimmer of light flickered, resembling a passage out of the darkness. Gaara and Apos' consciousness instinctively took steps toward that illuminating beacon. An unprecedented silence enveloped him. No more of Shikaku and Apos' incessant howling echoing in his mind. No more bloodlust surging through his veins. No more fearful and disdainful gazes from the world. Just a tranquility that felt foreign yet longed for. Why is it so quiet? Why? Ah, let me go. I will kill him. Kill them all. Shikaku and Apos' massive consciousness was being firmly pressed to the ground by a gigantic fox paw, effectively silencing its incessant chatter. Enough already, you foul raccoon. The nine-tails growled impatiently, applying more force. Beside the colossal forms of the two-tailed beasts, a small orange figure was energetically bouncing around, waving its fists, enthusiastically cheering on the nine-tails. QB, you can do it. Just like that. Hold it down. Don't let it make a sound and disturb that guy and Apos' dreams. The nine-tails and Apos' forehead pulsed with veins. Driven to distraction by this oblivious Jinchuriki, finally losing patience and sweeping its tail. Hey, nine. Naruto and Apos' spiritual form was sent tumbling through the air, dazed and sitting on the ground. Shut up, brat. The nine-tails threatened menacingly. Naruto pouted in grievance, but obeyed, closing his mouth while continuing to cheer on the nine-tails with his eyes. Meanwhile, Gaara and Apos' consciousness remained oblivious to all this. He merely sensed that the light was drawing nearer. At long last, he reached the end of his journey. The light gently dissipated, revealing two figures standing quietly before him. One was a familiar visage to Gaara, a cold face and familiar attire. The fourth, Kazekage. Gaara and Apos' voice was hoarse, awakening his vigilance and suppressed resentment. Next to him stood another figure, and Gaara paused in surprise. It was a woman, dressed simply, with a faint smile gracing her face. Her features rendered him motionless, trembling. Mother. That was Karura, his mother, existing only in the descriptions of others and photographs. She extended her hand toward him, radiating the tenderness he had yearned for all his life. Chapter 46. The Rebirth of Impure Earth? This body is so weak. On the high platform, a sudden upheaval occurred. The fourth Kazekage, who was supposed to be seated as a distinguished guest, now stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, a kunai pressed against his throat. Kazekage. What is the meaning of this? Sarutobi remained composed, his peripheral vision catching the ferocious glances of the accompanying subordinates, who quickly dispersed and unleashed the four purple flame formation, enveloping the entire rooftop and completely isolating it from the outside world. With a sudden crouch, Sarutobi elbowed backward and rolled away to create distance. It seemed the Kazekage did not anticipate a single strike to succeed. He emitted a hoarse laugh as the face of Rasha began to melt and peel away, revealing another pale visage beneath. Long time no see, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes glinting with unmasked malice. Orochimaru, you've truly gone this far. Once a disciple, now a traitor. Even knowing the obstacles he faced during the Chunin exams, Sarutobi refrained from taking drastic measures. And now, look at the arena, where Sound and Sand Shinobi wreaked havoc. Moreover, Orochimaru had appeared in the guise of the Kazekage. What had he done? Sarutobi and Apos' hands danced through hand seals as his anger coalesced into three roaring fire dragons, surging toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, turn back while you still can. Sarutobi admonished sternly. But the only response was Orochimaru and Apos' mocking laughter. After all his preparations, how could he allow it to end so easily? The battle was imminent. Utilizing his seasoned mastery of the five elements ninjutsu, Sarutobi initially gained the upper hand. The fire dragons roared, torrents of water crashed, and shurikens rained down like a tempest, forcing Orochimaru to retreat repeatedly. The Umbu observing from outside clearly saw that despite Orochimaru's myriad of tactics, in a direct confrontation of ninjutsu, the third Hokage still surpassed him. Your ninjutsu remains as sharp as ever, sensei. Amidst the swirling dust, Orochimaru gasped slightly, yet his tone was laced with mockery. I wonder if your body can still withstand this. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru suddenly accelerated, closing in aggressively. Sarutobi and Apos' gaze sharpened, discarding his Hokage cloak as he engaged in a more perilous close-quarters combat with Orochimaru. The clang of metal rang out incessantly, fists and feet colliding, accompanied by the howling winds of chakra. After several intense exchanges, Orochimaru retreated, a cruel smile curling his lips. You've truly aged. Your strength is nowhere near what it once was. Sarutobi felt a heavy sorrow within. Indeed, time had etched its marks upon him, and prolonged high-intensity combat was a significant drain. At that moment of dismay, Orochimaru suddenly raised his hand. With a chilling sound, he tore away his own facial skin, revealing the visage of a young woman beneath. Sarutobi's pupils constricted, an indescribable dread and fury surging within. You, that forbidden technique. Orochimaru had fallen so low. Surprised, Sensei Sarutobi? Orochimaru chuckled, using the young woman's face. This is merely a small step on my path to truth. Following a brief shock, Saratobi's rage intensified. He must personally cleanse the path and prevent this former disciple from continuing to wreak havoc in the shinobi world. But then came Orochimaru's new inquiry. Sensei Saratobi, do you know what it feels like to battle your own teacher? Orochimaru slammed both hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom. Boom. Two colossal coffins slowly rose from the earth. The lids were distinctly etched with the characters for first and second. Before Saratobi could react, the lids of the coffins burst open. Amidst the swirling dust, two figures gradually emerged. It's the first Hokage, the second Hokage. Saratobi's expression changed dramatically, and he cried out in shock. Immediately, before Saratobi's horrified gaze, a third coffin started to emerge from the ground in front of the first and second. The Pure Lands live stream erupted in chaos. Here it comes. Impure world reincarnation. Hashirama's eyes widened as he pointed at the figure rising from the first coffin, uncertainly asking, "Is that me?" Of course. Tobirama's eyes twitched, feeling complicated about the technique he had developed. The third one. Madara's breath became heavier as he fixated on the newly emerging third coffin. However, before the new coffin had fully risen, Saratobi sensed the impending danger. The first and second had already posed a considerable threat. If more were to emerge, the consequences would be dire. He decisively formed hand seals. Seal. A chakra chain shot forth, forcibly suppressing the third coffin, leaving only the fully emerged first and second Hokages. Damn it, you old monkey. What are you doing? Madara, observing from the Pure Land, nearly spat blood in fury, pointing at the third Hokage in the light screen. That's definitely me. Why did you press it back down? You damn monkey. Zhang Yuan stroked his chin and remarked, by the way, Madara, your hiding place is so well concealed that Orochimaru shouldn't be able to find your body's remains, right? I assume it's either this one or the fourth Hokage. He gestured towards the trembling Kazekage Rasha. Madara disregarded him, fuming, it's definitely me. Damn Saratobi. On the rooftop, Orochimaru remained unconcerned about the third Hokage's interference. Never mind, this is sufficient. He swiftly produced two specially crafted kunai, wrapped in talismans. His eyes gleaming with excitement and caution. This technique, I am attempting for the first time on these two legendary beings. Orochimaru's tone brimmed with anticipation, lamenting only that they could not possess the consciousness they had in life. However, as puppets for battle, they would suffice. Orochimaru, such desecration of the deceased, especially the ancestors of Konoha, has driven Saratobi to the peak of fury. Just as Orochimaru was about to insert the talisman kunai into the back of the impure world reincarnation's head, Hashirama's spirit trembled slightly. He looked curiously at Tobirama. Do you feel as if something is pulling at me? Tobirama furrowed his brow, realization dawning. The impure world reincarnation is taking effect. Brother, do not resist. Oh. Hashirama nodded. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan sensed the changes in the Pure Land and the souls nearby, silently forming hand seals. In the material world, after inserting the talisman, Orochimaru swiftly leaped back. The impure world reincarnation of the first and second Hokage slowly opened their eyes. Third Hokage. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Now, let you also taste what it's like to battle your own teacher. He formed hand seals, issuing an attack command directed at Saratobi. 1 second, 2 seconds. 5 seconds passed. The anticipated thunderous assault did not come to fruition. The impure world reincarnation of the first and second Hokage remained standing still, motionless. Orochimaru's smile gradually froze, his brow furrowing slightly. Saratobi, too, regarded this bizarre scene with vigilance, hands beginning to gather chakra, ready for any eventuality. The impure Hashirama has awakened, he said, looking down at his hands and moving his body. What a weak body, Tobirama. His voice was soft, yet clearly audible to the two present. Indeed, brother, Tobirama echoed, sensing the sluggishness of this body. And, why is the summoned spirit so weak? This question echoed almost simultaneously from Tobirama's original body in the Pure Land. He could distinctly perceive that less than 1/10 of his soul's power had been extracted, as though another version of himself existed, presenting an extraordinary sensation entirely different from that of his doppelganger. Meanwhile, Danzo remained beside him, seething with rage. What is this? Orochimaru exclaimed, struck as if by lightning upon hearing the conversation between the first and second Hokage. How can they possess consciousness? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the reanimated Tobirama had already indicated, enough, let's proceed with the release. Very well, Hashirama nodded. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Saratobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, the reanimated first and second Hokage each formed identical hand seals. Release. Instantly, Orochimaru's connection with the two was severed. How can this be possible? The expression on Orochimaru's face was utterly spectacular as he staggered backward, nearing the boundary of the barrier. Chapter 47. The Awe of Legends. No, that is not right. The smug expression on Orochimaru's face had not yet completely faded when it was abruptly replaced by profound shock. Within the four purple flames formation, An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally on high alert, as the situation before him surpassed all his expectations. However, what unfolded next was even more unforeseen. Just as Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen focused intently on the first and second Hokage, attempting to glean further insights, Hashirama closed his eyes and slowly formed a hand seal before his chest. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. What was he planning to do? Suddenly, a slender wooden vine sprouted abruptly from the ground, swiftly extending and shaping itself, gradually revealing a distinct human form. In mere moments, a young man, resembling the body of Hashirama, but with a completely different visage, stood quietly before them. The man slowly opened his eyes, deep and profound, imbued with a hint of bewilderment at his new surroundings. He moved his slightly stiff body, sensing the sluggish flow of chakra within, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Mr. Jiang Yuan. In the Pure Land livestream, Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Yuan's original form winking at her. Who is this? Orochimaru and Appo's gaze shifted to Jiang Yuan, his mind a tempest of turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also taken aback. Was this some secret technique of the first Hokage? But why was a young man they had never seen before summoned? Jiang Yuan, or rather, the fragment of Jiang Yuan and Appo's soul in the present world, was experiencing an unprecedented sense of novelty. The ninja world. After traversing for so many years, he had finally arrived. Although summoned through the Edo Tensei technique, borrowing the soul of Hashirama, his spiritual strength was far inferior to that of his true self. Yet, this was the ninja world. Through Hashirama and Appo's wooden clone, Jiang Yuan finally felt the exhilarating sensation of chakra flowing through him, filling him with a boundless sense of pride. He gestured to the two distinguished figures, engaging in a simple exchange that only they could comprehend, before redirecting his gaze to Orochimaru. So, shall we deal with this one first, or that one over there? Humph. Tobirama let out a cold snort, his sharp gaze sweeping across Orochimaru before lingering momentarily on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, together. Brother, that snake is yours. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and Appo's pupils constricted sharply. He forced himself to calm amidst the successive shocks, his mind racing. The Edo Tensei body possesses its own consciousness, capable of breaking free from control. The peculiar manner of this young man and Appo's appearance, the souls mentioned by the first and second Hokage, a frail body, and their demeanor, as if they understood everything. A flash of lightning struck Orochimaru and Appo's mind, and an unfathomable hypothesis resurfaced. His breath quickened, his snake-like eyes flickering with suspicion, greed, and a hint of near-manic excitement. The ultimate thirst for unknown truths overwhelmed his fear at that moment. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Yuan and the others, his voice trembling with excitement as he articulated each word deliberately. You possess memories from the Pure Land. At this revelation, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but everyone in the Pure Land was taken aback. This fellow was quite perceptive. Upon hearing this, Hashirama momentarily halted his advance towards Orochimaru, remarking indifferently, and so what? Once on the battlefield, the Thousand Hands Hashirama would no longer appear as the benevolent elder. He stepped forward slowly, each step striking a chord in Orochimaru's heart. Gulp. Orochimaru struggled to swallow, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. And so what? This indeed was extremely dire. Yet simultaneously, he was exhilarated by the revelation of this truth. Jiang Yuan stood still, noting the unfolding drama. After all, how could the Flying Dragon Knight lose? This spectacle hardly required his intervention. He observed with keen interest the fluctuating expressions of Orochimaru while gazing down at the arena, which was in complete disarray. Though it was evident that Konoha held the upper hand, Hashirama approached Orochimaru, while Tobirama turned, his icy gaze piercing through Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, Tobirama-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt paralyzed under the weight of that stare, his breath becoming labored. He lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of his once strict teacher. Look at the mess you've made. Tobirama and Appo's fury erupted. As the Hokage, he was indecisive and failed to discern people's true nature. He had coddled the internal parasites of the village while being sluggish against external threats. Had it not been for your repeated indulgence, how could things have escalated to this point? Would Konoha have found itself in such peril? Yes. Each word from Tobirama struck Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart like a sharpened needle. He recalled the numerous failures during his tenure, the tacit approval of Orochimaru's forbidden research, mishandling the Uchiha clan issue, and his negligence before the crisis truly unfolded. Why did the teacher know all of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted rapidly from shock to shame. After all, each rebuke was factual and piercing. He wished to retort, yet found himself devoid of any justifications. Orochimaru's defection, the village's weakness post-Kyuubi's rampage, the Uchiha massacre. One after another, the emotions of self-blame, regret, and shame intertwined, rendering the third Hokage, renowned as the professor of ninja techniques, looking aged and haggard. He deeply bowed his head, trembling slightly, his voice laden with bitterness. Disciple is guilty. Just as Saratobi Hiruzen was on the verge of being overwhelmed by guilt, Tobirama sighed and turned away. At this point, regret is futile, but as Hokage, you must understand your responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen abruptly lifted his head, the murkiness in his eyes reigniting with clarity. He inhaled deeply, straightened his hunched back. His voice hoarse yet imbued with determination. Disciple, understands. No matter what, Konoha, must not fall on my watch. He silently moved to stand beside Tobirama, exchanging no further words, ready to fight alongside his teacher to protect the village to which he had devoted his entire life. Tobirama's icy demeanor softened slightly. He nodded, refraining from further words, as he and his brother's gaze refocused on Orochimaru. Hashirama moved forward, with Tobirama and Saratobi Hiruzen flanking him, advancing upon Orochimaru. The presence of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was as solid as a mountain. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, bore a sharp gaze that seemed capable of piercing the depths of one's soul. Saratobi Hiruzen, having undergone his share of accountability, now bore the enlightenment of a Hokage in his eyes. The combined force of the three Hokage was suffocating to Orochimaru. Breathing heavily, cold sweat continued to cascade down his forehead. He could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the trio, one capable of reducing him to mere dust. Yet, in the face of this dire predicament, a maniacal smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. He licked his parched lips, chuckling softly. Hee. So that's how it is. Truly fascinating. His eyes flickered with a fervent obsession for the unknown truths that were tantalizingly close. The impending battle seemed to be on the verge of ignition. Jiang Yuan sensed something amiss. Orochimaru was acting unusually. Could it be that he harbored a means to escape in this situation? Did he have some hidden cards? Surely not. The development in the present world had not deviated significantly thus far, right? A flicker of vigilance ignited within Jiang Yuan. At that moment, perhaps Orochimaru had not anticipated matters would escalate to this point. A resolute expression finally emerged on his face as he gazed towards the ceiling above. He exclaimed loudly, "Are you not going to take action? If you delay any further, you will lose your chance entirely." Danzo, everyone, including Jiang Yuan, cast their gaze downward, startled by what they saw. Chapter 48, Danzo's Gamble. The Collapse. Are you not going to act? If you wait any longer, you will have utterly missed your chance. Danzo. As Orochimaru's voice echoed, figures surged forth from several corners of the roof, bursting through the tiles, clad in standard uniforms and donning white masks. They exuded an aura of deathly silence. Umbu? No, it couldn't be. A warning bell rang in Saratobi Hiruzen's mind. It was Root. When did they? Before his thoughts could fully form, outside the barrier, the Umbu previously obstructed suddenly erupted with a series of short, anguished cries. A considerable number of Root ninjas had turned their lethal blades upon their comrades. Internal and external forces were in sync. What kind of development is this? Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Danzo had secretly laid down such a substantial number of ninjas. He had previously focused his attention on Kakashi and the young ones, neglecting Danzo altogether. With the three Hokages present, Orochimaru was already caught like a fish in a barrel. Even Danzo, what could he possibly do? Jiang Yuan's thoughts were abruptly cut off as a wave of extreme danger exploded in everyone's minds. Within and outside the barrier, those suddenly attacking Root ninjas moved in perfect unison, violently tearing open their upper garments. Their exposed chests and abdomens were covered in intricate curse markings. They writhed as if alive, spreading from each Root ninja, the serpentine lines rapidly intertwining between the roof tiles and beams, forming a complex formation in an instant. It completely enveloped the top of the high platform. Though their expressions were concealed by masks, their stances revealed their fervor. This is the four-symbol seal. Senju Tobirama's complexion changed dramatically as he instantly recognized the technique. This was bad. Retreat quickly. His warning was hoarse, but it was already too late. Moreover, with the barrier obstructing them, even the sound ninjas in the corners wore expressions of confusion. All the Root assassins synchronized their hand seals, and in that fleeting instant, a deafening silence enveloped them. The massive black formation violently contracted, leaving everyone's expressions frozen in the final moment of tremor. A wave of terrifying destruction, like the gaping maw of an abyss, suddenly expanded within the barrier. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an overwhelming stillness. The air, rubble, and even the sturdy four purple flames formation melted away like snow. Centered around the high platform, the surrounding structures vanished without a trace, leaving behind a colossal void. Meanwhile, in the arena below, chaos had yet to subside. The sudden shockwave spread out, an unspoken obliteration that rendered everyone momentarily dazed. Regaining their senses, they stared in astonishment at the area above, where the structures had seemingly evaporated. What just happened? The ninjas struggled to maintain their composure, but the thought of what might have transpired above made their bodies tremble. Hokage-sama, Kazekage-sama. A foreboding sense of dread washed over them, as Kakashi, Guy, and several Nin dashed toward the high platform, only to find smooth stone surfaces remaining before them, alongside a cloud of dust from the initial collapse. Outside the arena, Shimura Danzo stood at the edge of a building, coldly observing the arena, his chest rising and falling slightly. Ultimately, it has come to this. He murmured to himself, his voice hoarse. The era of the first Hokage, of Tobirama-sensei, has long since passed. Those who have departed should rest in peace. Not interfere with the order of the ninja world. And Hiruzen, you too, watch from the Pure Land. Witness how Konoha in my hands will embrace true strength. A hint of loneliness flickered in his eyes. There remains only a fervor of 90 points. The obsession of his lifetime. And that obsession is known as the position of Hokage. For this moment, he had endured far too long. Orochimaru's intel had finally solidified his resolve. He gazed toward the arena, at the vast void where the first Hokage, his teacher, Hiruzen, and all those from the Umbu had been utterly obliterated. No one knew what had occurred there. As for Orochimaru, standing slightly behind Danzo was Kabuto Yakushi. He adjusted his glasses, and, only after the collapse in that area had completely concluded, leisurely formed a hand seal. Summoning technique. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted. And a colossal serpent appeared from thin air, its tongue flicking as its chest and abdomen swelled. The serpent opened its jaws wide, as if retching, and a disheveled figure tumbled forth from its throat. It was indeed Orochimaru. He was in tatters, gasping for breath. What a terrifying technique. Orochimaru shook the slime from his head, a glint of fear flashing in his serpentine eyes. More than that, a profound excitement surged within him as he looked at Danzo's back. You actually did it. Danzo did not turn around, but said calmly, now, your people can begin their retreat. Kabuto interjected at the right moment. I have already given prior instructions. A bit of resistance is necessary. We must put on a show. Orochimaru let out a low, lingering laugh, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic crowd below, seemingly searching for something. Sasuke, what a pity. Yet, since events have unfolded to this extent, he was no longer in a hurry, confident that Danzo would not be stingy with a mere pair of eyes. Meanwhile, outside of Konohagakure, Kankuro and Temari supported Gaara, struggling to break through with a few sand shinobi providing cover. Although they did not understand why that Ninetales brat had given up the chase halfway, they had no time to ponder that now. Gaara still managed to cling to a shred of consciousness, and upon sensing the terrifying wave that devoured all, he turned to look at the high platform of Konoha. That guy? He is definitely not the fourth Kazekage. Retreat. He exerted all his strength, hoarsely uttering 4 words, everyone. Retreat. The elite of Sunagakure had nearly been annihilated here. The Konoha collapse plan had been nothing but a complete ruse. In the Pure Land, the atmosphere before the screen fell into a profound silence. Each soul that once roamed the ninja world wore a grim expression, speechless. I can feel. That part of the soul has returned. Hashirama was the first to break the silence, his expression complex. Tobirama remained silent, his face dark enough to drip water. Just after boasting, he had immediately exited in such a way. Orochimaru's final words had already clarified all consequences. Konoha had decayed to this extent. Danzo and Appo's actions were far beyond mere anger. Only Madara present was laughing. He had raised his hand, grinning widely, ready to expound on the folly of the Senju brothers. But Jiang Yuan interrupted him. Well, it has come to this. Speaking of which, I seem to have made my soul refuse to return before dispersing. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, sensing the tenuous connection with the fragment of his soul in the present world, vaguely able to feel its existence, yet it felt somewhat scattered. At this moment, Madara seemed to have found a new point for ridicule and was about to unleash it. Wait. Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. Chapter 49, The Pure Land Adds Life. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiang Yuan abruptly raised his hand and grasped at the void. In a flash of brilliance, a frail figure with an expression of utter shock appeared before the crowd. Without a doubt, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been obliterated alongside him. He bore the marks of desperation from his last attempt to fend off the attack. His eyes filled with disbelief. Upon recognizing the circle of people surrounding him, previously standing shoulder to shoulder with the first and second Hokage, alongside Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. Even members of the Uchiha clan were present. The esteemed professor of ninjutsu found his mind momentarily paralyzed, blank. Is this the Pure Land? He murmured. However, Jiang Yuan ignored him, turning instead to the crowd to announce a piece of news that was both unexpected and perhaps anticipated. The soul of Orochimaru had not been discovered. Orochimaru is not dead. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, like spotlights illuminating a stage. The new round of the Pure Land and Appo's trial had commenced. If gazes had temperature, the third Hokage would have been thoroughly scorched by now. In the realm of the living, the ruins of the high platform were a harrowing sight. Third Hokage, Kakashi, transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashed recklessly towards the platform. Light or darkness, after years of service in the Umbu. As a direct subordinate of the Hokage, he had to confirm the situation. Yet, several figures swiftly obstructed his path, clad in Umbu uniforms. Their uniform coldness sent a chill down Kakashi and Appo's spine. Step aside, he barked. The area has been secured by Root. Please do not approach, the leading ninja stated, devoid of any emotion. As tension mounted, Danzo, accompanied by several Root ninjas, hurriedly approached from outside the arena. Hiruzen, his face, a mask of anguish and shock, trembled as he shouted to everyone present. Quick, Search and rescue. At all costs, Hiruzen. We must find him alive or, at the very least, recover his body. He slammed a fist against the crumbling wall, his gaze sweeping across the arena before suddenly turning towards the remnants of Sunagakure, fury igniting in his eyes. Damn you, Kazekage. How dare you unleash such treachery? This enmity shall not go unpunished. Pursue them at once. Yes. Some ninjas obeyed his command, and Danzo and Appo's gaze finally settled on Kakashi. Kakashi, this is not the time for sorrow. Konoha has suffered a great calamity. We cannot allow the enemy to escape easily. Immediately lead your team to pursue them. Leave no one behind. Kakashi silently regarded Danzo, then glanced back at the ruins, which were still heavily guarded by Root. Yes, Lord Danzo. He lowered his eyelids, his voice betraying no emotion. As he reached the entrance of the arena, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata rushed in from outside. Their faces etched with anxiety. What about the third Hokage? Naruto asked fervently. Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on the precarious void, a profound sense of dread enveloping him. What terrifying technique was that? Kakashi gently shook his head, lowering his voice. This is not the time for inquiries. We must follow orders and ensure the village's safety. His eyes scanned the incoming Root ninjas, formulating a plan. Team 7, heed my command, Kakashi declared. Our mission is to pursue the fleeing enemy ninjas. Let's move. With that, he surged towards the perimeter of the arena, and though his students were filled with questions, they promptly followed their teacher's lead. One day later, at this moment, Jiang Yuan's fragment of a soul remained in a state of confusion, his perception muddled. Had he merely been a pure spirit, it might have been manageable. However, he had just begun to immerse himself in the wooden clone technique. Who would have thought he would encounter such an incident, causing his soul to shatter alongside the destruction of the wooden clone? As the pain of his soul's fragmentation gradually subsided, a profound sense of weakness took its place. In this haze, the innate powers of the Senjutsu technique began to activate instinctively, slowly drawing in and refining natural energy, attempting to coalesce once more. The souls that had infiltrated through the impure world reincarnation were limited. Even if he could regain his form, he would likely become as fragile as a glass doll at the slightest touch. As his consciousness began to clear, the fragment of his soul mused wryly. In the Pure Land, Jiang Yuan's main body observed an elderly man being publicly condemned, all the while analyzing the current state of affairs. The collaboration between Danzo and Orochimaru had reached an unforeseen depth, especially now that the third Hokage was gone. Danzo had always harbored ambitions to control the Nine Tails. And what of Sasuke? Was he merely a gift to Orochimaru? Jiang Yuan pondered the possible dynamics of Naruto joining Root. Perhaps the tattoo on his tongue was too avant-garde for this era. While contemplating whether to send a prophetic dream to Kakashi, he suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor. I'm awake. A hint of surprise graced Jiang Yuan's features as his residual soul and its surroundings synchronized. In the realm of the living, Jiang Yuan's fragment of a soul finally regained clarity. He slowly opened his perceptive eyes. The lighting was dim, the air thick and stagnant. It was not the ruins he had envisioned, but rather a confined underground chamber. He glanced down at himself. Thanks to his training in natural energy, he possessed a physical form unlike ordinary souls. At that moment, his spiritual body was adorned with seals, and several metallic stakes, crackling with lightning, pierced through him, securing him to an experimental table. Before him stood two familiar figures, Danzo Shimura and Orochimaru. A throng of unknown subordinates lingered at the entrance. Oh, he is awake. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light. TSK, does he consider himself some rare specimen for experimentation? Jiang Yuan chuckled, surmising that he had been discovered by Danzo's Root ninjas while gradually coalescing. As for Orochimaru's seemingly unscathed presence here, Jiang Yuan had surmised his means of escape, most likely a pre-prepared reverse summoning technique. That snake was indeed cunning. How intriguing, Orochimaru mused, stepping closer to scrutinize Jiang Yuan's spiritual form. I am curious. A clone summoned by the first Hokage should dissipate upon the return of the main body's soul. Why, then, do you not only persist but possess an independent consciousness, even appearing distinct from the first Hokage? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan smiled, appearing unfazed by his constraints. What do you think? Orochimaru's expression darkened immediately. He did not appreciate being spoken to in such a manner by a subject. Jiang Yuan sensed the shift, but remained indifferent. Now that he had regained his clarity, it was time to venture out. As for the seals designed to inhibit chakra and physical abilities, he had an arsenal of counters, yet he was notably lacking in these two aspects. In this state, he could indeed not perform any intricate sage techniques, and his internal energy was nearly depleted. However, before Danzo and Orochimaru could initiate their next move, Jiang Yuan erupted. Expending nearly half of his soul's energy, he unleashed an unstoppable force. An invisible storm of SPI Chapter 50, Danzo's acting Hokage? Kakashi's resolution. The Chunin exams concluded abruptly amidst chaos. The noble seats were already deserted. It was said that those privileged figures, who usually basked in luxury, were cursing at the direction of Konoha and Sunagakure, vowing to reassess their support after the harrowing experience. The streets of Konoha bore the scars of battle. Inside the Hokage and Appo's office, the atmosphere was stifling. Shimura Danzo stood at the head of the table, addressing the other council members and representatives of various clans, his voice weary. Esteemed colleagues, the recent assault on Konoha was unprecedented in scale and malicious in intent. However, thanks to the valiant efforts of our ninjas, we successfully repelled the invading forces, and the casualties within the village were kept to a minimum. He paused, his expression somber. As for the third Hokage, a look of grief crossed Danzo's face, his voice dwindling. Hiruzen, in his effort to protect the village, engaged in a decisive battle with the Kazekage. It appears he resorted to some form of mutually destructive forbidden technique, the power of which you must have sensed from the remnants of the battlefield. The outcome was complete annihilation. He let out a long sigh. Alas, my heart is heavy. Hiruzen dedicated his life to Konoha, ultimately sacrificing himself for its sake. The assembly fell into a mournful silence. Some bowed their heads in reverence, while others wore expressions of profound sorrow. Yet, Danzo abruptly shifted his tone, his words taking on a resolute strength. However, the dead are gone, and the living must carry on. Konoha faces internal and external crises. Not only have we offended the visiting nobles, but the village also requires urgent restoration. Konoha cannot be leaderless for even a day. His gaze swept across the room. Sharp as a hawk-s. In this time of peril, I, Shimura Danzo, am willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility. I shall temporarily assume the role of Hokage and lead Konoha until a new fifth Hokage is appointed. Danzo and Appo's declaration was grand and noble. As if Konoha were on the brink of collapse. Many attendees hesitated to voice their opinions, but upon meeting Danzo and Appo's piercing gaze, they faltered. If there are no objections, tomorrow we shall visit the memorial stone to mourn Hiruzen and all the heroes who sacrificed themselves for the village. In the Pure Land, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo and Appo's impassioned speech on the screen, shaking with rage, his beard bristling. His complexion shifted from red to green, then to purple, ultimately settling into a grim gray. He opened his mouth to curse but found himself so enraged that words escaped him, producing only gasps of indignation as he pointed shakily at Danzo on the screen. What a beast! Meanwhile, Madara and Izuna openly laughed. Hiruzen wished he could sink into the ground to escape the humiliation. 2 nights later, under Danzo and Appo's iron-fisted rule, order in Konoha was swiftly being restored. Yet an undercurrent of tension thickened. Kakashi returned home, acutely aware of the watchful eyes lurking nearby, now brazen and more numerous. The chaos of the Chunin exams was gradually subsiding, but no one had contacted him in his dreams during these 2 days, leaving Kakashi restless and anxious about the current state of Konoha. What had transpired? He pushed open the door to his bedroom, ready to take a brief rest, but halted abruptly upon stepping inside. Who? Kakashi snapped, instinctively adopting a combat stance. Even if it were rude, he was prepared to teach them a lesson. Relax, Kakashi. A faint yet familiar voice called. Kakashi turned toward the voice and was taken aback upon recognizing the figure. Kagami. Sensei. There lay Kagami on his bed. But he had no legs. Moreover, his body was transparent. Kakashi's eyes widened. This felt entirely different from a dream. Was Kagami alive or dead? I am alive, but not fully, Kagami replied with a ghostly smile, waving his ethereal form. As you can see, I am now purely a spiritual entity. A little incident occurred a couple of days ago. Kagami hesitated, unsure how to explain, especially since they had hinted during their time in the Pure Land that a significant event would follow the Chunin exams. Now, the current situation made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he recounted the events from the platform and how he had just escaped from 2 assailants. Kakashi listened with bated breath, finally understanding the gravity of the situation. He exhaled in relief, saying, Kagami, I'm glad you're safe. Kagami was puzzled, rubbing his head absent-mindedly. Is that all? What? Kakashi replied, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Kagami had spent many years in the Pure Land. Indeed, the real world had more warmth. Kakashi, feeling uneasy again, pressed, so, what now? Kagami and Appo's expression turned grave. Kakashi, the situation may be worse than anticipated. The collaboration between Orochimaru and Danzo is likely. First, there and Appo's Sasuke. Both Danzo and Orochimaru have long coveted him. He is in grave danger and may become a bargaining chip. As for Naruto, with the 3rd Hokage gone, Danzo will likely stop at nothing to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kagami paused, glancing out the window at the root ninjas hidden in the shadows. And you, Kakashi, are also under close surveillance. The abnormalities with the 2 children and your previous investigations seem to have drawn attention. Thus, from another perspective, both Danzo and Orochimaru are extremely interested in the 3 of you. Kakashi's expression turned somber. Over the years, he had learned not to doubt his instincts. These revelations painted a perilously vivid picture. After Kagami finished speaking, he fell silent, allowing Kakashi time to process the information. The room was enveloped in a brief stillness. Kakashi pondered for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He lifted his gaze and nodded to Kagami. I understand now, Kagami. Kagami was baffled. What do you understand? Kakashi studied Kagami intently. Indeed, his ability to enter his room unnoticed suggested a freedom of movement. Thus, He realized he only needed to focus on what he had to do. In the next instant, his form vanished, leaving only fluttering curtains in his wake. Kagami? Kakashi stealthily made his way to Naruto's residence. Knock, knock. A gentle tapping on the window. With red eyes and sleep still clinging to him, Naruto opened the window. Kakashi-sensei, why are you here so late? Meanwhile, Sasuke was also awakened, his senses alert as he spotted Kakashi and Naruto outside. Faced with the puzzled gazes of his two students, Kakashi spoke succinctly yet with unprecedented gravity. Come with me now, we must escape. Chapter 51, Undercurrents. The scheme of Pure Land the night was as dark as ink, enveloping the Leaf Village, which had just endured a catastrophic calamity. In the stronghold of Shimura Danzo, a root ninja arrived to report, Lord Danzo, Hatake Kakashi, along with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, have been confirmed to have left the village. The last signs indicate they headed west. Bang! The low table before Danzo was struck with force, scattering various documents across the floor. The kneeling ninja trembled in fear, yet fortunately did not face punishment. Kakashi. Danzo muttered the name, his shadowy gaze shifting. That peculiar clone technique. Indeed, they were problematic. The mysterious spirit that had abruptly appeared during the battle with the third Hokage, along with Kakashi's consistent anomalies, all coalesced in Danzo's mind. Undoubtedly, there was some secret method among them to communicate with the deceased, and now that he had sent Hiruzen Sarutobi down, he could not allow their existence to persist. Moreover, the Jinchuriki and the Sharingan were vital assets for his Leaf Village. Having contemplated this, Danzo turned to his subordinate, his tone foreboding, a group of useless fools. You can't even keep track of a few individuals. Pass down the order. All root members are to capture those three at any cost. He paused, inhaling deeply. Death is irrelevant. Yes, the root ninja accepted the order, promptly disappearing into the shadows. Danzo continued to pace slowly, reflecting that thus far, the only significant interference from the underground had merely utilized Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu. What could a mere Kakashi and two children possibly achieve? Thus, perhaps it was more prudent to consider how to deal with Orochimaru instead. As the acting Hokage, his weight in the eyes of the old geezers and the wavering clans was still insufficient. To solidify his position, he needed more powerful leverage and reliable allies. Meanwhile, in a concealed cave several dozen miles outside the Leaf Village, flickering candlelight illuminated the interior. Kabuto stood respectfully behind Orochimaru, reporting the latest developments within the Leaf Village. And then tonight, Kakashi escaped with those two children. Danzo has already ordered a full-scale manhunt. Kabuto recounted as if narrating a mundane event. Oh? Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing a smile tinged with intrigue. Kakashi, how fascinating you have become. Danzo must be quite furious now. He was merely the acting Hokage. Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. The term acting must be quite irksome for him. What do you think? Should we lend him a hand? Kabuto slightly bowed, refraining from a response. Surely, Orochimaru had his plans in mind. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru mused that the greatest obstacle was probably the capital. An unrecognized Hokage ultimately lacked legitimacy. With that, perhaps the laboratories of the Leaf could return to their rightful owner. He. A snow-white snake descended from the cave's ceiling, slithering to Orochimaru's feet. He bent down as the small serpent crawled up his sleeve. Moments later, Orochimaru and Appo's smile deepened. It seems there's a troublesome matter to address before that, Jiraiya, truly a persistent fellow. He lifted his gaze toward a certain direction beyond the cave. In the Pure Land, the atmosphere was equally tense. On the light screen, Danzo's visage flickered within the Hokage building, inciting fury among the gathered souls. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the edge, as if all vitality had been drawn from him. He muttered, at times sorrowful, at times lost, deeply questioning Danzo's actions and the convictions he had held throughout his life. Now you regret it? Where were you before? Various inquiries assailed him, causing Hiruzen to lower his head in further despair. Just days ago, he had been the esteemed third Hokage, yet here, he seemed devoid of agency. Kakashi and the others had not yet escaped danger. Voicing these concerns was futile. Tobirama interrupted the mockery, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. However, the focus is not here. We must contemplate our next steps. What else can we do? Madara crossed his arms defiantly. Let Kakashi learn the reanimation jutsu. I have enough flesh and blood from my former hideout to serve as summoning material. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Madara, are you sure those remains still exist? Don't forget, Obito possesses Kimui. Important items stored away are safer than buried in the mountains. Madara's pride momentarily faltered, his brow slightly furrowing. Nevertheless, he retorted, he wouldn't dare touch my belongings. Really? Madara exclaimed, of course. Yet doubt began to creep into his mind. Given Obito's subsequent actions, one could never be certain of his next move. Ahem. Tobirama interjected, even if he could reanimate, he wouldn't choose you first. Setting aside whether Madara's body still existed, he added, the original purpose of my reanimation jutsu was for suicide attacks paired with explosive tags. It pales in comparison to Orochimaru's version. He spoke with a complex tone. I must admit, that fellow named Orochimaru is indeed a genius. capable of refining the reanimation jutsu to such an extent, truly remarkable. What shall we do now? Uzumaki Kushina asked anxiously. Naruto. Kakashi and the others can't keep hiding forever, can they? Hashirama nodded. You speak the truth. Tobirama, think of a solution quickly. We must find a safe place for Kakashi. Tobirama turned to the somewhat melancholy figure of Hataki Tsukumo through the dream guidance technique. I will personally instruct him in learning and modifying the reanimation jutsu. With this declaration, the spirits in the Pure Land stirred with renewed vigor. Chapter 52. The spirit guides under the moonlight. The night wind howled, and the trees whispered softly. Kakashi moved swiftly beneath the moonlight, his sleeve torn and stained with droplets of blood. After a few leaps, he finally caught up with the fleeing Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed upon spotting him. You're injured. It's nothing serious, Kakashi replied, catching his breath. There are too many enemies. I simply don't have the time to linger. I've used my clones to divert most of them. It should be easier from here on. Without further elaboration, Naruto and Sasuke understood their dire situation. The third Hokage had been ambushed, Danzo had risen to power, and Kakashi-sensei was suddenly leading them on the run. Konoha was no longer safe. We must keep moving and find a place to rest, Kakashi decisively stated. The trio fell silent, quickening their pace as they vanished deeper into the night. After running for about the length of an incense stick, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from the forest ahead. The three halted, alertly gazing in the direction of the noise. It's the remnants of a battle, and it has just occurred, Kakashi murmured. Before he could finish, a figure leaped from the woods and halted a short distance away. The newcomer, with disheveled white hair, appeared to have endured a tough fight. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. This was his teacher's teacher, who had only shown himself during the Chunin exams and the third Hokage's funeral, making it difficult for Kakashi to discuss matters with him. You three. Jiraiya was taken aback upon seeing Kakashi and the others, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Naruto. After a few seconds, he stated, I just received news directly from Orochimaru. I was contemplating whether to take Naruto. Noticing Sasuke, he added, and Sasuke away, but it seems I've arrived just in time. Orochimaru is still in Konoha, conspiring with that scoundrel Danzo. The death of the Hokage was precisely. I know, they conspired to kill Lord Hokage, Kakashi interjected. Impressive, Kakashi. I underestimated your intelligence network, Jiraiya replied, astonished, but quickly regained his composure. In any case, we cannot linger here. We must leave at once. Their group now comprised four, and they continued their flight for several miles. Suddenly, Sasuke spoke up, footprints. The group halted and glanced down. In the moonlight, several fresh tracks were clearly visible, stretching ahead. Are they pursuers? Naruto asked anxiously. Not quite. Kakashi observed closely for a moment before responding. Those are the tracks left by the delegation from the grass village. A somewhat ethereal voice unexpectedly pierced the air around them. They suffered significant losses during the Chunin exams, and with only a handful left, they likely chose to leave under cover of night, fearing trouble from Konoha or elsewhere. Who? Jiraiya's hair stood on end as he spun around, adopting a defensive stance. He scanned the area, but saw no one. Above, Kakashi and the others looked up to see a translucent figure hovering in midair, observing them with apparent ease. Mr. Jianyuan, the trio exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. You. Jiraiya stammered, pointing at Jianyuan, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who are you? Why are you floating? Having lived a long life, he had seen countless bizarre ninjutsu, but this sight was genuinely unsettling. Hello, Jianyuan waved his ethereal hand at Jiraiya. In any case, you should follow that grass ninja team. They are just ahead. Kakashi nodded, uncertain of Jianyuan's motives regarding the grass ninjas. Jiraiya was filled with questions, but seeing Kakashi's calm demeanor, he temporarily suppressed his curiosity. Following Jianyuan's guidance, they soon spotted a small group ahead, comprised of the remaining grass ninjas from the Chunin exams. With their main forces nearly wiped out, they were returning in a state of panic, fearing ambush. Karen timidly trailed at the back of the group, resembling her former self. Jianyuan floated beside Sasuke, saying meaningfully, Sasuke, look at that poor girl, all alone. You rescued her from the forest of death, and then just left her behind. Forgot about her, didn't you? Sasuke was bewildered by the statement. His mission had been to bring her out, and he had done so. After that, where else could she go besides the grass ninja's base? He looked at Jianyuan in confusion. Kakashi rolled his eyes at the side, already familiar with Jianyuan's penchant for mischief, and chose not to comment. Oh, is this a tale of abandonment? I am quite familiar with such narratives, Jiraiya observed, intrigued, as he scrutinized Sasuke and then glanced at the red-haired girl on the ground, seemingly searching for hints on her face. On the ground, Karen was enveloped by overwhelming fear and despair. Unaware of the chaos at Konoha, she only knew that the leading Jonin had mysteriously perished in the turmoil, leaving the rest in a state of panic. The Chunin exams had ended in disaster, with almost all the lower ninjas besides her annihilated. As a support member of the team, she could already envision the severe punishment awaiting her upon returning to her village. Her mother had long since passed. Alone and helpless, tears brimmed in her eyes. In a daze, she recalled the black-haired boy who had rescued her in the forest of death, resembling a divine savior. If her mother were indeed watching from above, could she grant her the blessing of seeing that boy once more? Just as Karen's thoughts spiraled, a sudden whoosh echoed from above. Kakashi's group, along with the floating Jian Yuan, brazenly swept over the heads of the Grass Ninja team. Who are they? The remaining Grass Ninjas, already on high alert, erupted into chaos at the sight, nervously shouting. Cursed Konoha ninjas. We knew you had ill intentions. Do you intend to wipe us out? Provoked by Zhang Yuan's nonsensical remarks and the Grass Ninja shouts, Sasuke felt a surge of irritation. He swiftly raised his hand, launching several shurikens towards the Grass Ninjas. Silence. Seizing the moment of confusion among the Grass Ninjas, Sasuke swiftly dashed forward, grabbing Karen's arm before she could react, and leaped back to rejoin Kakashi and the others. Karen was momentarily disoriented as everything spun around her. When she regained her senses, she found herself separated from the Grass Ninja team, held in the arms of a familiar yet strange boy, with the rush of wind roaring in her ears. Karen was utterly bewildered. Chapter 53. Midnight Conversations, Clash of Renowned Figures and Forbidden Techniques. After a night of relentless pursuit following the clash, even the most elite of ninjas could not escape the grip of fatigue. In a modest and located in a small town, still within the borders of the Land of Fire, but far from the watchful eyes of Konoha, Kakashi and his companions finally found a moment to catch their breath. Within the humble guest room, the translucent figure of Jian Yuan floated at the center, beginning to elucidate the intricate details to Jiraiya, who remained in a state of shock and confusion. Everything from the existence of the Pure Land to the awakening of slumbering souls, and most crucially, the ethereal screen that allowed for real-time observation of the present world and the art of dream communication. Jiraiya listened, his eyes widening in disbelief as his expression shifted from incredulity to profound astonishment. When Jian Yuan mentioned the live broadcast, his eyes suddenly flared open, his complexion paling to a ghostly white before flushing crimson. Wait a moment, Jiraiya exclaimed, springing to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Jian Yuan, his voice trembling. Are you implying that all the things I did in those hot springs and taverns, for the sake of research? You all saw it in the Pure Land. A flurry of explicit images raced through his mind, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If this were true, his illustrious reputation would be utterly ruined. Jian Yuan rolled his eyes at Jiraiya's mortified expression, dismissing his fears. No, not at all. Jiraiya blinked in confusion. The folks in the Pure Land are quite busy, primarily focusing on Konoha. Nobody is interested in you, Jian Yuan said, waving his ephemeral hand dismissively. A sigh of relief escaped Jiraiya as he sank back onto the tatami, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. He chuckled awkwardly. I see. I was worried that my artistic processes might have been observed. The others exchanged glances, bemused. As for the dream communication, Jiraiya's gaze shifted towards Sasuke, his expression becoming rather complex. So, does this mean he knows about the child's situation? Knows what? At the mention of Sasuke, Naruto perked up, darting his eyes between Jiraiya and Sasuke. Kakashi sighed softly, slowly stating, regarding Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha, the events surrounding the massacre of their clan were, in truth, orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha. Kakashi was uncertain if anyone in the Pure Land had revealed this to Sasuke, so he regarded him intently, awaiting a reaction. Upon hearing this, Naruto's mind momentarily short-circuited. He turned to Sasuke, his eyes brimming with disbelief and a hint of panic, opening his mouth without knowing what to say. Sasuke, however, remained largely unfazed, merely letting out a derisive scoff. Konoha has long been rotten. I knew about this ages ago. He paused, his Sharingan flaring to life, appearing particularly eerie under the dim light. I will continue to seek vengeance against Itachi. With the third Hokage gone, only those old fools like Danzo remain. If given the chance in the future, he left the thought hanging, yet the unspoken intent was palpable. Jian Yuan, observing, suddenly felt a mischievous urge and smiled at Naruto. Naruto, do you ever feel that Sasuke should be like certain protagonists in manga, who, upon discovering the truth of their persecution, would demand the destruction of Konoha? I never thought that. Naruto quickly shook his head in denial. Yet Jiang Yuan's suggestion led his gaze to drift toward Sasuke. Sasuke shot a discreet glance at Naruto, then at Kakashi, seemingly lost in thought. He swiftly turned away, stating, I am not that foolish. At this, even Kakashi found the situation somewhat amusing. Karen had been quietly observing from the corner of the room, her wide eyes sparkling as she looked at Sasuke. This boy, even with his awkward profile, was strikingly handsome. Returning to the matter at hand, Jiraiya, having heard Sasuke's declaration, refrained from commenting further and simply shook his head gently. As Sasuke had pointed out, the old man had passed away. The remaining individuals were of no concern to him. However, the thought of those remaining individuals rekindled Jiraiya and Appo's fury. Dance. Orochimaru. Jiraiya suddenly slammed his thigh, gritting his teeth. These two scoundrels dared to do such things to the old man. Unforgivable. Jian Yuan, observing, could not help but reflect on how simplistic his earlier thoughts had been, leading to being outmaneuvered by Dan's and Orochimaru. Yet, his intentions had been straightforward. merely seeking an opportunity to venture into the ninja world and have some fun. However, having lost face, Jiang Yuan felt compelled to join this group. It would surely be far more entertaining than wandering alone. This has gone far enough. We must stop them, Jiraiya declared, rising abruptly with a fierce gaze. Dans has usurped the position of Hokage, and Orochimaru is stirring up chaos in the shadows. Konoha is on the brink of disaster. Jiraiya-sama, then we... Naruto began to speak. Stop, Jiang Yuan suddenly shouted, interrupting Naruto. He floated in front of him, incredulous. Naruto, what did you just call him? Jiraiya-sama? Naruto was bewildered by Jiang Yuan's reaction. No, that's entirely wrong. Jiang Yuan appeared heartbroken, nearly beside himself. Repeat after me. Pervy sage. Huh. Naruto was taken aback. Why? Jiraiya was also shocked, his mouth twitching. Hey, my being a pervert is one thing, but calling me that in front of a child is another. And that title? Idon and Appos. Take care. Jiang Yuan interjected firmly, leaving no room for debate. It must change. Naruto, think carefully, during the Chunin exams. What serious matters did he actually engage you in? Wazen and Amp. Appos, he constantly dragging you to strange places? At this, Naruto lowered his head, fingers fidgeting as he began to reflect. Jiraiya had indeed trained him, but it was also true that he often took him to peculiar places where the adults wore odd expressions and insisted that a man should have a broad perspective. After contemplating for a moment, Naruto and Appos' eyes suddenly lit up with realization. That makes sense. Pervy sage. Jiraiya felt his blood pressure rising. Kakashi silently turned his face away, shoulders shaking slightly. Sasuke's lips curled upward just a fraction. Ahem. Jiraiya hurriedly interrupted, pulling everyone back to the topic at hand. In any case, I propose we go to the daimyo and Appos' mansion, expose Dans and Appos' crimes and request the daimyo to strip him of his power. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a feasible plan. Jiang Yuan, however, pondered internally whether Dans and Orochimaru, with their profound respect for their masters, would actually heed orders from the distant daimyo's mansion. Nevertheless, unable to devise a better plan at the moment, he decided to accompany them to see the situation unfold. After deliberation, the group resolved to set out for the capital of the Land of Fire the following morning. As night deepened, they each retired for the evening. Jiang Yuan synchronized the discussions from the Pure Land, quietly drifting to Kakashi and Appos' bedside. Kakashi jolted awake, eyes wide, sitting up alertly. Upon recognizing Jiang Yuan, he relaxed. Mr. Jiang Yuan, is there something you need at this late hour? I merely wish to inform you in advance, Jiang Yuan replied. The Pure Land has discussed it, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, will personally guide you in mastering a forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. Chapter 54, the late arrival at the daimyo's residence unlike the quaint towns they had passed through. The power center of the Land of Fire radiated prosperity from afar. The wide streets bustled with a continuous flow of carriages, while elegantly dressed merchants mingled with common folk. The air was thick with the aromas of warm culinary delights and the sweet scent of cosmetics, creating a scene of festivity and abundance. However, as Kakashi and his companions approached the Grand Daimyo and Appos' residence, the vibrancy was abruptly severed by an invisible barrier, which instilled a sense of tranquility. Towering walls loomed above, and the proud samurai stationed at the entrance stood resolutely. Halt! Who goes there? A captain of the samurai stepped forward, blocking Jiraiya, who had taken the lead. I am Jiraiya of the Leaf Village, here to request an audience. The captain cast a cursory glance at Jiraiya and Appos' forehead protector, scrutinizing the dusty figures behind him. Jiraiya? I have not heard of you. Do you possess a token from the Hokage? Jiraiya shook his head. However, I believe His Excellency has heard of my name. The captain pondered for a moment, recognizing that Jiraiya did not appear to be a mere scoundrel. Despite his disdain for ninjas, he acknowledged the significance of the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. Then you shall wait here while I inform him. With that, he turned and retreated to converse quietly with other samurai before entering the residence. TCH, what nonsense. The legendary pervert is quite renowned, Naruto muttered indignantly. Jiraiya and Appos' lips twitched. It seemed Naruto had indeed embraced that moniker. He shook his head gently and patted Naruto's shoulder. There is no choice. Dealing with nobles is always this way. The wait was interminable. As the sun gradually dipped toward the west, they observed several ornately decorated carriages entering the daimyo and Appos' estate, disembarking individuals clad in lavish attire, all of whom wore anxious expressions. As dusk approached, Jiraiya could no longer contain his impatience and stepped forward to negotiate once more, only to be met with the response, His Excellency is unwell and has retired for the evening. You may return tomorrow. Reluctantly, they departed, seeking lodging in a nearby inn. Though Jiraiya was plagued by an ominous premonition, on the following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the streets echoed with hurried footsteps. Upon exiting the inn, the group found the atmosphere palpably tense, a stark contrast to the day prior. Confused, they made their way to the daimyo's residence, where the samurai remained stationed, but now accompanied by several servants who were quietly weeping. Jiraiya's foreboding sense peaked. Upon inquiry, He received the shocking news. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had succumbed to a sudden illness the previous night. What? Jiraiya felt as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Just months ago, I saw him in the capital, robust and full of vigor. How can he be gone now? His words bordered on disrespect, drawing the ire of the samurai, but Jiraiya paid them no mind, his expression darkening. Everything felt exceedingly suspicious. This is not right. Jiraiya retreated to Kakashi and Appo's side. Kakashi nodded silently, while Naruto and Sasuke remained largely bewildered. Jiang Yuan's form became less translucent yet remained silent. As night fell once more, the guards at the daimyo's residence were still vigilant, but with the recent loss, unease permeated the air. In this chaos, Jiang Yuan took on the role of scout, floating silently above to provide alerts. Jiraiya and Kakashi stealthily evaded several critical guards, infiltrating the depths of the residence. The others remained at the inn. Venturing into the daimyo's chambers, they were met with the lingering scent of medicine, which Jiraiya, being more sensitive, discerned a faint metallic odor. Exchanging glances with Kakashi, they began a meticulous search. Soon, in a corner, they discovered several minuscule scales, smaller than a fingernail. With the aid of a ninja dog, they traced a winding drag mark on the wall, which bore a dried, transparent fluid. At this discovery, Jiraiya's complexion darkened ominously. They had intended to examine the body, but that now seemed unnecessary. Orochimaru managed to utter through clenched teeth, struggling to accept the heinous act. How could Orochimaru dare commit such a transgression? Yet, recalling past events, it seemed he had done so on numerous occasions. Even Kakashi, despite his anticipation of Orochimaru and Appo's cruelty, could not help but gasp. To directly attack a sovereign, what was Orochimaru's intent? This ruthless determination was truly chilling. What gain could he possibly derive from such actions? Kakashi furrowed his brow, perplexed, pondering if this was merely to bolster Danzo's position as Hokage. Jiraiya could offer no further explanation, but that was the only rationale they could conceive. The two silently exited the daimyo's residence, with Jia Yuan accompanying them back to the inn. Meanwhile, Jia Yuan, in his spiritual form, had managed to locate the unremarkable soul of the daimyo, penetrating it to extract memories. The outcome was evident until his final moments. The daimyo believed he had merely succumbed to illness. As dawn broke again, the news of the daimyo's death was officially announced throughout the city. In an instant, the atmosphere turned somber. The daimyo and Appo's residents quickly issued a series of edicts amidst a flurry of rumors. The streets were filled with sorrowful faces of the populace. They were compelled to mourn the loss of their daimyo while also bracing for the burdens imposed by resource requisitions and regulatory measures. In the inn and Appo's modest dining area, the group gathered around a simple wooden table. Regardless of the involvement of Orochimaru, the daimyo and Appo's path was now irrevocably altered. Jiraiya ordered some tea, opting against alcohol. To the innkeeper, these few ravenous ninjas were undoubtedly valuable patrons in the now quiet capital. Yet, his worries lay not with business, but rather with his decades of experience foretelling the myriad measures and justifications the nobles and officials would concoct in the wake of the daimyo's demise. It seemed that life would be arduous for quite some time. Jiang Yuan, now more solid in form due to his recent training, sat among them. Although his edges still bore a ghostly semblance, to the untrained eye, he appeared no different from any ordinary person. He could even grasp a teacup, taking a sip while observing the troubled expression of the innkeeper. Did the innkeeper not feel sorrow for the deceased daimyo? As Jiang Yuan voiced this thought, the innkeeper, who had been wiping the table, froze momentarily, his expression stiffening. He quickly glanced around before lowering his voice, trembling as he spoke. Ninja. One must not say such things. I too am deeply saddened. He paused, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, and bowed slightly. Please enjoy your meal. If there are no further requests, I shall check on the soup in the kitchen. With that, he hurriedly retreated, seemingly eager to evade further inquiries, leaving the group exchanging glances of bewilderment. Chapter 55. Kakashi and Appo's bounty noticed the meal was tasteless, and after Jiraiya and his companions finished, they prepared to leave. Staying in the capital too long would be overly conspicuous. However, as they approached the notice board near the city gate, a brand new bounty notice caught their eye. Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto instinctively read the name aloud. Upon seeing the familiar close-up of Kakashi and Appo's face and the enumerated charges below, his eyes widened in shock. S-rank rogue ninja? Kidnapping? Important ninjas? Is this referring to me and Sasuke? His cheeks flushed with anger. It was utterly absurd. Kakashi himself remained relatively calm, though his gaze lingered momentarily on the phrase irredeemable crime. This was something he had anticipated, yet seeing his own likeness on a bounty notice stirred complex feelings within him. Kaguyama commented, "The choice of this photograph is rather poor. It only shows a quarter of his face, making it difficult to identify him. This is completely counterproductive to capturing the target." His remark undoubtedly elicited an awkward silence. Meanwhile, back in the distant village of Konoha, the upheaval concerning Team 7 had also sparked considerable commotion. In a corner of the training ground, the lower-ranked ninjas, who were Naruto and Sasuke's contemporaries, gathered in small groups. Sasuke, how could Kakashi do something like this? Sakura and Appo's eyes were red, her voice trembling with emotion. Ino nodded in agreement, feeling sorrow for Sasuke and Appo's plight. Kiba scoffed. This is just ridiculous. I thought he was a remarkable jonin. Akamaru barked in agreement from Kiba and Appo's head. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, remaining as taciturn as ever, simply listening quietly. Similarly, Choji busied himself with munching on potato chips. Shikamaru leaned against a tree, hands behind his head, eyes closed, seemingly dozing off. Yet, in reality, he absorbed every word of their discussion, sensing something was amiss. After all, Kakashi had an excellent reputation with his father, Shikaku, which made the situation seem illogical. Why would he leave the village? The acting Hokage and Appo's reasoning seemed overly simplistic and blunt. Most importantly, this was an S-rank rogue ninja. What did he, a mere genin, have to do with this trouble? He decided to stop pondering. Elsewhere, within the Hyuga residence, Hinata was instructed by her father, Hayashi, to remain at home. Upon learning from her clan members that Kakashi-sensei had become a rogue ninja and that Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun had been kidnapped, she felt as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. She understood the truth could not possibly be that way, but when she spoke with her father, he remained unmoved. Lady Hinata, Niji is here to see you, a maid announced. Feeling as if she had found a glimmer of hope, Hinata rushed to greet him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the third team and Appo's training ground was also somewhat tense. Upon returning to the team, Niji subtly advised Tintin and Lee to keep a low profile in their activities to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even though it seemed he himself had not attracted too much attention from the Hokage. I can hardly believe it. How could Kakashi-sensei, such an extraordinary person, commit an act of treachery? Tintin rested her chin on her hands, her expression one of confusion. Lee nodded vigorously in agreement. Niji listened to their discussions, merely shaking his head gently. As for Guy, as Kakashi and Appo's eternal rival, he believed he understood Kakashi better than anyone and could not fathom that he would act without reason. He did not join in the students' conversation, instead directing his gaze toward the Hokage Tower, his expression becoming thoughtful. 2 days later, the capital of the Land of Fire was shrouded in gloom, its former vibrancy eclipsed. Passers-by hurried along the streets, whispering in hushed tones, instinctively lowering their voices. The number of patrolling samurai had noticeably increased, and the inspections were more stringent than usual. 2 figures hurried through the desolate alleyways toward the Lord and Appo's mansion. The leading woman was tall, her golden hair casually tied back, and a distinctive diamond-shaped mark adorned her forehead, none other than the long-missing Tsunade. Beside her, Shizen held onto a piglet, her expression anxious. Lady Tsunade, the atmosphere here feels off, Shizen whispered. Tsunade merely acknowledged her with a hum, her gaze sweeping over the enhanced guards at the mansion, her brow furrowing slightly. Without further ado, she advanced. Halt. This is the Lord and Appo's estate. Unauthorized personnel must. The captain of the guards began to reprimand, but upon recognizing her face, his words faltered. I need to see the person in charge, Tsunade stated. The guard captain hesitated, unwilling to offend her, and quietly said, please wait a moment, I will notify them. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, presumably a steward, rushed out. Upon seeing Tsunade, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly donned a respectful expression. Ah, Lady Tsunade, you have arrived a moment too late. The Lord passed away the previous night. Though she had just entered the city and learned of this news, hearing it confirmed still left Tsunade in disbelief. However, she betrayed little emotion, simply inquiring, what exactly happened? The steward sighed, leading them into the mansion while explaining, that night, the Lord suddenly fell ill, and the physicians were at a loss. Everything happened too swiftly, alas. The atmosphere within the mansion was indeed heavy. The maids and servants wore sorrowful expressions, tinged with an inexplicable fear. Following the steward, Tsunade arrived at the room where the Lord and Appo's body lay. I wish to examine the situation, Tsunade declared. The steward hesitated but, recalling her renowned medical prowess, eventually nodded. Lady Tsunade, should you uncover anything, it would allow the Lord to rest peacefully. After dismissing the others, Tsunade instructed Shizen to approach the bed while she remained at the door. Reluctantly, Shizen extended her hand, activating her chakra scalpel, and began a meticulous examination of the Lord and Appo's body. Moments later, she withdrew her hand, her expression one of realization, and communicated her findings to Tsunade. Ultimately, they concluded that a form of neurotoxin had been the cause, with traces of chakra present, which inevitably led Tsunade to think of one person, Orochimaru. Upon exiting the Lord and Appo's mansion, Tsunade refrained from saying much to the steward, even though she was already 90% certain of her suspicions. The steward appeared somewhat disappointed but dared not press further. However, as they were leaving, he seemed to recall something and tentatively spoke. By the way, a Konoha ninja had sought an audience. Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she turned toward the steward. He quickly elaborated. A couple of days ago, a man claiming to be Jiraiya visited. However, he later heard that Konoha had issued a bounty notice for a ninja named Kakashi Hitaki, who had defected and reportedly kidnapped 2 children. He seemed to have some connection to the rogue ninja and left in haste. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Appo's expression grew increasingly frosty as she personally examined the bounty notice. Lady Tsunade, what shall we do now? Should we return to Konoha to confirm the situation? Shizen gently inquired, noting Tsunade and Appo's prolonged silence. Let us go. However, just 15 minutes later, Shizen assessed their direction and anxiously called out, Lady Tsunade. Konoha is not this way. Chapter 56, Settling, Training, Uchiha Itachi. Days later, in an inconspicuous farmhouse within the Land of Fire, situated far from the bustling towns and enveloped by dense woods, tranquility reigned. Inside the courtyard, Naruto practiced his ninjutsu diligently, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, while Sasuke engaged in physical training nearby. Karine sat under the eaves, her chin resting on her hands, occasionally stealing glances at Sasuke, her cheeks flushed with a faint hue. Jiraiya leaned against the doorframe, sipping intermittently from a small gourd of sake, his gaze flickering towards the tightly shut door of the western room. Kakashi had been resting for nearly 2 days, having briefly awakened to declare that progress was steady before slipping back into a deep slumber, leaving little trace of his presence. My lord Jian Yuan, Jiraiya inquired. Kakashi's injuries are not severe. Why does he continue to rest so long? Oh, he is learning the impure world reincarnation technique. Jian Yuan floated closer. And he is making good progress. He should be ready for action soon. I see, Jiraiya murmured, unsurprised, as Jian Yuan had previously informed him about the reincarnation of the first and second Hokages by Orochimaru. Is he being taught by the second Hokage? Jiraiya asked directly. Indeed. Jian Yuan confirmed. Outside the courtyard, Naruto and Sasuke concluded a round of sparring, sitting beneath the eaves to catch their breath, panting heavily. Karine, who had been trying to diminish her presence, finally mustered the courage to approach Jian Yuan, cautiously moving closer. With her head bowed and fingers clutching her clothing tightly, she whispered, Jian Yuan-sama, is there anything I can do? Her voice was barely audible, as she feared that a misstep might provoke this enigmatic figure before her. Jian Yuan, also engaged in training, opened his eyes upon hearing her, and a playful spark ignited within him. He floated closer, pointing at Sasuke, who was wiping his sweat with a towel, and asked, what about that young man? Is he handsome? Karine was taken aback by the sudden question, instinctively. She glanced at Sasuke, memories of his warm and strong embrace from the times he had saved her flashing through her mind. She quickly looked down, her face heating up as she murmured, handsome. Jian Yuan replied noncommittally, then gestured towards Naruto. And what about him? Does he have red hair? Karine turned her gaze towards Naruto and Appo's brilliant golden locks. Habitually inclined to nod, she realized her mistake and quickly shook her head. No. It and Appo's yellow. Oh, my mistake. His father's genes are indeed quite strong, Jian Yuan continued. In any case, his surname is Uzumaki. You can seek him out for conversation. Oh, Karine replied, repeating the name Uzumaki in confusion. Before she could inquire further, Jian Yuan had already drifted away. Meanwhile, Jiraiya observed silently, and as Karine became flustered by Naruto and Appo's exuberance, he turned his attention to Jiao Yuan, pondering the nature of this being. Jiang Yuan-sama, you seem to know each of us intimately, yet I still wish to understand your true identity. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yuan halted his movement. Should I commend Jiraiya for his inquisitiveness? Kakashi and the others have never posed such questions. After a moment of contemplation, he focused on Jiraiya, then suddenly leaned in, extending a hand towards Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya instinctively moved to evade, but reconsidered and restrained himself, watching as Jian Yuan and Appo's ethereal hand passed through his body and retracted. Is that the spirit technique? Jiraiya thought, recalling a secret art once used by Kato Dan, but quickly dismissed the thought. No, the spirit technique requires the physical body nearby, and it cannot remain detached for such an extended period, nor manifest in such solidity. Indeed, Jiao Yuan shook his head, his form gradually solidifying as he descended to the ground. In truth, I am essentially a soul, as you can see. Jiraiya remained unfazed, merely gazing at him, for merely being a soul could not elucidate the extraordinary phenomena he had witnessed. Jian Yuan stroked his chin, and after a moment, his eyes gleamed with a brilliant idea. Indeed, I am the legendary, native of the Pure Land, Jiraiya. Meanwhile, 2 figures cloaked in red clouds traversed the forest. Itachi-san, the latest intelligence, Kisame reported, having intercepted a messenger raven and presenting a scroll to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi accepted the scroll and examined its contents. Moments later, a rare ripple of emotion crossed his typically tranquil eyes. The scroll contained brief information. Orochimaru had resurfaced in Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had passed away, and Shimura Danzo was acting as Hokage. However, they had already learned this on their journey. The critical update was the following. Hatake Kakashi had been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, having abducted Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto while defecting from Konoha. Oh? Kisame leaned in for a closer look. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been taken out of the village? He grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. The renowned copy ninja Hatake Kakashi has resorted to such actions? Itachi remained silent, understanding that Kakashi was not one to betray his village lightly or take his comrades hostage. There must be more to this situation. Furthermore, regarding Sasuke, Itachi felt a complex swirl of emotions at the thought of his brother leaving Konoha in such a manner. Shall we proceed to Konoha as planned, Itachi-san? Kisame inquired, his tone indifferent. With the Nine Tails no longer present, there seemed little reason to go there. Moreover, the leader had yet to issue formal orders to capture the tailed beasts. Itachi cast a contemplative glance towards Konoha before slowly shaking his head. No need. Danzo is a man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. As the new Hokage, Konoha is undoubtedly on high alert. It would be unwise to stir the hornet's nest. He refrained from voicing his judgment on Kakashi or mentioning Sasuke. Then where shall we go now? Kisame shrugged. Agreeing with Itachi and Appo's decision, Itachi gazed into the distance, seemingly reevaluating their route. Let us find a place to rest and await the leader and Appo's next instructions. With that, the two ceased their chatter and turned away, heading in the opposite direction of Konoha. Chapter 57. So where did the inheritance go? The days in the humble farmhouse slipped by quietly. After seeing the wanted notice, Jiraiya and the others remained tense for several days, but as time passed, the enemies from Konoha had yet to reappear. Thus, Jiraiya immersed himself in his room, collaborating with Kakashi on the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. In the courtyard, Kurenai initially felt somewhat reserved, but as the days went by, she gradually integrated into the group, no longer merely observing from a distance. However, compared to discussing the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan with Naruto, she preferred joining Sasuke in physical training. Amidst the shouts and exertion, her hair, damp with sweat, clung to her cheeks. Though still carrying a hint of shyness, this lifestyle brought her an unprecedented sense of security. In contrast, Sasuke's movements radiated a certain intensity. Each one-handed push-up showcased the tautness of his muscles, the veins on his neck bulging with each breath. Memories of the Konoha elite and Appo's faces, as well as Itachi and Appo's self-righteous gaze, flashed through his mind. Revenge was no longer his sole motivation. These people, how they brazenly manipulated his fate. Now there was also Orochimaru involved. His life had been meticulously orchestrated by others. Sasuke scoffed inwardly, a nameless fury igniting within him, transforming into a potent force that propelled him to continually surpass his limits. In comparison to Naruto, his deficiency lay evidently in chakra. As a member of the Uchiha clan, their mental prowess was unrivaled in the shinobi world. Yet their physical energy lagged considerably. This became the greatest shortcoming in refining chakra. Techniques like the Eight Gates were merely a byproduct of his training. The Uchiha ancestor had emphasized this in his dreams, warning that an obsessive pursuit of ultimate ocular power would ultimately lead to self-destruction due to unbalanced strength. He still recalled the inexplicable expression on that ancestor's face, complex to the point of being indecipherable. Nevertheless, he was determined to grow stronger. Strong enough to shatter all bonds and demand clarity from everyone with blood. Not far away, Naruto casually sat on the grass, spinning a Rasengan in his hand, creating gentle breezes. He tossed the Rasengan lightly into the air, letting it fall back into his palm, twirling it between his fingers. His azure eyes unconsciously gazed at the sky, a hint of melancholy evident. During a break in his training, he recalled the events in Konoha. The third Hokage had passed away. In his lonely childhood, only the third Hokage would look at him with such gentle eyes, give him pocket money, and listen with a smile to his foolish pranks. Although he was not overly sorrowful due to the knowledge of the Pure Land's existence, he pondered why, after so many days, the third Hokage had not appeared in his dreams like his mother did. Recently, even his mother hadn't entered his dreams, and no one had explained the reason to him. Just yesterday, unable to suppress his curiosity, he sought out the ethereal elder Jiang Yuan, filled with anticipation. Upon hearing his question, Jiang Yuan snapped back from his reverie, only to emit two vague chuckles, providing no explanation. Instantly, Naruto and Appo's anticipation crumbled, and though he wanted to inquire further, Jiang Yuan had already drifted away. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Jiang Yuan's essence was reveling. Kushina stood with her hands on her hips, her fiery red hair ablaze with anger. Glaring at the somewhat flustered Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiang Yuan had intentionally controlled the amount of soul energy to maintain Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance as it had been at the time of his death. From a distance, it was a striking scene of a fierce woman confronting an elderly man. Kushina, those years third Hokage. Kushina's voice suddenly rose, interrupting. What about the inheritance that Watergate and I left behind? That money shouldn't leave Naruto in rags, should it? Yet, what have I seen? She recalled the simplicity of Naruto's living conditions over the past 6 years, the expired milk, the moldy instant noodles. As the son of a hero, he was ostracized and isolated by neighbors and other children. Each memory now pierced her heart like needles. Sarutobi Hiruzen, under Kushina's piercing gaze, retreated repeatedly. Surrounded by so many souls watching, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, Kushina, please calm down. The village suffered tremendous losses, and after the Nine Tails incident, we were left with many rebuilding tasks. Funds were indeed tight, so his voice dwindled to a whisper, as even he felt the feebleness of his excuses. Tight? Kushina scoffed. Tight enough to cut a child and Appo's food budget? Hokage. Beside them, Uzumaki Mido, the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, approached. She sighed softly, gently patting Kushina's shoulder before turning her gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do not be too hard on him. After all, Watergate came from a commoner background. unlike the Uchiha clan with their vast resources. Moreover, our Uzumaki clan has indeed dwindled in Konoha since then, leaving us vulnerable to plunder. At first glance, Mito's words seemed to excuse Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet, in reality, Hashirama frowned at her remarks, while Tobarama snorted in discontent, clearly displeased with this handling of affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself felt utterly humiliated by such indifferent words, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Even worse, the mention of the Uchiha clan struck a nerve. Fugaka and Makoto, who had remained silent until now, could no longer sit still. Despite their clan's demise, the Uchiha clan's assets were still substantial. Wait, third Hokage. Fugaka interjected hastily. What happened to the Uchiha's assets after that? At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted in alarm. Oh no, there was still another family to account for. He had already been overwhelmed by the continuous questioning, and now his heart raced as he instinctively tried to defend himself. The Uchiha's assets were complex at the time. We didn't, and Appos. T have the chance to before he could finish, he noticed the expressions on Fugaku and Makoto and Appos, as faces darkened ominously. In a moment of desperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen blurted out. After all, there's still Itachi, but once that name escaped his lips, it was as if a pause had settled in the air, silencing everything around them. Chapter 58, Gaara and Appos, S ambition and predicament in the hidden sand village. Within the office of the Kazekage, a heavy atmosphere hung thickly in the air. Tamari and Kankuro sat beside the main seat, their faces etched with palpable anxiety. Other surviving jonin were scattered around, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Yet all conveyed a profound sense of helplessness. The plan to dismantle Konoha, in light of the outcome, would more aptly be termed the plan to dismantle the sand. With an already dire economy, the decision to take such a risk had only exacerbated the situation. Orochimaru's venomous intentions did not yield the anticipated benefits. Rather, he had dragged the sand village deeper into turmoil. Presently, Konoha's stance was unyielding, demanding exorbitant war reparations. With each item on the list akin to carving flesh from an already emaciated body, no, the sand had no flesh left. They had to settle with their meager resources, essentially dismantling their very bones. Adding to their woes, Captain Maki had yet to return. Numerous ninjas captured during the raid remained imprisoned in Konoha. The village had suffered grievously in terms of military strength, and in this critical moment, the two elders who ought to have stepped forward remained silent, citing their advanced age as an excuse. Amidst this cloud of despair, one figure stood in stark contrast. Gaara, seated closest to the Kazekage's position, arms crossed and eyes slightly closed, exuded an unsettling calmness. Since the battle during the Chunin exams, he had undergone a significant transformation. No longer the terrifying weapon that dispatched foes at the slightest provocation, he now possessed a semblance of humanity. The influence of that Kyuubi boy from Konoha remained a mystery to Temari and Kankuro, who dared not inquire further. As for Gaara, upon returning to the village, he discovered that Shikaku within him had changed, becoming noticeably quieter for the majority of the day. At least now, he could finally rest peacefully at night, free from the torment of insatiable bloodlust. After so many years, he had never experienced such exquisite tranquility and clarity. In that state of unconsciousness, he had encountered his mother. Warm sands enveloped him as Karura's gentle voice echoed in his ears, repeatedly assuring Gaara of her love. This had extinguished any remnants of his murderous intent. As for that man, Raza, Gaara furrowed his brow, deciding it best not to dwell on it. Ultimately, they had all perished, leaving behind this sand village. Temari sighed, saying, "Everyone, we must devise a plan swiftly. Recently, some Chunin have defected from the village, and we are powerless to apprehend them. Procrastination will only worsen our plight." A jonin spoke bitterly. What options do we have left? Heads shook in despair, each person at a loss. In the midst of this oppressive gloom, however, a tempest brewed within Gaara's psyche. "Hey, kid, are you listening? I'm talking to you." Shikaku's piercing roar reverberated in his mind, causing his temples to throb. The reason for Shikaku's newfound quietude was precisely moments like this. Damn it, that old man from the Feather Village. And that brat with the Kyuubi. That damn fox. Shikaku raged. Do you realize that while you were off dreaming and weeping with that woman, I was demonstrating my might? I wasn't he crying. Gaara snapped, his veins pulsing. I pummeled that Kyuubi, left and right, until it begged for mercy. Then, I hung it up and unleashed my most prized wind release. Smashed that wretched fox's face. Huh, do you think you woke up so soon by chance? It was all me. Shikaku and Appos' pride swelled, relishing its perceived victory in Gaara and Appos' mental realm. Yet, a mere moment later, the tone shifted to one of terror and panic. And no. Wait. If what that guy said is true, I'll be captured again and become nourishment for the Ten Tails. No, absolutely not. I refuse to be part of something so vile. I and Appos, do you rather stay in this filthy kid and Appos' body? Shikaku was genuinely frightened. In the desert, it had lived freely and wildly. But being captured by humans was already maddening enough. At least humans could die or make mistakes. There were always chances to escape. The thought of losing consciousness and becoming a mere component of the god tree was unimaginable. That unknown fear was far more unbearable than being sealed within a human body. Gaara kept his eyes closed, ignoring Shikaku's clamor in his mind. He had long since grown accustomed to the creature's madness, which had become somewhat more coherent than before. Seeing that Gaara was unresponsive, Shikaku grew frantic. Hey, kid, how about we collaborate? Yes, cooperation. You help me, and I'll help you. That foul fox said that Thing and Amp, Appos, S minions have Sharingan and Rinnegan. You can't possibly stand against them alone. Teaming up is better than facing doom together, right? This time, Gaara's eyelids flickered slightly. He opened his once bloodthirsty eyes, which now gleamed as clear as the sky after rain. All right. A singular word resonated within his consciousness. And no. A agreed. Shikaku's rambling was abruptly interrupted, its surprise giving way to another round of incessant chatter. Gaara chose to disregard it. His gaze swept across the faces filled with sorrow in the meeting room, listening to their fruitless debates, and a thought began to crystallize in his mind. The fourth Kazekage, despite his deep-seated disdain, ultimately acted for the sake of the village. In that dream, Raza had shed all pretenses, revealing a glimmer of the visage Gaara had once hoped to see. Thus, he rose to his feet. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. With the astonished gazes of his peers upon him, Gaara articulated each word with intent. Kazekage, I shall take on the role. The office fell into a profound silence. Temari and Kankuro gaped in astonishment, while the Jonin exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Gaara, once the village's most volatile element, the monster they had avoided, had declared he wished to become Kazekage. Faced with their scrutiny, Gaara did not waver. Compared to a father who saw himself merely as a weapon, dragging the village into despair, he believed he could do better. At the very least, he would not fare worse than Raza. After a lengthy silence, someone finally broke the stillness with cautious words. An elder Jonin hesitantly spoke. Gaara, sir, your determination is admirable, but regarding the exorbitant reparations demanded by Konoha and our captured ninjas, what shall we do now? Before he could finish, the once formidable Gaara's expression froze. Reparations, captives. It dawned on him that being Kazekage was not merely a grand proclamation. He was still young, and his understanding of the intricate political and economic dilemmas was woefully inadequate. A flicker of confusion crossed Gaara's eyes, quickly suppressed. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and replied, perhaps I shall assume the role after some time. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Chapter 59, Beneath and Above. The return of Orochimaru. Several days have elapsed since the funeral of the third Hokage, yet the ominous clouds hovering over Konoha village remain unyielding. The transition of power invariably stirs the undercurrents, particularly during such a sensitive period. In a modest izakaya tucked away in a corner of the village, a refined private room hosts several Konoha Jonin engaged in light drinking. It is indeed a rare occasion to have Lord Hisashi present. Akito Dingza raised his cup with a jovial smile, tinged with a hint of sincerity. Hisashi Hyuga sat with his usual solemn demeanor, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, he typically preferred solitude and seldom partook in informal gatherings. However, his presence tonight was purely due to the intertwining of several significant matters. The rogue ninja Kakashi, the Jonin instructor of his daughter in Team 7, and those two children embroiled in the turmoil were all under discussion. More crucially, the intelligence revealed in his clandestine conversation with Niji was truly alarming. After a few pleasantries, the conversation inevitably shifted towards the current situation. Nara Shikaku raised his cup, swirling it gently, his gaze becoming particularly profound. Reports from the Land of Fire indicated that the daimyo, on his deathbed, had expressly permitted Danzo to assume the position of the fifth Hokage. The low murmur resonated in the room, reaching every ear present. Yamashiro always set down his drink, his tone laden with suspicion. The timing of these events seemed far too coincidental. The sudden demise of the daimyo was already suspicious enough. Dingza sighed, putting down his grilled meat skewer, pondering the fact that Kakashi had also been categorized as an S-rank rogue ninja, accused of abducting those two children. Everything about this situation felt off. Shikaka shook his head, asserting that such an occurrence was unlikely. As for Kakashi, they were all aware of Danzo and Amp, Appos, S notoriously ruthless and domineering approach. Now that he held the reins of power, any attempts to sway his decisions would be nearly impossible. It appears we shall soon prepare for the celebration of the fifth Hokage, Oe concurred. They cast their gazes toward the Hokage building, their expressions complex. Shikaku downed his drink with a sigh, acknowledging that the die was cast. He pinched his fingers together, as if holding an invisible piece on a chessboard, positioning it on the empty squares of strategy. Hisashi Hyuga remained silent, observing Shikaku and Amp, Appos, S actions before taking a delicate sip from his teacup. It seemed prudent to keep the intelligence he possessed to himself for the time being. Dingza busied himself with his grilled meat, muttering, "We should find a way to bring Tsunade back." At that moment, Hisashi abruptly raised his hand, signaling for silence, his Byakugan scanning the doorway with keen intensity. The chatter in the private room ceased instantaneously. Shikaku, quick to adapt, shifted the subject, raising his voice slightly, speaking of which, with the compensation from the Land of Wind. Konoha and Amp, Appo's financial strain should alleviate significantly, securing the village and Amp, Appo's reconstruction. Indeed, Dingzer exclaimed, suddenly alert, nodding vigorously. With that, life in the village can improve. Konoha cannot be without grilled meat. Alway earnestly added, all affairs can resume normalcy, which is crucial for the stability of the village. For a moment, the room filled with optimistic visions for Konoha and Amp, Appo's future, as if the prior murmurs of discontent had been mere wisps of smoke that never truly existed. Meanwhile, beneath their feet, a starkly different scene unfolded. Dark, cold, and permeated by the scent of decay, the passage extended below. Orochimaru led the way, with Kabuto trailing closely, stirring up clouds of long-dormant dust. A morbid excitement flickered across Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's face as he surveyed his surroundings. This place, where he had once poured his heart and soul, marked the inception of his ambitions. The dust-covered incubation tanks, the laboratory doors sealed with warnings, the scattered experimental records, each bore witness to his past. Compared to the scattered bases across the land, even the Sound Village, this was truly his home. Now, he had returned. Much of the equipment here is in better condition than I anticipated, Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's raspy voice echoed, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He extended his tongue, licking his lips, sharing bygone secrets with Kabuto, the cells of Hashirama, the Sharingan, and the nascent powers of sagehood. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, listening intently in respectful silence. At that moment, rhythmic tapping echoed from ahead, the sound of a cane. Orochimaru halted, lifting his gaze with a smile. Danzo, no, Lord Fifth Hokage. Are you satisfied with the gift I sent? I am unsure of what you are referring to. Danzo emerged from the shadows, flanked by a figure who appeared to be a member of the Umbu, following closely behind. Orochimaru chuckled lowly, refraining from pressing further. Danzo stopped before a heavy metal door, turning to the Umbu operative, instructing, Kia, remove it. Without hesitation, the ninja known as Kia complied, removing his hood and mask to reveal a young, yet expressionless face. His eyes displayed a calm indifference, seemingly detached from the surrounding environment. At the sight of this face, Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's golden pupils dilated in surprise. This child is. A memory stirred within him, linking to a long-buried experiment. Kia stood still, having removed his mask, and a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes as he spoke. Please call me Yamato, Orochimaru. Sensei. Upon uttering that name, memories of the third Hokage surfaced in his mind. It was long ago when he transitioned from Root to Umbu, and the third had given him that name. Yet that expectation and recognition. He was Umbu. And now the Hokage was Danzo, who had issued his orders. Yamato? Orochimaru repeated the name with an amused tone, a deeper smile gracing his face. Is that so? He approached Yamato, scrutinizing him closely. How nostalgic it is. Among so many children back then, you were the only one who successfully inherited the first Hokage and Amp, Appo's power. And now you and Amp, Appo's, grown so much.